interrupted, ignoring me. She spoke to Leela in her slow little voice, as if it were not worth the trouble to speak to me. The labor inspectors don't count for anything, Lena. They went to Sakavo, they filled out their forms, but then, in the factory, everything is the same as before. And meanwhile, those who spoke out are in trouble. Those who were silent got a few liar under the counter. The police charged us, and the fascists came right here and beat up Armando. She hadn't finished speaking when Pasquale started talking to me more harshly than before, this time raising his voice. "Explain to us what the fuck you thought you resolved," he said, with genuine pain and disappointment. "You know what the situation is in Italy? Do you have any idea what the class struggle is?" "Don't shout, please," Nadia asked him. Then she turned again to Leela, almost whispering, "Comrades do not abandon one another." She answered, "It would have failed anyway." "What do you mean?" "In that place, you don't win with leaflets or even by fighting with the fascists." "How do you win?" Leela was silent, and Pasquale, now turning to her, hissed, "You win by mobilizing the good friends of the owners? You win by getting a little money and screwing everyone else?" Then I burst out, "Pasquale, stop it." Involuntarily, I too raised my voice. "What kind of tone is that? It wasn't like that." I wanted to explain, silence him, even though I felt an emptiness in my head. I didn't know what arguments to resort to, and the only concept that occurred to me readily was malicious and politically useless. "You treat me like this because, now that you've got your hands on this young lady from a good family, you're full of yourself." But Leela, here, stopped me with a completely unexpected gesture of irritation, which confused me. She said, "That's enough, Lanu, they're right." I was upset. They were right? I wanted to respond, to get angry at her. What did she mean? But just then Professor Galliani arrived. Her footsteps could be heard in the hall. 59. I hoped that the professor hadn't heard me shouting, but at the same time, I wanted to see Nadia jump off Pasquale's lap and hurry over to the sofa. I wished to see both of them humiliated by the need to pretend an absence of intimacy. I noticed that Leela, too, looked at them sardonically. But they stayed where they were. Nadia, in fact, put an arm around Pasquale's neck, as if she were afraid of falling, and said to her mother, who had just appeared in the doorway, "Next time, tell me if you're having visitors." The professor didn't answer. She turned to us coldly. "I'm sorry I was late. Let's sit in my study." We followed her, while Pasquale moved Nadia off him, saying, in a tone that seemed to me suddenly depressed, "Come on, let's go." Professor Galliani led us along the hall, muttering irritably, "What really bothers me is the boorishness." We entered an airy room with an old desk, a lot of books, sober, cushioned chairs. She assumed a polite tone, but it was clear that she was struggling with a bad mood. She said she was happy to see me and to see Leela again, yet at every word, and between the words, I felt her rage increasing, and I wanted to leave as quickly as possible. I apologized for not having come to see her, and went on somewhat breathlessly about studying, the book, the innumerable things that had overwhelmed me, my engagement, my approaching marriage. "Are you getting married in church, or only in a civil service?" "Only a civil service. Good for you." She turned to Leela to draw her into the conversation. "You were married in church." "Yes." "Are you a believer?" "No." "Then why did you get married in church?" "That's what's done. You don't always have to do things just because they're done. We do a lot of them." "Will you go to Elena's wedding?" "She didn't invite me." I was startled. I said right away, "It's not true." Leela laughed harshly. "It's true. She's ashamed of me." Her tone was ironic, but I felt wounded anyway. What was happening to her? Why had she said earlier in front of Nadia and Pasquale that I was wrong, and now was making that hostile remark in front of the professor? "Nonsense," I said, and to calm down, I took the book out of my bag and handed it to Professor Galliani. "I wanted to give you this." She looked at it for a moment without seeing it, perhaps following her own thoughts. Then she thanked me, and, saying that she already had a copy, gave it back. "What does your husband do?" "He's a professor of Latin literature in Florence." "Is he a lot older than you?" "He's 27. "So young, already a professor. He's very smart." "What's his name?" Pietro Iroda. Professor Galliani looked at me attentively, like when I was at school, and I gave an answer that she considered incomplete. Relative of Guido Iroda? He's his son. She smiled with explicit malice. Good marriage. We love each other. Have you already started another book? I'm trying. I saw that you're writing for Looney Pa. A bit. I don't write for it anymore. It's a newspaper of bureaucrats. She turned again to Leela. She seemed to want to let her know how much she liked her. She said to her, "It's remarkable what you did in the factory." Leela grinned in annoyance. I didn't do anything. That's not true. The professor got up, rummaged through the papers on the desk, and showed her some pages as if they were an irrefutable truth.
Nadia left this around the house, and I took the liberty of reading it. It's a courageous new work, very well written. I wanted to see you so that I could tell you that. She was holding in her hand the pages that Leela had written, and from which I had taken my first article for Lunita. 60. Oh yes, it was really time to get out. I left the Galliani house embittered, my mouth dry, without the courage to tell the professor that she didn't have the right to treat me like that. She hadn't said anything about my book, although she'd had it for some time, and surely had read it, or at least skimmed it. She hadn't asked for a dedication in the copy I had brought for that reason, and when, before leaving, out of weakness, out of a need to end that relationship affectionately, I had offered anyway, she hadn't answered. She had smiled and continued to talk to Leela. Above all, she had said nothing about my articles. Rather, she had mentioned them only to include them in her negative opinion of Lunita, and then pulled out Leela's pages and began to talk to her as if my opinion on the subject didn't count, as if I were no longer in the room. I would have liked to yell, "Yes, it's true. Leela has a tremendous intelligence, an intelligence that I've always recognized, that I love, that's influenced everything I've done. But I've worked hard to develop mine, and I've been successful. I'm valued everywhere. I'm not a pretentious nobody like your daughter." Instead, I listened silently while they talked about work and the factory and the workers' demands. They kept talking, even on the landing, until Professor Galliani absently said goodbye to me, while to Leela she said, now using the familiar too, "Stay in touch," and embraced her. I felt humiliated. Moreover, Pasquale and Nadia hadn't returned. I hadn't had a chance to refute them, and my anger at them was still raging inside me. Why was it wrong to help a friend? To do it, I had taken a risk. How could they dare to criticize what I'd done? Now, on the stairs, in the lobby, on the sidewalk of Corso Vittorio Emanuele, it was only Leela and me. I was ready to shout at her. "Do you really think I'm ashamed of you? What were you thinking? Why did you say those two were right? You're ungrateful. I did all I could to stay close to you, to be useful to you, and you treat me like that? You really have a sick mind." But as soon as we were outside, even before I could open my mouth, and on the other hand, what would have changed if I had, she took me by the arm and began to defend me against Professor Galliani. I couldn't find a single opening in order to reproach her for aligning herself with Pasquale and Nadia, or for the senseless accusation that I didn't want her at my wedding. She behaved as if it had been another Leela who said those things, a Leela of whom she herself knew nothing, and whom it was pointless to ask for explanations. "What terrible people," she began, and spoke without stopping all the way to the subway at Piazza Amadeo. "Did you see how the old woman treated you? She wanted to get revenge. She can't bear that you write books and articles. She can't bear that you're about to marry well. She especially can't bear that Nadia, brought up precisely to be the best of all, Nadia, who was to give her so much satisfaction, isn't up to anything good, is sleeping with a construction worker and acting like a whore right in front of her. No, she can't bear it. But you're wrong to be upset. Forget about it. You shouldn't have left her your book. You shouldn't have asked if she wanted inscribed. You especially shouldn't have done that. Those are people who should be treated with a kick in the ass. Your weakness is that you're too good. You swallow everything that educated people say as if they're the only ones who had a mind. But it's not true. Relax, go, get married, have a honeymoon. You were too worried about me. Write another novel. You know that I expect great things from you. I love you. I simply listened, overwhelmed. With her, there was no way to feel that things were settled. Every fixed point of our relationship sooner or later turned out to be provisional. Something shifted in her head that unbalanced her and unbalanced me. I couldn't understand if those words were in fact intended to apologize to me, or if she was lying, concealing feelings that she had no intention of confiding to me, or if she was aiming at a final farewell. Certainly she was false, and she was ungrateful, and I, in spite of all that it changed for me, continued to feel inferior. I felt that I would never free myself from that inferiority, and that seemed to me intolerable. I wished, and I couldn't keep the wish at bay, that the cardiologist had been wrong, that Armando had been right, that she really was ill and would die. For years after that, we didn't see each other. We only talked on the phone. We became for each other fragments of a voice, without any visual corroboration. But the wish that she would die remained in a far corner. I tried to get rid of it, but it wouldn't go away. 61. The night before I left for Florence, I couldn't sleep. Of all the painful thoughts, the most persistent had to do with Pasquale. His criticisms burned me. At first, I had rejected them altogether. Now I was wavering between the conviction that they were undeserved and the idea that if Leela said he was right, maybe I really had been mistaken. Finally, I did something I had never done. I got out of bed at 4 in the morning and left the house by myself, before dawn. I felt very unhappy. I wished something terrible would happen to me, an event that, punishing me for my mistaken actions and my wicked thoughts, would, as a result, punish Leela too. But nothing happened. I walked for a long time on the deserted streets, which were much safer than when they were crowded. The sky turned violet. I reached the sea, a gray sheet under a pale sky with scattered pink-edged clouds. The mass of Castel dell'Ovo was cut sharply in two by the light, a shining ochre shape on the Vesuvius side, a brown stain on the Mergellina and Posillipo side. The road along the cliff was empty. The sea made no sound, but gave off an intense odor. Who knows what feeling I would have had about Naples, about myself, if I had waked every morning not in my neighborhood, but in one of those buildings along the shore. What am I seeking? To change my origins? To change, along with myself, others too? Repopulate this now deserted city with citizens not assailed by poverty or greed, not bitter or angry, who could delight in the splendor of the landscape like the divinities who once inhabited it? Indulge my demon? Give him a good life and feel happy? I had used the power of the Irotas, people who for generations had been fighting for socialism, people who were on the side of men and women like Pasquale and Leela, not because I thought I would be fixing all the broken things of the world, but because I was in a position to help a person I loved, and it seemed wrong not to do so. Had I acted badly? Should I have left Leela in trouble? Never again. Never again would I lift a finger for anyone. I departed. I went to get married. 62. I don't remember anything about my wedding. A few photographs, acting as props rather than inspiring memory, have frozen it around a few images. Pietro with an absent-minded expression, me looking angry, my mother who's out of focus but manages nevertheless to appear unhappy, or not. It's the ceremony itself that I can't remember, but I have in mind the long discussion I had with Pietro a few days before we got married. I told him that I intended to take the pill in order not to have children, that it seemed to me urgent to try first of all to write another book. I was sure that he would immediately agree. Instead, surprisingly, he was opposed. First, he made it a problem of legality. The pill was not yet officially for sale.
Then he said there were rumors that it ruined one's health. Then he made a complicated speech about sex, love, and reproduction. Finally, he stammered that someone who really has to write will write anyway, even if she is expecting a baby. I was unhappy. I was angry. That reaction seemed to me not consistent with the educated youth who wanted only a civil marriage, and I told him so. We quarreled. Our wedding day arrived and we were not reconciled. He was mute, I cold. There was another surprise, too, that hasn't faded. The reception. We had decided to get married, greet our relatives, and go home without any sort of celebration. That decision had developed through the combination of Pietro's ascetic tendency and my intention to demonstrate that I no longer belonged to the world of my mother. But our line of conduct was secretly undone by Adele. She dragged us to the house of a friend of hers for a toast, she said. And there, instead, Pietro and I found ourselves at the center of a big reception, in a very aristocratic Florentine dwelling among a large number of relatives of the Iroatas and famous and very famous people who lingered until evening. My husband became taciturn. I wondered, bewildered, why? Since in fact it was a celebration for my wedding, I had had to be limited to inviting only my immediate family. I said to Pietro, "Did you know this was happening?" "No." For a while, we confronted the situation together. But soon he evaded the attempts of his mother and sister to introduce him to this man, to that woman. He entrenched himself in a corner with my relatives and talked to them the whole time. At first, I resigned myself, somewhat uneasily, to inhabiting the trap we had fallen into. Then I began to find it exciting that well-known politicians, prestigious intellectuals, young revolutionaries, even a well-known poet and a famous novelist showed interest in me, in my book, and spoke admiringly of my articles in l'Unità. The time flew by. I felt more and more accepted in the world of the Iroatas. Even my father-in-law wanted to detain me, questioning me kindly on my knowledge of labor matters. A small group formed of people engaged in the debate in newspapers and journals over the tide of demands that was rising in Italy. And me, here I was, with them. And it was my celebration, and I was at the center of the conversation. At some point, my father-in-law warmly praised an essay published in Mondo Operaio that, in his view, laid out the problem of democracy in Italy with crystalline intelligence. Drawing on a large number of facts, the piece demonstrated that as long as the state television, the big papers, the schools, the universities, the judiciary worked day after day to solidify the dominant ideology, the electoral system would in fact be rigged, and the workers' parties would never have enough votes to govern. Nods of assent, supporting citations, references to this article and that one. Finally, Professor Iroata, with all his authority, mentioned the name of the author of the article, and I knew, even before he uttered it, Giovanni Sarratore. That was Nino. I was so happy that I couldn't contain myself. I said I knew him. I called Adele over to confirm to her husband and the others how brilliant my Neapolitan friend was. Nino was present at my wedding, even if he wasn't present. And speaking of him, I felt authorized to talk also about myself, about the reasons I had become involved in the workers' struggle, about the need to provide the parties and parliamentary representatives on the left with hard data so that they could address the delays in their understanding of the current political and economic period, and so on, with other stock phrases I had learned only recently, but used with assurance. I felt clever. My mood brightened. I enjoyed being with my in-laws and feeling admired by their friends. At the end, when my relatives timidly said goodbye and hurried off somewhere to wait for the first train to take them back to Naples, I no longer felt irritated with Pietro. He must have realized it, because he, in turn, softened and the tension vanished. As soon as we got to our apartment and closed the door, we began to make love. At first, it was very pleasurable, but the day reserved for me yet another surprising fact. Antonio, my first boyfriend, when he rubbed against me was quick and intense. Franco made great efforts to contain himself, but at a certain point he pulled away with a gasp, or, when he had a condom, stopped suddenly and seemed to become heavier, crushing me under his weight and laughing in my ear. Pietro, on the other hand, strained for a time that seemed endless. His thrusting was deliberate, violent, so that the initial pleasure slowly diminished, overwhelmed by the monotonous insistence and the hurt I felt in my stomach. He was covered with sweat, from suffering, maybe from suffering, and when I saw his damp face and neck touched his wet back, desire disappeared completely. But he didn't realize it. He continued to withdraw and then sink into me, forcefully, rhythmically, without stopping. I didn't know what to do. I caressed him, I whispered words of love, and yet I hoped that he would stop. When he exploded with a roar and collapsed, finally exhausted, I was content, even though I was hurting and unsatisfied. He didn't stay in bed long. He got up and went to the bathroom. I waited for him for a few minutes, but I was tired. I fell asleep. I woke with a start after an hour and realized that he hadn't come back to bed. I found him in his study, at the desk. "What are you doing?" He smiled at me. "I'm working." "Come to bed. You go. I'll join you later." I'm sure that I became pregnant that night. 63. As soon as I discovered that I was expecting a child, I was overwhelmed by anxiety, and I called my mother. Although our relationship had always been contentious, in that situation, the need to talk to her prevailed. It was a mistake. She immediately started nagging. She wanted to leave Naples, settle in with me, help me, guide me, or, vice versa, bring me to the neighborhood, have me back in her house, entrust me to the old midwife who had delivered all her children. I had a hard time putting her off. I said that a gynecologist friend of my mother-in-law was looking after me, a great professor, and I would give birth in his clinic. She was offended. She hissed, "You prefer your mother-in-law to me." She didn't call again. After a few days, on the other hand, I heard from Leila. We'd had some telephone conversations after I left, but brief, a few minutes. We didn't want to spend too much. She cheerful, I aloof. She ironically about my life as a newlywed, I inquiring seriously about her health. This time, I realized that something wasn't right. "Are you angry with me?" she asked. "No, why should I be? You don't tell me anything. I got the news only because your mother is bragging to everyone that you're pregnant. I just got the confirmation. I thought you were taking the pill." I was embarrassed. "Yes, but then I decided not to." "Why?" "The years are passing." "And?" "The book you're supposed to write." "I'll see later." "You'd better." "I'll do what I can." "I'll try." "I'm taking the pill." "So, with Enzo it's going well?" "Pretty well. But I never want to be pregnant again." She was silent, and I didn't say anything either. When she began talking once more, she told me about the first time she had realized she was expecting a baby, and a second. She described both as terrible experiences. The second time, she said, "I was sure the baby was Nino's, and even though I felt sick, I was happy. But happy or not, you'll see, the body suffers. It doesn't like losing its shape. There's too much pain."
From there, she went on in a crescendo that got darker and darker, telling me things she had told me before, but never with the same desire to pull me into her suffering, so that I too would feel it. She seemed to want to prepare me for what awaited me. She was very worried about me and my future. "This life of another," she said, "clings to you in the womb first, and then, when it finally comes out, it takes you prisoner, keeps you on a leash. You're no longer your own master." With great animation, she sketched every phase of my maternity, tracing it over hers, expressing herself with her habitual effectiveness. "It's as if you fabricated your very own torture," she exclaimed. And I realized then that she wasn't capable of thinking that she was herself and I was myself. It seemed to her inconceivable that I could have a pregnancy different from hers and a different feeling about children. She so took it for granted that I would have the same troubles that she seemed ready to consider any possible joy I found in motherhood a betrayal. I didn't want to listen to her anymore. I held the receiver away from my ear. She was scaring me. We said goodbye coolly. "If you need me," she said, "let me know." "All right, you helped me, now I want to help you." All right. That phone call didn't help me at all. Rather, it left me unsettled. I lived in a city I knew nothing about, even if, thanks to Pietro, I now was acquainted with every corner of it, which I could not say of Naples. I loved the path along the river. I took beautiful walks, but I didn't like the color of the houses. It put me in a bad mood. The teasing tone of the inhabitants, the porter in our building, the butcher, the baker, the mailman, incited me to become teasing too, and a hostility with no motivation emerged from it. And then the many friends of my in-laws, so available on the day of the wedding, had never showed up again, nor did Pietro have any intention of seeing them. I felt alone and fragile. I bought some books on how to become a perfect mother and prepared with my usual diligence. Days passed, weeks, but surprisingly, the pregnancy didn't weigh on me at all. In fact, it made me feel light. The nausea was negligible. I felt no breakdown in my body, in my mood, in the wish to be active. I was in the 4th month when my book received an important prize that brought me greater fame and a little more money. I went to the prize ceremony in spite of the political climate, which was hostile to that type of recognition, feeling that I was in a state of grace. I was proud of myself, with a sense of physical and intellectual fullness that made me bold, expansive. In the thank you speech, I went overboard. I said I felt as happy as the astronauts on the white expanse of the moon. A couple of days later, since I felt strong, I telephoned Lila to tell her about the prize. I wanted to let her know that things were not going as she had predicted, that in fact they were going smoothly, that I was satisfied. I felt so pleased with myself that I wanted to skip over the unhappiness she had caused me. But Lila had read Il Mattino. Only the Naples papers had devoted a few lines to the prize, that phrase of mine about the astronauts, and, without giving me time to speak, she criticized me harshly. "The white expanse of the moon," she said ironically. "Sometimes it's better to say nothing than to talk nonsense." And she added that the moon was a rock among billions of other rocks, and that, as far as rocks go, the best thing was to stand with your feet planted firmly in the troubles of the earth. I felt a vice-like grip in my stomach. Why did she continue to wound me? Didn't she want me to be happy? Or maybe she hadn't recovered, and her illness had heightened her mean side. Bitter words came to me, but I couldn't utter them. As if she didn't even realize she had heard me, or as if she felt she had the right, she went on to tell me what was happening to her, in a very friendly tone. She had made peace with her brother, with her mother, even with her father. She had quarreled with Michele Solara on the old matter of the label on the shoes and the money he owed Reno. She had been in touch with Stefano to claim that at least from the economic point of view, he should act as Gennaro's father too, and not just Maria's. Her remarks were irascible, sometimes vulgar, against Reno, the Solaras, Stefano. And at the end, she asked, as if she had an urgent need for my opinion, did I do the right thing? I didn't answer. I had won an important prize, and she had mentioned only that phrase about the astronauts. I asked her, maybe to offend her, if she still had those symptoms that unglued her head from her body. She said no. She repeated a couple of times that she was very well. She said with a mocking laugh, "Only, sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I see people coming out of the furniture." Then she asked me, "Is everything all right with the pregnancy?" "Good, very good," I said. "Never felt better." I traveled a lot in those months. I was invited here and there, not only because of my book, but also because of the articles I was writing, which in turn forced me to travel to see close up the new kinds of strike, the reactions of the owners. I never thought of trying to become a freelance journalist. I did it because doing it, I was happy. I felt disobedient, in revolt, and inflated with such power that my meekness seemed to disguise. In fact, it enabled me to join the pickets in front of the factories, to talk to workers, both men and women, and to union officials, to slip out among the policemen. Nothing frightened me.
When the Bank of Agriculture in Milan was bombed, I was in the city, at the publishers, but I wasn't alarmed. I didn't have dark presentiments. I thought of myself as part of an unstoppable force. I thought I was invulnerable. No one could hurt me and my child. We two were the only enduring reality. I, visible, and he, or she, but Pietro wanted a boy, for now invisible. The rest was a flow of air, an immaterial wave of images and sounds that, whether disastrous or beneficial, constituted material for my work. It passed by or it loomed so that I could put it into magic words in a story, an article, a speech, taking care that nothing ended up outside the frame, and that every concept pleased the Irotas, the publishing house, Nino, who surely somewhere was reading me, even Pasquale, why not, and Nadia, and Lila, all of whom would finally have to think, look, we were wrong about Lena, she's on our side, see what she's writing. It was a particularly intense time, that period of the pregnancy. It surprised me that being pregnant made me more eager to make love. It was I who initiated it, embraced Pietro, kissing him, even though he had no interest in kissing, and began almost immediately to make love in that prolonged, painful way of his. Afterward, he got up and worked until late. I slept for an hour or two. Then I woke up, found him gone, turned on the light, and read until I was tired. Then I went to his room, insisted that he come to bed. He obeyed, but he got up early. Sleep seemed to frighten him. Whereas I slept until midday. There was only one event that distressed me. I was in my 7th month, and my belly was heavy. I was outside the Nuovo Pignone factory when scuffles broke out, and I hurried away. Maybe I made a wrong movement, I don't know. I felt a painful spasm in the center of my right buttock that extended along my leg like a hot wire. I limped home, went to bed, and it passed. But every so often, the pain reappeared, radiating through my thigh toward my groin. I learned to respond by finding positions that alleviated it. But when I realized that I was starting to limp all the time, I was terrified, and I went to the gynecologist. He reassured me, saying that everything was in order. The weight I was carrying in my womb tired me out, causing this slight sciatica. "Why are you so worried?" he asked in an affectionate tone. "You're such a serene person."
I lied. I said I didn't know. In reality, I knew perfectly well. I was afraid that my mother's gait had caught up with me, that she had settled in my body, that I would limp forever like her. I was soothed by the reassurances of the gynecologist. The pain lasted for a while longer, then disappeared. Pietro forbade me to do other foolish things, no more running around. I admitted that he was right, and spent the last weeks of my pregnancy reading. I wrote almost nothing. Our daughter was born on February 12, 1970, at 5:20 in the morning. We called her Adele, even though my mother-in-law kept repeating, "Poor child, Adele is a terrible name. Give her any other name, but not that." I had atrocious labor pains, but they didn't last long. When the baby emerged and I saw her, black-haired, a violet organism that, full of energy, writhed and wailed, I felt a physical pleasure so piercing that I still know no other pleasure that compares to it. We didn't baptize her. My mother screamed terrible things on the telephone. She swore she would never come to see her. She'll calm down, I thought, sadly. And anyway, if she doesn't, it's her loss. As soon as I was back on my feet, I telephoned Lila. I didn't want her to be angry that I hadn't told her anything. "It was a wonderful experience," I told her. "What?" "The pregnancy, a birth. Adele is beautiful and very good." She answered, "Each of us narrates our life as it suits us." 64. What a tangle of threads with untraceable origins I discovered in myself in that period. They were old and faded, very new, sometimes bright-colored, sometimes colorless, extremely thin, almost invisible. That state of well-being ended suddenly, just when it seemed to me that I escaped Lila's prophecies. The baby became troublesome, and the oldest parts of that jumble surfaced as if stirred by a distracted gesture.
At first, when we were still in the clinic, she attached herself easily to my breast. But once we were home, something went wrong, and she didn't want me anymore. She sucked for a few seconds, then shrieked like a furious little animal. I felt weak, vulnerable to old superstitions. What was happening to her? Were my nipples too small? Did they slip out? Did she not like my milk? Or was it an aversion toward me, her mother? Had she been inoculated with an evil spell? An ordeal began. As we went from doctor to doctor, she and I alone. Pietro was always busy at the university. My bosom, swollen uselessly, hurt. I had burning stones in my breasts. I imagined infections, amputations. To empty them, to get enough milk to nourish the baby with a bottle, to alleviate the pain, I tortured myself with a breast pump. I whispered, coaxing her, "Come on, sweetie, suck. Such a good baby. So sweet. What dear little mouth. What dear little eyes. What's the matter?" In vain. First, I decided, regretfully, to try mixed feeding. Then I gave up on that too. I tried artificial milk, which required lengthy preparations night and day, a tiresome system of sterilizing nipples and bottles, an obsessive check of her weight before and after feeding, a sense of guilt every time she had diarrhea. Sometimes I thought of Sylvia, who, in the turbulent atmosphere of the student gathering in Milan, breastfed Nino's child, Mirko, so easily. Why not me? I suffered long, secret crying spells. For a few days, the baby settled down. I was relieved, hoping the moment had arrived to get my life back in order. But the reprieve lasted less than a week. In her first year of life, the baby barely closed her eyes. Her tiny body writhed and screamed for hours, with an unsuspected energy and endurance. She was quiet only if I carried her around the house, holding her tight in my arms, speaking to her. Now Mama's splendid creature is good. Now she's quiet. Now she's resting. Now she's sleeping. But the splendid creature wouldn't sleep. She seemed to fear sleep, like her father. What was wrong? A stomach ache? Hunger? Fear of abandonment because I hadn't breastfed her? The evil eye? A demon that had entered her body? And what was wrong with me? What poison had polluted my milk? And the leg? Was it imagination, or was the pain returning? My mother's fault? Did she want to punish me because I had been trying all my life not to be like her? Or was there something else? One night, I seemed to hear the sound of Gigliola's voice, faint, repeating throughout the neighborhood, that Leela had a tremendous power, that she could cast an evil spell by fire, that she smothered the creatures in her belly. I was ashamed of myself. I tried to resist. I needed rest. So I tried leaving the baby to Pietro, who, thanks to his habit of studying at night, wasn't so tired. I said, "I'm exhausted. Call me in a couple of hours." And I went to bed and fell asleep as if I had lost consciousness. But once I was wakened by the baby's desperate wailing, I waited. It didn't stop. I got up. I discovered that Pietro had dragged the crib into his study, and, paying no attention to his daughter's cries, was bent over his books, taking notes as if he were deaf. I lost all my manners, and regressed, insulting him in my dialect. "You don't give a damn about anything? That stuff is more important than your daughter?" My husband, distant, cool, asked me to leave the room, take away the crib. He had an important article to finish for an English journal. The deadline was very near. From then on, I stopped asking him for help. And if he offered, I said, "Go on, thanks, I know you have things to do." After dinner, he hung around me uncertain, awkward. Then he closed himself in his study and worked until late at night. 65. I felt abandoned, but with the impression that I deserved it. I wasn't capable of providing tranquility for my daughter. Yet I kept going, doggedly, even though I was more and more frightened. My organism was rejecting the role of mother. And no matter how I denied the pain in my leg by doing everything possible to ignore it, It had returned and was getting worse. But I persisted. I wore myself out taking charge of everything. Since the building had no elevator, I carried the stroller with the baby in it up and down. I did the shopping, came home loaded down with bags. I cleaned the house. I cooked. I thought, I'm becoming ugly and old before my time, like the women of the neighborhood. And naturally, just when I was particularly desperate, Leela telephoned. As soon as I heard her voice, I felt like yelling at her. What have you done to me? Everything was going smoothly and now, suddenly, what you said is happening. The baby is sick. I'm limping. It's impossible. I can't bear it anymore. But I managed to restrain myself in time. I said quietly, everything's fine. The baby's a little fussy, and right now she's not growing much, but she's wonderful. I'm happy. Then, with feigned interest, I asked about Enzo, Gennaro, her relations with Stefano, her brother, the neighborhood, if she had had other problems with Bruno Sacavo and Mikhail. She answered in an ugly, obscene, aggressive dialect, but mostly without rage. Sacavo, she said, has to bleed. And when I run into Mikhail, I spit in his face. As for Gennaro, she now referred to him explicitly as Stefano's son, saying, he's stocky like his father. And she laughed when I said, he's such a nice little boy. She said, you're such a good little mama. You take him. In those phrases, I heard the sarcasm of someone who knew, thanks to some mysterious secret power, what was really happening to me. And I felt rancor. But I became even more insistent with my, listen to what a sweet voice Dede has. It's really pleasant here in Florence. I'm reading an interesting book by Baranand. And I kept going until she forced me to end it by telling me about the IBM course that Enzo had started. Only of him did she speak with respect, at length, and right afterward she asked about Pietro. Everything's going well with your husband? Very well. And for me with Enzo?
When she hung up, her voice left a trail of images and sounds of the past that stayed in my mind for hours. The courtyard, the dangerous games, the doll she had thrown into the cellar, the dark stairs we climbed to Don Achilles to retrieve it, her wedding, her generosity and her meanness, how she had taken Nino. She can't tolerate my good fortune, I thought fearfully. She wants me with her again, under her, supporting her in her affairs, in her wretched neighborhood wars. Then I said to myself, how stupid I've been. What use has my education been? And I pretended everything was under control. To my sister Elisa, who called frequently, I said that being a mother was wonderful. To Carmen Paluzzo, who told me about her marriage to the gas pump owner on the Stradone, I responded, what good news! I wish you every happiness. Say hello to Pasquale. What's he up to? With my mother, the rare times she called, I pretended I was ecstatic. But once I broke down and asked her, what happened to your leg? Why do you limp? She answered, what does it matter to you? Mind your own business. I struggled for months, trying to keep at bay the more opaque parts of myself. Occasionally, I surprised myself by praying to the Madonna, even though I considered myself an atheist and was ashamed. More often, when I was alone in the house with the baby, I let out terrible cries, not words, only breath spilling out along with despair. But that difficult period wouldn't end. It was a grueling, tormented time. At night, I carried the baby up and down the hall, limping. I no longer whispered sweet nonsense phrases. I ignored her and tried to think of myself. I was always holding a book, a journal, even though I hardly managed to read anything. During the day, when Adele slept peacefully, at first I called her dead without realizing how it sounded like Hades, a hell summed up in 2 syllables, so that when Pietro pointed it out, I was embarrassed and began calling her Dede. I tried to write for the newspaper, but I no longer had time, and certainly not the desire, to travel around on behalf of l'Unità. So the things I wrote had no energy. They were merely demonstrations of my formal skill, flourishes lacking substance. Once, having written an article, I had Pietro read it before dictating it to the editorial office.
He said, "It's empty." In what sense? It's just words. I felt offended and dictated it just the same. It wasn't published. And from then on, with a certain embarrassment, both the local and the national editorial offices began to reject my texts, citing problems of space. I suffered. I felt that everything that up to a short time earlier I had taken as an unquestioned condition of life and work was rapidly collapsing around me, as if violently jolted from inaccessible depths. I read just to keep my eyes on a book or a newspaper, but it was as if I had stopped at the signs and no longer had access to the meanings. 2 or 3 times I came across articles by Nino, but reading them didn't give me the usual pleasure of imagining him, of hearing his voice, of enjoying his thoughts. I was happy for him, certainly. If he was writing, it meant that he was well. He was living his life who knows where, with whom knows whom. But I stared at the signature, I read a few lines, I retreated, as if every one of his sentences, black on white, made my situation even more unbearable. I lost interest in things. I couldn't even bother with my appearance. And besides, for whom would I bother? I saw no one, only Pietro, who treated me courteously, but I perceived that for him I was a shadow. At times I seemed to think with his mind, and I imagined I felt his unhappiness. Marrying me had only complicated his existence as a scholar, and just when his fame was growing, especially in England and the United States. I admired him, and yet he irritated me. I always spoke to him with a mixture of resentment and inferiority. "Stop it," I ordered myself one day. "Forget Lunita. It will be enough if I can find the right approach for a new book. As soon as it's done, everything will be in order." But what book? To my mother-in-law, to the publisher, I claimed that I was at a good point, but I lied. I lied on every occasion in the friendliest tones. In fact, all I had was notebooks crammed with idle notes, nothing else. And when I opened them, at night or during the day according to the schedule that Dede imposed on me, I fell asleep without realizing it. One late afternoon, Pietro returned from the university and found me in a condition worse than the one I had surprised him in some time earlier. I was in the kitchen, fast asleep, with my head resting on the table. The baby had missed her feeding and was screaming, off in the bedroom. Her father found her in the crib, half naked, forgotten. When Dede calmed down, greedily attached to the bottle, Pietro said in despair, "Is it possible that you don't have anyone who could help you? Not in this city, and you know that perfectly well. Have your mother come, your sister." "I don't want to." "Then ask your friend in Naples. You did so much for her, she'll do the same for you." I started. For a fraction of a second, part of me had the clear sensation that Leela was in the house, already present. If once she had been hiding inside me, now, with her narrow eyes, her furrowed brow, she had slipped into Dede. I shook my head energetically. Get rid of that image, that possibility. What was I looking onto? Pietro resigned himself to calling his mother. Reluctantly, he asked her if she could come and stay with us for a little while. 66. I entrusted myself to my mother-in-law with an immediate sense of relief, and here too she showed herself to be the woman I would have liked to resemble. In the space of a few days, she found a big girl named Clelia, barely 20, and originally from the Maremma, to whom she gave detailed instructions about taking care of the house, the shopping, the cooking. When Pietro found Clelia in the house without even being consulted, he made a gesture of annoyance. "I don't want slaves in my house," he said. Adele answered calmly, "She's not a slave, she's a salaried employee." And I, fortified by the presence of my mother-in-law, stammered, "Do you think I should be a slave?" "You're a mother, not a slave. I wash and iron your clothes, I clean the house, I cook for you. I've given you a daughter, I bring her up in the midst of endless difficulties. I'm worn out. And who makes you do that? Have I ever asked you for anything?" I couldn't bear to argue, but Adele did. She crushed her son with a sometimes ferocious sarcasm, and Clelia remained. Then she took the child away from me, carried the crib into the room I had given her, managed with great precision the schedule of bottles both at night and during the day. When she noticed that I was limping, she took me to a doctor, a friend of hers, who prescribed various injections. She herself appeared every morning and every evening with the syringe and the vials to blithely stick the needle into my buttocks. I felt better right away. The pain in my leg disappeared. My mood improved. I was happier. But Adele didn't stop there. She politely insisted that I attended to myself. She sent me to the hairdresser, made me go back to the dentist. And above all, she talked to me constantly about the theater, the cinema, a book she was translating, another she was editing, what her husband or other famous people whom she called familiarly by name had written in this or that journal. From her, I heard for the first time about the new radical feminist tracts. Maria Rosa knew the women who were writing them. She was infatuated with them, admired them. Not Adele. She said, with her usual ironic attitude, that they went on and on about the feminist question as if it could be dealt with separately from the class conflict.
"Read them anyway," she advised me, and left me a couple of those little volumes with a final cryptic phrase. "Don't miss anything if you want to be a writer." I put them aside. I didn't want to waste time with writings that Adele herself disparaged. But I also felt, just then, that in no way did my mother-in-law's cultivated conversation arise from a true need to exchange ideas with me. Adele intended to systematically pull me out of the desperate state of an incompetent mother. She was rubbing words together to strike a spark and rekindle my frozen mind, my frozen gaze. But the truth was that she liked saving me more than listening to me. And yet, Dede, in spite of everything, continued to cry at night. I heard her and became agitated. She gave off a sense of unhappiness that undid the beneficial action of my mother-in-law. And though I had more time, I still couldn't write. And Pietro, who was usually controlled, in the presence of his mother, became uninhibited to the point of rudeness. His return home was almost always followed by an aggressive exchange of sarcastic remarks, and this only increased the sense of breakdown I felt around me. My husband, I soon realized, found it natural to consider Adele ultimately responsible for all his problems. He got angry with her for everything, even what happened to him at work. I knew almost nothing about the wearing tensions that he was experiencing at the university. In general, to my "how are things," he responded fine. He tended to spare me. But with his mother, the barriers broke down. He assumed the recriminatory tone of the child who feels neglected. He poured out onto Adele everything he hid from me. And if I was present, he acted as if I weren't, as if I, his wife, were to act only as silent witness. Thus, many things became clear to me. His colleagues, all older than him, attributed his dazzling career, as well as the small reputation that he was starting to develop abroad, to the name he bore, and had isolated him. The students considered him unnecessarily rigid, a pedantic bourgeois who tended his own plot without making any concession to the chaos of the present. In other words, a class enemy. And he, as usual, neither defended himself nor attacked, but kept straight on his path, offering, of this I was sure, lectures of acute intelligence, assessing students' abilities with equal acuity, failing them. "But it's hard," he almost shouted at Adele one evening in a tone of complaint. Then he immediately lowered his voice, said that he needed tranquility, that the job was a struggle, that no small number of his colleagues set the students against him, that groups of youths often erupted into the classroom where he was teaching and forced him to break off the classes, that despicable slogans had appeared on the walls. At that point, even before Adele could speak, I lost control. "If you," I said, "were a little less reactionary, those things wouldn't happen to you."
And he, for the first time since I'd known him, answered rudely, hissing, "Shut up, you always speak in clichés." I locked myself in the bathroom, and I suddenly realized that I scarcely knew him. What did I know about him? He was a peaceful man, but determined to the point of stubbornness. He was on the side of the working class and the students, but he taught and gave exams in the most traditional way. He was an atheist. He hadn't wanted to get married in a church. He had insisted that Dede not be baptized. But he admired the early Christian communities of the Oltrarno, and he spoke on religious matters with great expertise. He was an Iarota, but he couldn't bear the privileges and comforts that came from that. I calmed down. I tried to be closer to him, more affectionate. "He's my husband," I said to myself. "We ought to talk more." But Adele's presence became increasingly problematic. There was something unexpressed between them that drove Pietro to set aside manners, and Adele to speak to him as if he were a fool with no hope of redemption. We lived now like that, amid constant battles. He quarreled with his mother. He ended up saying something that made me angry. I attacked him. Until the point came when my mother-in-law, at dinner, in my presence, asked him why he was sleeping on the sofa. He answered, "It's better if you leave tomorrow." I didn't intervene, and yet I knew why he slept on the sofa. He did it for me, so that he wouldn't disturb me when, around 3, he stopped working and allowed himself some rest. The next day, Adele returned to Genoa. I felt lost. 67. Nevertheless, the months passed, and both the baby and I made it. Dede started walking by herself the day of her first birthday. Her father squatted in front of her, encouraged her warmly. She smiled, left me, and moved unsteadily toward him, arms outstretched, mouth half open, as if it were the happy goal of her year of crying. From then on, her nights became tranquil, and so did mine. She spent more time with Clelia, her anxieties diminished. I carved out some space for myself. But I discovered that I had no desire for demanding activities. As after a long illness, I couldn't wait to go outside, enjoy the sun and the colors, walk on the crowded streets, look in the shop windows. And since I had some money of my own, in that period I'd bought clothes for myself, for the baby, and for Pietro. I crowded the house with furniture and knickknacks. I squandered money as I never had before. I felt the need to be pretty, to meet interesting people, have conversations, but I hadn't made any friends, and Pietro, for his part, rarely brought guests home. I tried gradually to resume the satisfying life I had had until a year before, and only then noticed that the telephone hardly ever rang, that the calls for me were rare. The memory of my novel was fading, and with it, interest in my name was diminishing. That period of euphoria was followed by a phase of anxiety and occasionally depression, as I wondered what to do. I began reading contemporary literature again, and was often ashamed of my novel, which in comparison seemed frivolous and very traditional. I put aside the notes for the new book, which tended to repeat the old one, and made an effort to think of a story with more political engagement, one that would contain the tumult of the present. I made a few timid phone calls to l'Unità, and tried again to write articles. But I soon realized that my pieces no longer appealed to the editors. I had lost ground. I wasn't well informed. I didn't have time to go and examine particular situations and report on them. I wrote elegant sentences of an abstract rigor to announce, in that particular newspaper, to whom I'm not sure, my support of the harshest criticisms of the Communist Party and the unions. Today, it's hard to explain why I insisted on writing that stuff, or rather, why, although I scarcely took part in the city's political life, and in spite of my meekness, I felt increasingly drawn to extreme positions. Maybe I did it out of insecurity, or maybe out of distrust in every form of mediation, a skill that from early childhood I associated with the intrigues of my father, who operated shrewdly in the inefficiency of the city hall, or out of the vivid knowledge of poverty, which I felt an obligation not to forget. I wanted to be on the side of those who remained downtrodden and were fighting to turn everything upside down. Or because, and this was hard to admit, my model remained Lila, with her stubborn unreasonableness that refused to accept half measures. So that although I was now distant from her in every way, I wanted to say and do what I imagined she would say and do if she had had my tools, if she had not confined herself within the space of the neighborhood.
I stopped buying L'Unità. I began to read Lotta Continua and Il Manifesto. In the latter, I discovered Nino's name sometimes appeared. His articles were, as usual, well documented and shaped with cogent logic. As I had when I talked to him as a girl, I too felt the need to contain myself in a network of deliberately formulated general propositions that would keep me from breaking down. I noticed that I no longer thought of him with desire, or even with love. He had become, it seemed to me, a figure of regret, the synthesis of what I was at risk of not becoming, even though I had had the opportunity. We were born in the same environment. Both had brilliantly got out of it. Why then was I sliding into despair? Because of marriage? Because of motherhood and Dede? Because I was a woman? Because I had to take care of house and family and clean up shit and change diapers? Every time I came upon an article by Nino, and the article seemed well done, I was resentful. And the person who paid for it was Pietro, in fact, the only person I had to talk to. I got angry at him. I accused him of abandoning me in the most terrible period of my life, of caring only about his career and forgetting me. Our relations, I had trouble admitting it because it frightened me, but that was the reality, got worse and worse. I knew that he suffered because of his problems at work, and yet I couldn't forgive him. Rather, I criticized him, often starting from political positions no different from those of the students who made things so hard for him. He listened to me uneasily, scarcely responding. I suspected, in those moments, that the words he had shouted before, "Shut up, you speak in clichés," hadn't been an accidental loss of temper, but indicated that in general he didn't consider me capable of a serious discussion. It exasperated me, depressed me. My rancor increased, especially because I myself knew that I wavered between contradictory feelings whose essence could be summed up like this. It was inequality that made school laborious for some, me, for example, and almost a game for others, Pietro, for example. On the other hand, inequality or not, one had to study and do well, in fact, very well. I was proud of my journey, of the intelligence I had demonstrated, and I refused to believe that my labor had been in vain, if in certain ways obtuse. And yet, for obscure reasons, with Pietro I gave expression only to the injustice of inequality. I said to him, "You act as if all your students were the same, but it's not like that. It's a form of sadism to insist on the same results from kids who haven't had the same opportunities." And I even criticized him when he reported that he'd had a violent discussion with a colleague some 20 years his senior, an acquaintance of his sister's, who had thought he would find in him an ally against the most conservative part of the faculty. It happened that that man had, in a friendly way, advised him to be less severe with the students. Pietro had replied, in his polite but unnuanced way, that he didn't think he was severe, but only demanding. Well, the other had said, be less demanding, especially with the ones who are generously spending a lot of their time changing the current situation.
At that point, things came to a head, although I don't know exactly how or based on what arguments. Pietro, whose account was as usual minimal, first maintained that he had said only, in self-defense, that it was his habit always to treat all students with the respect that they deserved. Then he admitted he had accused his colleague of using a double standard, of accommodating the students who were more aggressive and ruthless, and even humiliating the more fearful ones. The man had taken offense, had gone so far as to say that only the fact that he knew his sister well prevented him from telling Pietro, and meanwhile, however, he had told him, that he was a fool, unworthy of the professorship he held. Couldn't you be more cautious? I am cautious. It doesn't seem that way to me. Well, I have to say what I think. Maybe you should find out who are your friends and who are your enemies. I don't have enemies. Or friends either. One thing leads to another. I overdid it. The result of your behavior, I hissed at him, is that no one in this city, least of all the friends of your parents, invite us to dinner or a concert or for a visit to the country. 68. It was evident to me now that Pietro, at the university, was a dull man, very remote from the keen activism of his family, an unsuccessful iota. And I shared that opinion, something that did not help our life in common or our intimate relations. When Dede finally settled down and began to sleep regularly, he returned to our bed. But as soon as he approached me, I felt irritated. I was afraid of getting pregnant again. I wanted him to let me sleep. So I pushed him away, wordlessly, or simply turned my back. And if he insisted and pressed his sex against my nightgown, I hit his leg gently with a heel, a signal, I don't want to, I'm sleepy. Pietro retreated unhappily. He got up and went to his study. One night we argued yet again about Clelia. There was always some tension when we had to pay her, but on that occasion it was clear that Clelia was an excuse. He said somberly, "Elena, we have to examine our relationship and take stock." I agreed immediately. I told him that I adored his intelligence and his civility, that Dede was marvelous, but I added that I didn't want more children. I found the isolation I had ended up in unbearable. I wanted to return to an active life. I hadn't slaved since childhood just to be imprisoned in the roles of wife and mother. We talked, I bitterly, he with courtesy. He stopped protesting about Clelia. He gave in. He decided to buy condoms. He began to invite friends, or rather acquaintances, he didn't have any friends, to dinner. He resigned himself to my going sometimes with Dede to meetings and demonstrations, in spite of the increasingly frequent violence in the streets. But that new course, rather than improving my life, complicated it. Dede became more attached to Clelia, and when I took her out, she was bored, she got upset, she pulled my ears, my hair, my nose, tearfully begging for her Clelia. I was convinced that she was happier with the girl from the Maremma than with me, and the suspicion returned that because I hadn't breastfed her and her first year of life had been hard, I was now a dark figure in her eyes, the mean woman who was constantly scolding her, and who, out of jealousy, mistreated her cheerful nanny, a playmate, a storyteller. She pushed me away even when, with a mechanical gesture, I wiped the snot off her nose with a handkerchief, or the remains of food off her mouth. She cried. She said I was hurting her. As for Pietro, the condoms dulled his sensitivity even more, and it took him even longer to reach orgasm, which made him suffer and made me suffer. Sometimes I made him take me from behind. I had the impression that it was less painful. And while he dealt those violent blows, I grabbed his hand and brought it to my sex, hoping he would understand that I wanted to be caressed. But he seemed incapable of doing both things, and since he preferred the first, he almost immediately forgot the second. Nor, once satisfied, did he seem to understand that I wanted some part of his body to consummate in turn my desire. After he had had his pleasure, he caressed my hair and whispered, "I'll work a little." When he left, the solitude seemed to me a consolation prize. Sometimes, at the demonstrations, I observed with curiosity the young men who exposed themselves fearlessly to every danger, who were charged with a joyous energy even when they felt threatened and became threatening. I felt their fascination. I was attracted by that fever heat. But I considered myself remote in every way from the bright girls who surrounded them. I was too cultured, wore glasses, was married. My time was always limited.
I returned home unhappy. I treated my husband coldly. I felt I was already old. A few times I daydreamed that one of those young men, he was well known in Florence, very popular, noticed me and dragged me away, as when in adolescence I felt clumsy and wouldn't dance, but Antonio or Pasquale would take me by the arm and force me. Naturally, it never happened. Rather, it was the acquaintances Pietro began to bring home who created complications. I labored to prepare dinners. I played the wife who can keep the conversation interesting, and I didn't complain. I had asked my husband to invite people. But I soon perceived, uneasily, that that ritual was not complete in itself. I was attracted by any man who gave me the slightest encouragement. Tall, short, thin, fat, ugly, handsome, old, married, or a bachelor, if the guest praised an observation of mine, if he had nice things to say about my book, if he grew excited by my intelligence, I looked at him cordially, and in a brief exchange of phrases and glances, my availability communicated itself. Then the man, bored at the start, became lively, ignoring Pietro, redoubling his attentions to me. His words grew more elusive, and his gestures, his attitude in the course of conversation gained intimacy. With his fingertips, he grazed my shoulder, my hand, looked into my eyes, formulating sentimental phrases, touched my knees with his, the tips of my shoes with his shoes. At those moments, I felt good. I forgot the existence of Pietro and Dede, the wake of boring obligations they trailed. I feared only the moment when the guest would leave, and I would fall back into the dreariness of my house, pointless days, idleness, rage concealed behind meekness. So I went overboard. Excitement goaded me to talk too much and too loudly. I crossed my legs, hiking up my skirt as far as possible. With a careless gesture, I unfastened a button on my shirt. It was I who shortened the distances, as if a part of me were convinced that if in some way I clung to that stranger, some of the well-being I felt at that moment would remain in my body, and when he had left the apartment, along with his wife or companion, I would feel the depression, the emptiness behind the display of feelings and ideas, the anguish of failure. In reality, afterward, alone in bed while Pietro studied, I felt simply stupid and despised myself. But however I tried, I couldn't change myself. Especially because those men were convinced they had made an impression, and generally called the next day, invented excuses to see me again. I accepted. But as soon as I arrived at the appointment, I was frightened. The simple fact that they were excited, although they were, let's say, 30 years older, or were married, canceled their authority, canceled the savior role I had assigned them, and the very pleasure I had felt during the game of seduction was a shameful mistake. I asked myself in bewilderment, why did I behave like that? What's happening to me? I paid more attention to Dede and Pietro. But at the first chance, it all started again. I fantasized, I listened at high volume to the music I had been ignorant of as a girl. I didn't read, I didn't write. And I felt increasingly regretful that because of my self-discipline in everything, I had missed the joy of letting go that the women of my age, of the milieu I now lived in, made a show of having and enjoying.
Whenever Maria Rosa, for example, appeared in Florence, sometimes for research, sometimes for political meetings, she came to stay with us, always with different men, sometimes with girlfriends, and she took drugs and offered them to her companions and to us. And if Pietro darkened and shut himself in his study, I was fascinated, and though hesitant to try smoking or LSD, I was afraid I would feel sick. I stayed to talk to her and her friends until late into the night. They talked about everything. Often the exchanges were violent, and I had the impression that the good language I had struggled to acquire had become inadequate, too neat, too clean. Look how Maria Rosa's language has changed, I thought. She's broken with her upbringing. She's got a dirty mouth. Pietro's sister now expressed herself more vulgarly than Lila and I had as girls. She didn't utter a noun that wasn't preceded by fucking. Where did I put that fucking match? Where are the fucking cigarettes? Lila had never stopped talking like that. So what was I supposed to do? Become like her again? Go back to the starting point? Then why had I worn myself out? I observed my sister-in-law. I liked how she displayed solidarity with me and embarrassed her brother instead, and the men she brought home. One night, she abruptly interrupted the conversation to say to the young man with her, "Enough, let's go fuck." Fuck. Pietro had invented a well-mannered child's jargon for sexual things. I had acquired it and used it in place of the vulgar dialect vocabulary I had known since early childhood. But now, if one really wanted to feel part of the changing world, was it necessary to bring back the obscene words? To say, I want to screw, fuck me this way and that way? Unimaginable with my husband. But the few men I saw, all highly educated, willingly pretended to be lower class, were amused by women who acted like sluts, and seemed to enjoy treating a woman like a whore. At first, these men were very formal. They controlled themselves. But they couldn't wait to start a skirmish that moved from the unsaid to the said to the more explicitly said. In a game of freedom where female shyness was considered a sign of hypocritical foolishness. Candor, rather, immediacy, these were the qualities of the liberated woman, and I made an effort to live up to them. But the more I did, the more I felt enthralled by my interlocutor. A couple of times it seemed to me that I was falling in love. 69. It happened first with a lecturer in Greek literature, a man of my age, originally from Asti, who had in his hometown a fiancée with whom he said he was unhappy. Then with the husband of a temporary lecturer in papyrology, a couple with 2 small children, she from Catania, he from Florence, an engineer who taught mechanics named Mario, who was 7 years older than me. He had an extensive political education, a lot of authority in public, long hair, and in his spare time he played drums in a rock band. With both, the routine was the same. Pietro invited them to dinner, I began to flirt. Phone calls, carefree participation in demonstrations, many walks, sometimes with Dede, sometimes alone, and occasional movies. With the Greek lecturer, I retreated as soon as he became explicit. But Mario trapped me in a tightening net, and one evening, in his car, he kissed me. He kissed me for a long time, and, putting his hands in my bra, caressed my breasts. I pushed him away with difficulty. I said I didn't want to see him anymore. But he called again. I missed him, I gave in. Since he had kissed me and touched me, he was sure he had some rights, and behaved immediately as if we were starting up again from the point where he had left off. He insisted, proposed, demanded. When I, on the one hand, led him on, and on the other, dodged him, laughing, he got offended. He offended me. One morning I was walking with him and Dede, who, if I remember, was a little over 2 and was completely absorbed by a beloved doll, Tess, a name she had invented. In the circumstances, I was paying scarcely any attention to her, carried away by the verbal game, and sometimes I forgot about her completely. As for Mario, he gave no importance to the child's presence. He was interested only in keeping after me, with his uninhibited talk. And he turned to Dede to whisper playfully in her ear things like, "Please, will you tell your mama to be nice to me?" The time flew. We parted. Dede and I headed home. But after a few steps, the child said harshly, "Tess told me she has a secret to tell Papa." My heart stopped in my chest.
Tess? And what will she tell Papa? Tess knows something good or bad? Bad. I threatened her. You explain to Tess that if she reports that thing to Papa, you will lock her up in the storeroom, in the dark. She burst into tears, and I had to carry her home. She who, to please me, would walk and walk, pretending that she never got tired. Day understood, therefore, or at least perceived, that between that man and me there was something that her father wouldn't tolerate. I again broke off the meetings with Mario. What was he, in the end? A middle-class man who liked pornographic wordplay. But I couldn't control my restlessness, and eagerness for violation was growing in me. I wanted to break the rules, as the entire world seemed to be breaking the rules. I wanted, even just once, to break out of marriage, or, why not, everything in my life. What I had learned, what I had written, what I was trying to write, the child I had brought into the world. Ah, yes, marriage was a prison. Leela, who had courage, had escaped at risk of her very life. And what risks did I run with Pietro, so distracted, so absent? None. So, I called Mario. I left Day to Clelia. I went to his office. We kissed. He sucked my nipples. He touched me between the legs as Antonio had at the ponds years before. But when he pulled down his pants and, with his underpants at his knees, grabbed me by the neck and tried to push me against his sex, I wriggled free, said no, put myself in order, and rushed away. I returned home in great agitation, filled with guilt. I made love with Pietro passionately. I have never felt so rapt. It was I who said no to the condom. What am I worried about? I said to myself. I'm near my period. Nothing will happen. But it did happen. Within a few weeks, I found that I was pregnant again. 70. With Pietro, I didn't even hint at abortion. He was very happy that I was giving him another child, and besides, I myself was afraid of trying that route. The very word made my stomach hurt. Adele mentioned abortion on the telephone, but I immediately avoided the subject with stock phrases like, "Day needs company. Growing up alone is hard. It's better for her to have a little brother or sister." The book? It's going well, I lied. Will you let me read it? Of course. We're all waiting. I know. I was panic-stricken. Almost without thinking, I made a move that astounded Pietro, maybe even me. I telephoned my mother. I said I was expecting another child. I asked if she wanted to come and stay in Florence for a while. She muttered that she couldn't. She had to take care of my father, of my siblings. I shouted at her, "It'll be your fault if I don't write anymore." "Who gives a damn?" she answered. "Isn't it enough for you to live the life of a lady?" And she hung up. But 5 minutes later, Elisa telephoned. "I'll take care of the household," she said. "Mama will leave tomorrow." Pietro picked up my mother at the station in the car, which made her proud, made her feel loved. As soon as she set foot in the house, I listed a series of rules. Don't move anything around in Pietro's study or mine. Don't spoil Day. Don't interfere between me and my husband. Supervise Clelia without fighting with her. Stay in the kitchen or your room if I have guests. I was resigned to the idea that she wouldn't respect any of those rules, but instead, as if the fear of being sent away had modified her nature, she became within a few days a devoted servant who provided for every necessity of the house and resolved every problem decisively and efficiently without ever disturbing me or Pietro. From time to time, she went to Naples, and her absence immediately made me feel exposed to chance. I was afraid she would never return. But she always did. She told me the news of the neighborhood. Carmen was pregnant. Marisa had had a boy. Gigiola was giving Michele Solara a second child. She said nothing about Leela to avoid conflict. And then she became a kind of invisible household spirit who ensured for all of us clean, ironed clothes, meals that tasted of childhood,
an apartment that was always tidy, an orderliness that, as soon as it was disturbed, was put back in order with a maniacal punctuality. Pietro thought of trying again to get rid of Clelia, and my mother was in agreement. I got angry, but instead of raging at my husband, I lost my temper with her, and she withdrew into her room without responding. Pietro reproached me and made an effort to reconcile us quickly. He adored her, he said. She was a very intelligent woman, and he would sit in the kitchen with her after dinner, chatting. Dede called her grandma and grew so attached to her that she was irritated when Clelia appeared. Now, I said to myself, everything is in order. Now you have no excuses. And I forced myself to focus on the book. I looked at my notes again. I was absolutely convinced that I had to change course. I wanted to leave behind me what Franco had called petty love affairs and write something suited to a time of demonstrations, violent deaths, police repression, fears of a coup d'etat. I couldn't get beyond a dozen inert pages. What was missing then? It was hard to say. Naples, maybe, the neighborhood, or an image like the Blue Fairy, or a passion, or an authoritative voice that would direct me. I sat at the desk for hours, in vain. I leafed through novels. I never went out of the room for fear of being captured by Dede. How unhappy I was. I heard the voice of the child in the hall, Clelius, my mother's limping step. I lifted my skirt. I looked at the belly that was already starting to grow, spreading an undesired well-being through my whole organism. I was for the second time pregnant, and yet empty. 71. It was then that I began telephoning Leela, not sporadically, as I had until then, but almost every day. I made the expensive intercity calls with the sole purpose of crouching in her shadow, letting my pregnancy run its course, hoping that, in line with an old habit, she would set my imagination in motion. Naturally, I was careful not to say the wrong things, and I hoped that she wouldn't either. I knew clearly now that our friendship was possible only if we controlled our tongues. For example, I couldn't confess to her that a dark part of me feared that she was casting an evil spell on me from afar, that part still hoped that she was really sick and would die. For example, she couldn't tell me the real reasons that motivated the rough, often offensive tone in which she treated me. So we confined ourselves to talking about Gennaro, who was one of the smartest children in the elementary school, about Dede, who already knew how to read, and we did it like two mothers doing the normal boasting of mothers. Or I mentioned my attempt to write, but without making a big deal of it. I said only, I'm working, it's not easy. Or I tried to find out if Michele was still hanging around her, to somehow capture her and keep her. Or sometimes I would ask if she liked certain movie or television actors, and urge her to tell me if men unlike Enzo attracted her, and perhaps confide to her that it happened to me too, that I was attracted to men unlike Pietro. But this last subject didn't seem to interest her. When I mentioned an actor, she always said, "Who's he? I've never seen him in the movies or on television." And if I merely uttered the name of Enzo, she began updating me on the computer story, bewildering me with an incomprehensible jargon. Her accounts were enthusiastic, and occasionally, on the hypothesis that they might be useful to me in the future, I took notes while she spoke. Enzo had made it. Now he worked in an underwear factory 50 kilometers from Naples. The company had rented an IBM machine, and he was the systems engineer. You know what kind of work that is. He diagrams manual processes by transforming them into flowcharts. The central unit of the machine is as big as a closet with 3 doors, and it has a memory of 8 kilobytes.
You can't imagine how hot it is, Lenu. The computer is worse than a stove. Maximum abstraction, along with sweat and a terrible stink. She talked to me about ferrite cores, rings traversed by an electrical cable whose tension determined the rotation, 0 or 1. And a ring was a bit, and the total of 8 rings could represent a byte, that is, a character. Enzo was the singular protagonist of Lila's monologues. He dominated all that material like a god. He manipulated the vocabulary and the substance inside a large room with big air conditioners. A hero who could make the machine do everything that people did. "Is that clear?" she asked me every so often. I answered yes, weakly, but I didn't know what she was talking about. I perceived only that she noticed that nothing was clear to me, and I was ashamed of this. Her enthusiasm grew with every phone call. Enzo was now earning 148,000 lira a month, exactly 148, because he was so smart, the most intelligent man she had ever met. So smart, so clever, that he had soon become indispensable and had managed to get her hired as an assistant. Here, this was the news. Lila was working again, and this time she liked it. "He's the boss, Lenu, and I'm the deputy. I leave Gennaro with my mother, sometimes even with Stefano, and I go to the factory every morning. Enzo and I study the company point by point. We do everything the employees do, so we know what we have to put into the computer. We check off, I don't know, the transactions, we attach the stamps to the invoices, we check the trainees' cards, the time cards, and then we transform everything into diagrams and holes in cards. Yes, I'm also a punch card operator. I'm there with 3 other women, and I'm getting 80,000 lira. 148 plus 80 is 228, Lenu. Enzo and I are rich, and it will be even better in a few months because the owner realized that I'm very capable and wants me to take a course. You see what sort of life I have? Are you pleased?" 72. One night, she was the one who telephoned. She said she had just had some bad news. Dario, the student she had told me about some time earlier, the kid from the committee who handed out leaflets in front of the Soccavo factory, had been beaten to death right outside of school in Piazza del Gesù. She seemed worried. She spoke of a black cloud that lay oppressively on the neighborhood and the whole city, attacks and more attacks. Behind many of these beatings, she said, were Gino's fascists, and behind Gino was Michele Solara. Names that, in uttering, she charged with old disgust, new rage, as if beneath what she said there was much else about which she was silent. I thought, how can she be so sure that they're the ones responsible? Maybe she stayed in touch with the students of Via dei Tribunali. Maybe Enzo's computers are not the only thing in her life. I listened without interrupting while she let the words flow in her usual gripping way. She told me in great detail about a number of expeditions by the fascists who started at the party headquarters opposite the elementary school, spread up the Retifilo, through Piazza Municio, up the Vomero, and attacked comrades with iron bars and knives. Even Pasquale had been beaten a couple of times. His front teeth had been broken. And Enzo, one night, had fought with Gino himself right in front of their house. Then she stopped. She changed her tone. "Do you remember," she asked, "the atmosphere of the neighborhood when we were little? It's worse, or rather, no, it's the same." And she mentioned her father-in-law, Don Achille Carracci, the loan shark, the fascist, and Peluso, the carpenter, the communist, and the war taking place right before our eyes. We slipped slowly back into those times. I remembered one detail, she another. Until Lila accented the visionary quality of her phrases and began to tell the story of the murder of Don Achille the way she had as a girl, with many fragments of reality and many of imagination. The knife to the neck, the spurting blood that had stained a copper pot. She ruled out, as she had at the time, that it was the carpenter who killed him. She said, with adult conviction, justice then, and today for that matter, settled for the most obvious trail, the one that led to the communist. Then she exclaimed, "Who says it was really Carmen and Pasquale's father? And who says it was a man and not a woman?" As in one of our childhood games, when it seemed to us that we were in all ways complementary, I followed her step by step, adding my voice excitedly to hers.
and I had the impression that together, the girls of the past and the adults of the present, we were arriving at a truth that for 2 decades had been unspeakable. "Think about it," she said. "Who really gained from that murder? Who ended up with the money-lending market that Don Achille controlled?" Yes, who? We found the answer in unison. The person who had gotten something out of it was the woman with the red book, Manuela Solara, the mother of Marcello and Michaela. "She killed Don Achille," we said, excitedly. And then, turning melancholy, said softly, "First I, then she." "But what are we talking about? That's enough. We're still children. We'll never grow up." 73. Finally, the moment seemed auspicious. It was a long time since we'd had our old harmony. Only this time the harmony really was confined to a tangle of vibrating breaths along the telephone wires. We hadn't seen each other for a long time. She didn't know what I looked like after 2 pregnancies. I didn't know if she was still pale and very thin, or had changed. For several years, I had been speaking to a mental image that the voice was slowly reviving. Maybe for that reason, the murder of Don Achille suddenly seemed like an invention, the core of a possible story. And once I got off the telephone, I tried to put order into our conversation, reconstructing the passages on the basis of which Lila, fusing past and present, had led me from the murder of poor Dario to that of the loan shark up to Manuela Solara. I had trouble sleeping. I pondered for a long time. I felt with increasing lucidity that that material might be a shore from which to lean out and grasp a story. In the following days, I mixed Florence with Naples, the tumults of the present with distant voices, the comfort of now, and the struggle I had had to pull myself out of my origins, the anxiety of losing everything, and the fascination of regression. As I thought about it, I became convinced that I could make a book out of it. With great effort, with constant, painful second thoughts, I filled a graph paper notebook, constructing a web of violence that welded together the past 20 years. Sometimes Lila telephoned. She asked, "Why don't you call anymore? Aren't you well?" "I'm very well. I'm writing." "And when you write, I no longer exist?" "You exist, but I'm distracted." "If I'm ill, if I need you, call." "And if I don't telephone, you stay inside your novel?" "Yes." "I envy you. Lucky you." I worked with growing anxiety that I wouldn't be able to get to the end of the story before the baby was born. I was afraid I might die while I was giving birth, leaving the book unfinished. It was hard, nothing like the happy unconsciousness in which I had written the first novel. Once I had sketched out the story, I decided to give the text a more thoughtful pace. I wanted the writing to be lively, new, deliberately chaotic, and I didn't hold back. So I worked on a second, detailed draft. I went back and rewrote every line, even when, thanks to a letter 32 that I had bought when I was expecting Dede, thanks to carbon paper, I had transformed the notebooks into a solid typescript in triplicate, almost 200 pages, with not a single typing mistake. It was summer. It was very hot. My belly was enormous. The pain in my buttock had reappeared. It came and went, and my mother's step in the hall got on my nerves.
I stared at the pages. I discovered that I was afraid of them. For days, I couldn't make up my mind. I worried about giving it to Pietro to read. Maybe, I thought, I should send it directly to Adele. This isn't the type of story for him. And besides, with the persistence that distinguished him, he continued to make life difficult for himself at the university, coming home in a state of agitation, making abstract speeches about the value of law. In other words, he wasn't in the right state of mind to read a novel about workers, bosses, struggles, blood, Camorrists, loan sharks. What's more, my novel. He keeps me separate from the confusion inside him. He's never been interested in what I was and what I've become. What's the point of giving him the book? He'll just discuss this or that choice of word and the punctuation, and if I insist on an opinion, he'll say something vague. I sent Adele a copy of the manuscript. Then I called her. "I finished. I'm so pleased. Will you let me read it? I sent it to you this morning." "Good. I can't wait to read it."
74. I settled myself to wait, a wait that became much more anxious than that for the child who was kicking in my belly. I counted 5 days, one after another, no word from Adele. On the 6th day, at dinner, while Dede was making an effort to eat by herself in order not to displease me, and her grandmother was desperate to help her but didn't, Pietro asked me, "Did you finish your book?" "Yes." "And why did you give it to my mother to read and not me?" "You're busy. I didn't want to bother you. But if you want to read it, there's a copy on my desk." He didn't answer. I waited. I asked, "Adele told you I sent it to her? Who else would it have been?" "Did she finish it?" "Yes." "What does she think?" "She'll tell you. It's between you two." He was offended. After dinner, I moved the manuscript from my desk to his. I put Dede to bed, I watched television without seeing or hearing anything, and finally I went to bed. I couldn't close my eyes. Why had Adele talked to Pietro about the book but hadn't yet called me? The next day, July 30, 1973, I went to see if my husband had started reading. The typescript was under the books he had been working on for most of the night. It was clear that he hadn't even looked through it. I became nervous. I shouted at Clelia to take care of Dede, not to sit around and let my mother to do everything. I was very harsh with her, and my mother evidently took it as a sign of affection. She touched my belly as if to calm me. She asked, "If it's another girl, what will you call her?" I had other things on my mind. My leg hurt. I answered without thinking, "Elsa." She darkened. I realized too late that she was expecting me to say, "We gave Dede the name of Pietro's mother, and if it's another girl this time, we'll give her your name." I tried to justify it, but reluctantly. I said, "Ma, try to understand. Your name is Immaculata. I can't give my daughter a name like that. I don't like it." She grumbled, "Why? Is Elsa nicer?" I replied, "Elsa is like Elisa. If I give her the name of my sister, you should be pleased." She didn't say another word. Oh, how tired I was of everything. The heat was getting worse. I was dripping with sweat. I couldn't stand my heavy belly. I couldn't stand my limping. I couldn't stand anything, not a thing. Finally, a little before lunchtime, Adele telephoned. Her voice lacked its usual ironic inflection. She spoke slowly and seriously. I felt that every word was a struggle. She said, with a lot of euphemistic phrases and many fine distinctions, that the book wasn't good. But when I tried to defend it, she stopped looking for formulations that wouldn't hurt me and became explicit. The protagonist was unlikable. The characters were caricatures. Situations and dialogues were mannered. The writing tried to be modern and was only confused. All that hatred was unpleasant. The ending was crude, like a spaghetti western. It was an insult to my intelligence, my education, my talent. I resigned myself to silence. I listened to her criticisms to the end. She concluded by saying, "The earlier novel was vivid, innovative. This, however, is old in its contents and so pretentiously written that the words seem empty." I said quietly, "Maybe at the publisher they'll be kinder." She stiffened and replied, "If you want to send it, go ahead, but I would assume they'll judge it unpublishable." I didn't know what to say. I said, "All right, I'll think about it. Goodbye." She kept me on the line, however, and, rapidly changing her tone, began to speak affectionately of Dede, of my mother, my pregnancy, of Maria Rosa, who enraged her. Then she asked, "Why didn't you give the novel to Pietro?" "I don't know. He could have advised you." "I doubt it." "You don't respect him?" "No." Afterward, shut in my study, I despaired. It had been humiliating, intolerable. I could hardly eat. I fell asleep with the window closed despite the heat. At 4 in the afternoon, I had my first labor pains. I said nothing to my mother. I took the bag I had prepared, I got in the car, and drove to the clinic, hoping to die on the way, I and my second child. Instead, everything went smoothly. The pain was excruciating, but in a few hours, I had another girl. Pietro insisted the next morning that our second daughter should be given the name of my mother. It seemed to him a necessary tribute. I replied bitterly that I was tired of following tradition. I repeated that she was to be called Elsa. When I came home from the clinic, the first thing I did was call Leela. I didn't tell her I had just given birth. I asked if I could send her the novel. I heard her breathing lightly for a few seconds. Then she said, "I'll read it when it comes out. I need your opinion right away. I haven't opened a book for a long time, Lanu. I don't know how to read anymore. I'm not capable. I'm asking you as a favor. The other you just published, period. Why not this one? Because the other one didn't even seem like a book to me. I can only tell you if I like it. All right, that's enough." 75. While I was waiting for Leela to read, we learned that there was a cholera outbreak in Naples. My mother became excessively agitated, then distracted. Finally, she broke a soup tureen I was fond of and announced that she had to go home. I imagined that if the cholera figured heavily in that decision, my refusal to give her name to my new daughter wasn't secondary. I tried to make her stay, but she abandoned me anyway, when I still hadn't recovered from the birth and my leg was hurting. She could no longer bear to sacrifice months and months of her life to me, a child of hers without respect and without gratitude. She would rather go and die of the cholera bacterium with her husband and her good children. Yet, even in the doorway, she maintained the impassiveness that I had imposed on her. She didn't complain, she didn't grumble, she didn't reproach me for anything. She was happy for Pietro to take her to the station in the car. She felt that her son-in-law loved her, and probably, I thought, she had controlled herself not to please me so that she wouldn't make a bad impression on him. She became emotional only when she had to part from Dede. On the landing, she asked the child in her effortful Italian, "Are you sorry that Grandma's leaving?" Dede, who felt that departure as a betrayal, answered grimly, "No." I was angry with myself more than with her. Then I was seized by a self-destructive frenzy, and a few hours later, I fired Clelia. Pietro was amazed, alarmed. I said to him rancorously that I was tired of fighting with Dede's Moreman accent with my mother's Neapolitan one. I wanted to go back to being mistress of my house and my children. In reality, I felt guilty and had a great need to punish myself. With desperate pleasure, I surrendered to the idea of being overwhelmed by the two children, by my domestic duties, by my painful leg. I had no doubt that Elsa would compel me to a year no less terrible than the one I'd had with Dede. But maybe because I was more experienced with newborns, maybe because I was resigned to being a bad mother and wasn't anxious about perfection, the infant attached herself to my breast with no trouble and devoted herself to feeding and sleeping. As a result, I too slept a lot those first days at home, and Pietro surprisingly cleaned the house, did the shopping and cooking, bathed Elsa, played with Dede, who was as if dazed by the arrival of a sister and the departure of her grandmother. The pain in my legs suddenly disappeared, and I was in a generally peaceful state when, one late afternoon, as I was napping, my husband came to wake me. "Your friend from Naples is on the phone," he said. I hurried to answer. Leela had talked to Pietro for a long time, she said. She said she couldn't wait to meet him in person. I listened reluctantly. Pietro was always amiable with people who didn't belong to the world of his parents, and since she dragged it out in a tone that seemed to me nervously cheerful, I was ready to shout at her. "I've given you the chance to hurt me as much as possible. Hurry up, speak. You've had the book for 13 days. Let me know what you think." But I confined myself to breaking in abruptly. "Did you read it or not?" She became serious. "I read it. And so? It's good." "Good how? Did it interest you, amuse you, bore you?" "It interested me." "How much? A little? A lot?" "A lot." "And why?" "Because of the story. It makes you want to read." "And then?" "Then what?" I stiffened and said, "Leela, I absolutely have to know how this thing that I wrote, and I have no one else who can tell me, only you." "I'm doing that." "No, it's not true. You're cheating me. You've never talked about anything in such a superficial way." There was a long silence. I imagined her sitting, legs crossed, next to an ugly little table on which the telephone stood. Maybe she and Enzo had just returned from work. Maybe Gennaro was playing nearby. She said, "I told you I don't know how to read anymore. That's not the point. It's that I need you and you don't give a damn." Another silence. Then she muttered something I didn't understand, maybe an insult. She said harshly, resentful, "I do one job, you do another. What do you expect from me? You're the one who had an education. You're the one who knows what books should be like." Then her voice broke. She almost cried. "You mustn't write those things, Lenu. You aren't that. None of what I read resembles you. It's an ugly, ugly book, and the one before it was too." Like that. Rapid and yet strangled phrases, as if her breath, light, a whisper, had suddenly become solid and couldn't move in and out of her throat. I felt sick to my stomach, a sharp pain above my belly, which grew sharper, but not because of what she said, but rather because of how she said it. Was she sobbing? I exclaimed anxiously, "Leela, what's wrong? Calm down. Come on, breathe." She didn't calm down. They were really sobs. I heard them in my ear, burdened with such suffering that I couldn't feel the wound of that ugly Lenu, ugly, ugly. Nor was I offended that she reduced my first book, the book that had sold so well, the book of my success, but of which she had never told me what she thought, to a failure. What hurt me was her weeping. I wasn't prepared. I hadn't expected it. I would have preferred the mean Leela. I would have preferred her treacherous tone. But no, she was sobbing, and she couldn't control herself. I felt bewildered. All right, I thought. I've written 2 bad books, but what does it matter? This unhappiness is much more serious. And I said softly, "Leela, why are you crying? I should be crying. Stop it." But she shrieked, "Why did you make me read it? Why did you force me to tell you what I think? I should have kept it to myself." And I, "No, I'm glad you told me, I swear." I wanted her to quiet down, but she couldn't. She poured out on me a confusion of words. "Don't make me read anything else. I'm not fit for it. I expect the best from you. I'm too certain that you can do better. I want you to do better. It's what I want most. Because who am I if you aren't great? Who am I?" I whispered, "Don't worry. Always tell me what you think. That's the only way you can help me. You've helped me since we were children. Without you, I'm not capable of anything." And finally she smothered her sobs. She said, sniffling, "Why did I start crying? I'm an idiot." She laughed. "I didn't want to upset you. I had prepared a positive speech. Imagine, I wrote it. I wanted to make a good impression." I urged her to send it. I said, "It could be that you know better than I do what I should write." And at that point, we forgot the book. I told her that Elsa was born. We talked about Florence, Naples, the cholera. "What cholera?" she said sarcastically. "There's no cholera. There's only the usual mess and the fear of dying and shit, more fear than facts. We eat a bag of lemons and no one shits anymore." Now she talked continuously, without a break, almost cheerful. A weight had been lifted. As a result, I began again to feel the bind I was in. 2 small daughters, a husband generally absent, the disaster of the writing. And yet I didn't feel anxious. Rather, I felt light, and I brought the conversation back to my failure. I had in mind phrases like, "The thread is broken. That fluency of yours that had a positive effect on me is gone. Now I'm truly alone." But I didn't say it. I confessed instead in a self-satirizing tone that behind the labor of that book was the desire to settle accounts with the neighborhood, that it seemed to me to represent the great changes that surrounded me, that what had in some way suggested it, encouraging me, was the story of Donna Chile or the mother of the Solaris. She burst out laughing. She said that the disgusting face of things alone was not enough for writing a novel. Without imagination, it would seem not a true face, but a mask. 76. I don't really know what happened to me afterward. Even now, as I sort out that phone call, it's hard to relate the effects of Leela's sobs. If I look closely, I have the impression of seeing mainly a sort of incongruous gratification. As if that crying spell, in confirming her affection and the faith she had in my abilities, had ultimately canceled out the negative judgment of both books. Only much later did it occur to me that the sobs had allowed her to destroy my work without appeal, to escape my resentment, to impose on me a purpose so high, don't disappoint her, that it paralyzed every other attempt to write. But I repeat, however much I try to decipher that phone call, I can't say that it was at the origin of this or that it was an exalted moment of our friendship or one of the most wretched. Certainly Leela reinforced her role as a mirror of my inadequacies. Certainly I was more willing to accept failure, as if Leela's opinion were much more authoritative, but also more persuasive and more affectionate than that of my mother-in-law. In fact, a few days later, I called Adele and said to her, "Thank you for being so frank. I realized that you're right, and it strikes me now that my first book, too, had a lot of flaws. Maybe I ought to think about it. Maybe I'm not a good writer, or I simply need more time." My mother-in-law hastily drowned me in compliments, praised my capacity for self-criticism, reminded me that she had an audience and that audience was waiting. I said yes, of course, and right afterward I put the last copy of the novel in a drawer. I also put away the notebooks full of notes. I let myself be absorbed by daily life. The irritation at that useless labor extended to my first book too, perhaps even to the literary purposes of writing. If an image or an evocative phrase came to mind, I felt a sense of uneasiness and moved on to something else. I devoted myself to the house, to the children, to Pietro. Not once did I think of having Clelia back or of replacing her with someone else. Again, I took on everything, and certainly I did it to put myself in a stupor.
But it happened without effort, without bitterness, as if I had suddenly discovered that this was the right way of spending one's life. And a part of me whispered, "Enough of those silly notions in your head." I organized the household tasks rigidly, and I took care of Elsa and Dede with an unexpected pleasure, as if besides the weight of the womb, besides the weight of the manuscript, I had rid myself of another, more hidden weight, which I myself was unable to name. Elsa proved to be a placid creature. She took long, happy baths. She nursed. She slept. She smiled even in her sleep. But I had to be very attentive to Dede, who hated her sister. She woke in the morning with a wild expression, recounting how she had saved the baby from fire, from a flood, from a wolf. But mostly she pretended to be a newborn herself, and asked to suck on my nipples, imitated infant wails, refused to act as what she now was, a child of almost 4 with highly developed language, perfectly independent in her primary functions. I was careful to give her a lot of affection, to praise her intelligence and her ability, to persuade her that I needed her help with everything, the shopping, the cooking, keeping her sister out of trouble. Meanwhile, since I was terrified by the possibility of getting pregnant again, I began to take the pill. I gained weight. I felt as if I'd swelled up, yet I didn't dare stop. A new pregnancy frightened me more than any other thing. And then my body didn't matter to me the way it used to. The 2 children seemed to have confirmed that I was no longer young, that the signs of my labors, washing them, dressing them, the stroller, the shopping, cooking, one in my arms and one by the hand, both in my arms, wiping the nose of one, cleaning the mouth of the other, testified to my maturity as a woman, that to become like the mamas of the neighborhood wasn't a threat, but the order of things. It's fine this way, I told myself. Pietro, who had given in on the pill after resisting for a long time, examined me. "You're getting fat. What are those spots on your skin?" He was afraid that the children, and he and I were getting sick, but he hated doctors. I tried to reassure him. He had gotten very thin lately. He always had circles under his eyes, and white strands had appeared in his hair. He complained of pain in his knee, in his right side, in his shoulder, and yet he wouldn't have an examination. I forced him to go. I went with him, along with the children, and apart from the need for some sleeping pills, he turned out to be very healthy.
That made him euphoric for a few hours, and all his symptoms vanished. But in a short time, in spite of the sedatives, he felt ill again. Once, Dede wouldn't let him watch the news. It was right after the coup in Chile, and he spanked her much too hard. And as soon as I began to take the pill, he developed a desire to make love even more frequently than before, but only in the morning or the afternoon, because, he said, it was the evening orgasm that made him sleepless. Then he was compelled to study for a good part of the night, which made him feel chronically tired and consequently ill. Nonsensical talk. Working at night had always been for him a habit and a necessity. Yet I said, let's not do it at night anymore. Anything was fine with me. Of course, sometimes I was exasperated. It was hard to get help from him even in small things. The shopping when he was free, washing the dishes after dinner. One evening I lost my temper. I didn't say anything terrible. I just raised my voice. And I made an important discovery. If I merely shouted, his stubbornness disappeared and he obeyed me. It was possible, by speaking harshly, to make even his unpredictable pains go away, even his neurotic wish to make love constantly. But I didn't like doing it. When I behaved like that, I was sorry. It seemed to cause a painful tremor in his brain. Besides, the results weren't lasting. He gave in, he adjusted, he took on tasks with a certain gravity. But then he really was tired. He forgot agreements, he went back to thinking only about himself. In the end, I let it go. I tried to make him laugh. I kissed him. What did I gain from a few washed dishes, poorly washed at that? Better to leave him tranquil. I was glad when I could avoid tension. In order not to upset him, I also learned not to say what I thought. He didn't seem to care anyway. If he talked about, I don't know, about the government measure in response to the oil crisis, if he praised the rapprochement of the Communist Party to the Christian Democrats, he preferred me to be only an approving listener. And when I appeared to disagree, he assumed an absent-minded expression, or said in a tone that he obviously used with his students, "You were badly brought up. You don't know the value of democracy, of the state, of the law, of mediation, between established interests, balance between nations. You like apocalypse." I was his wife, an educated wife, and he expected me to pay close attention when he spoke to me about politics, about his studies, about the new book he was working on, filled with anxiety, wearing himself out. But the attention had to be affectionate. He didn't want opinions, especially if they caused doubts. It was as if he were thinking out loud, explaining to himself. And yet his mother was a completely different type of woman, and so was his sister. Evidently, he didn't want me to be like them. During that period of weakness, I understood from certain vague remarks that he wasn't happy about not only the success of my first book, but its very publication. As for the second, he never asked me what had happened to the manuscript and what future projects I had. The fact that I no longer mentioned writing seemed to be a relief to him. That Pietro every day revealed himself to be worse than I had expected, did not, however, drive me again toward others. At times I ran into Mario the engineer, but I quickly discovered that the desire to seduce and be seduced had disappeared, and in fact that former agitation seemed to me a rather ridiculous phase. Luckily, it had passed. The craving to get out of the house, participate in the public life of the city also diminished. If I decided to go to a debate or a demonstration, I always took the children, and I was proud of the bags I toted, stuffed with everything they might need, of the cautious disapproval of those who said, "They're so little, it might be dangerous." But I went out every day, in whatever weather, so that my daughters could have air and sun. I never went without taking a book. Out of a habit that I had never lost, I continued to read wherever I was, even if the ambition of making a world for myself had vanished. I generally took a short walk and then sat on a bench not far from home. I paged through complicated essays, I read the newspaper, I yelled, "Dede, don't go far, stay close to Mama." I was that, I had to accept it. Leela, whatever turn her life might take, was different. 77. It happened that around that time, Mario Rosa came to Florence to present the book of a university colleague of hers on the Madonna del Parto. Pietro swore he wouldn't miss it, but at the last minute he made an excuse and hid somewhere. My sister-in-law arrived by car this time, alone this time, a bit tired but affectionate as always, and loaded with presents for Dede and Elsa. She never mentioned my aborted novel, even though Adele had surely told her about it. She talked volubly about trips she'd taken, about books, with her usual enthusiasm. She pursued energetically the many novelties of the planet. She would assert one thing, get tired of it, go on to another that a little earlier, out of distraction, blindness, she had rejected. When she spoke about her colleague's book, she immediately gained the admiration of the art historians in the audience.
And the evening would have run smoothly along the usual academic tracks if, at a certain point, with an abrupt swerve, she hadn't uttered remarks, occasionally vulgar, of this type. Children shouldn't be given to any father, least of all God the Father. Children should be given to themselves. The moment has arrived to study as women and not as men. Behind every discipline is the penis, and when the penis feels impotent, it resorts to the iron bar, the police, the prisons, the army, the concentration camps. And if you don't submit, if, rather, you continue to turn everything upside down, then comes slaughter. Shouts of discontent, of agreement. At the end, she was surrounded by a dense crowd of women. She called me over with welcoming gestures, proudly showed off Dede and Elsa to her Florentine friends, said nice things about me. Some remembered my book, but I avoided it, as if I hadn't written it. The evening was nice, and brought an invitation, from a small, varied group of girls and adult women, to go to the house of one of them once a week, to talk, they said, about us. Maria Rosa's provocative remarks and the invitation of her friends led me to fish out from under a pile of books those pamphlets Adele had given me long before. I carried them around in my purse, I read them outside, under the gray sky of late winter. First, intrigued by the title, I read an essay entitled "We Spit on Hegel." I read it while Elsa slept in her carriage, and Dede, in coat, scarf, and woolen hat, talked to her doll in a low voice. Every sentence struck me, every word, and above all, the bold freedom of thought. I forcefully underlined many of the sentences. I made exclamation points, vertical strokes. Spit on Hegel. Spit on the culture of men. Spit on Marx, on Engels, on Lenin, and on historical materialism, and on Freud, and on psychoanalysis and penis envy, and on marriage, on family, and on Nazism, on Stalinism, on terrorism, and on war, and on the class struggle, and on the dictatorship of the proletariat, and on socialism, and on communism, and on the trap of equality, and on all the manifestations of patriarchal culture, and on all its institutional forms. Resist the waste of female intelligence. Deculturate. Disacculturate, starting with maternity. Don't give children to anyone. Get rid of the master-slave dialectic. Rip inferiority from our brains. Restore women to themselves. Don't create antitheses. Move on another plane, in the name of one's own difference. The university doesn't free women, but completes their repression. Against wisdom. While men devote themselves to undertakings in space, life for women on this planet has yet to begin. Woman is the other face of the earth. Woman is the unpredictable subject. Free oneself from subjection here, now, in this present. The author of those pages was Carla Lanzi. How is it possible, I wondered, that a woman knows how to think like that? I worked so hard on books, but I endured them. I never actually used them. I never turned them against themselves. This is thinking. This is thinking against. I, after so much exertion, don't know how to think. Nor does Maria Rosa. She's read pages and pages, and she rearranges them with flair, putting on a show. That's it. Lila, on the other hand, knows. It's her nature. If she had studied, she would know how to think like this. That idea became insistent. Everything I read in that period ultimately drew Lila in, one way or another. I had come upon a female model of thinking that, given the obvious differences, provoked in me the same admiration, the same sense of inferiority that I felt toward her. Not only that, I read thinking of her, of fragments of her life, of the sentences she would agree with, of those she would have rejected. Afterward, impelled by that reading, I often joined the group of Maria Rosa's friends, but it wasn't easy. Dide asked me continuously when we were leaving. Elsa would suddenly let out cries of joy. But it wasn't just my daughters who were the problem. It was that there I found only women who, resembling me, couldn't help me. I was bored when the discussion became a sort of inelegant summary of what I already knew. And it seemed to me I knew well enough what it meant to be born female. I wasn't interested in the work of consciousness raising. And I had no intention of speaking in public about my relationship with Pietro or with men in general, to provide testimony about what men are, of every class and of every age. And no one knew better than I did what it meant to make your own head masculine so that it would be accepted by the culture of men. I had done it. I was doing it. Furthermore, I remained completely outside the tensions, the explosions of jealousy, the authoritarian tones, weak, submissive voices, intellectual hierarchies, struggles for primacy in the group that ended in desperate tears. But there was one new fact which naturally led me to Lila. I was fascinated by the way people talked, confronted each other, explicit to the point of being disagreeable. I didn't like the amenability that yielded to gossip. I had known enough of that since childhood. What seduced me instead was an urge for authenticity that I had never felt, and that perhaps was not in my nature. I never said a single word in that circle that was equal to that urgency. But I felt that I should do something like that with Lila, examine our connection with the same inflexibility, that we should tell each other fully what we had been silent about, starting perhaps from the unaccustomed lament for my mistaken book. That need was so strong that I imagined going to Naples with the children for a while, or asking her to come to me with Gennaro, or to write to each other. I talked about it with her once on the phone, but it was a fiasco. I told her about the books by women I was reading, about the group I went to. She listened, but then she laughed at titles like The Clitoral Woman and The Vaginal Woman, and did her best to be vulgar. What the fuck are you talking about, Lanu? Pleasure? Pussy? We've got plenty of problems here already. You're crazy. She wanted to prove that she didn't have the tools to put into words the things that interested me. And in the end, she was scornful. She said, "Work. Do the nice things you have to do. Don't waste time." She got angry. Evidently, it's not the right moment, I thought. I'll try again later on. But I never found the time or the courage to try again. I concluded that first of all, I had to understand better what I was, investigate my nature as a woman. I had been excessive. I had striven to give myself male capacities. I thought I had to know everything, be concerned with everything. What did I care about politics, about struggles? I wanted to make a good impression on men, be at their level. At the level of what? Of their reason? Most unreasonable. Such persistence in memorizing fashionable jargon wasted effort. I had been conditioned by my education, which had shaped my mind, my voice. To what secret pacts with myself had I consented, just to excel? And now, after the hard work of learning, what must I unlearn? Also, I had been forced by the powerful presence of Lila to imagine myself as I was not. I was added to her, and I felt mutilated as soon as I removed myself. Not an idea without Lila, not a thought I trusted without the support of her thoughts, not an image. I had to accept myself outside of her. The gist was that, accept that I was an average person. What should I do? Try again to write. Maybe I didn't have the passion. I merely limited myself to carrying out a task. So, don't write anymore.
find some job, or act the lady, as my mother said, shut myself up in the family, or turn everything upside down. House, children, husband, 78. I consolidated my relations with Maria Rosa. I called her frequently, but when Pietro noticed, he began to speak more and more contemptuously of his sister.
She was frivolous, she was empty, she was dangerous to herself and others. She had been the cruel tormentor of his childhood and adolescence. She was the great worry of her parents. One evening, he came out of his study disheveled, his face tired, while I was talking to my sister-in-law on the phone. He walked around the kitchen, ate something, joked with Day-Day, eavesdropping on our conversation. Then, all of a sudden, he shouted, "Doesn't that idiot know it's time for dinner?" I apologized to Maria Rosa and hung up. "It's all ready," I said. "We can eat right away. There's no need to shout." He complained that spending money on phone calls to listen to his sister's nonsense seemed stupid to him. I didn't answer. I set the table. He realized I was angry and said, in a tone of apprehension, "I'm mad at Maria Rosa, not you." But after that night, he began to look through the books I was reading, to make sarcastic comments on the sentences I had underlined. He said, "Don't be taken in, it's nonsense." And he tried to demonstrate the weak logic of feminist manifestos and pamphlets. On this very subject, we ended up arguing one evening, and maybe I overdid it, going so far as to say to him, "You think you're so great, but everything you are you owe to your father and mother, just like Maria Rosa." His reaction was completely unexpected. He slapped me, and in Day-Day's presence. I took it well, better than he did. I had had many blows in the course of my life. Pietro had never given any, and almost certainly had never received any. I saw in his face the revulsion for what he had done. He stared at his daughter for an instant and left the house. My anger cooled. I didn't go to bed. I waited for him, and when he didn't return, I became anxious. I didn't know what to do. Did he have some nervous illness from too little sleep? Or was that his true nature, buried under thousands of books and a proper upbringing? I realized yet again that I knew little about him, that I wasn't able to predict his moves. He might have jumped into the Arno, be lying drunk somewhere, even left for Genoa to find comfort and complain in his mother's arms. Oh, enough! I was frightened. I realized that I was leaving what I was reading and what I knew on the edges of my personal life. I had 2 daughters. I didn't want to draw conclusions too hastily. Pietro came home at around 5 in the morning, and the relief of seeing him safe and sound was so great that I hugged him, I kissed him. He mumbled, "You don't love me. You've never loved me." And he added, "Anyway, I don't deserve you." 79. The fact was that Pietro couldn't accept the disorder that was by now spreading into every aspect of existence. He would have liked a life ruled by unquestioned habits, studying, teaching, playing with the children, making love, contributing every day, in his small way, to resolve by democratic means the vast confusion of Italian affairs. Instead, he was exhausted by the conflicts at the university. His colleagues disparaged his work, and although he was gaining a reputation abroad, he felt constantly vilified and threatened. He had the impression that because of my restlessness, but what restlessness? I was an opaque woman. Our very family was exposed to constant risks. One afternoon, Elsa was playing on her own. I was making Day-Day practice reading. He was shut in his study. The house was still. Pietro, I thought anxiously, is looking for a fortress where he works on his book. I take care of the household, and the children grow up serenely. Then the doorbell rang. I went to open the door, and to my surprise, Pasquale and Nadia entered. They carried large military knapsacks. He wore a cap over a thick mass of curly hair that fell into an equally thick and curly beard, while she looked thin and tired, her eyes enormous, like a frightened child who was pretending not to be afraid. They had asked for the address from Carmen, who in turn had asked my mother.
They were both affectionate, and I was too, as if there had never been tensions or disagreements between us. They took over the house, leaving their things everywhere. Pasquale talked a lot, in a loud voice, almost always in dialect. At first, they seemed a pleasant break in my flat daily existence. But I soon realized that Pietro didn't like them. It bothered him that they hadn't telephoned to announce themselves, that they brazenly made themselves at home. Nadia took off her shoes and stretched out on the sofa. Pasquale kept his cap on, handled objects, leafed through books, took a beer from the refrigerator for himself and one for Nadia without asking permission, drank from the bottle, and burped in a way that Day laughed. They said they had decided to take a trip. They said just that, a trip, without specifying. When had they left Naples? They were evasive. When would they return? They were equally evasive. Work? I asked Pasquale. He laughed. Enough. I've worked too much. Now I'm resting. And he showed Pietro his hands. He demanded that he showed him his. He rubbed their palms together, saying, "You feel the difference?" Then he grabbed Lotta Contina and brushed his right hand over the first page, proud of the sound of the paper scraping over his rough skin, as pleased as if he had invented a new game. Then he added, in an almost threatening tone, "Without these rasping hands, Professor, not a chair would exist, or a building, a car, nothing, not even you. If we workers stopped working, everything would stop. The sky would fall to earth, and the earth would shoot up to the sky. The plants would take over the cities. The Arno would flood your fine houses. And only those who have always worked would know how to survive. And as for you two, you with all your books, the dogs would tear you to pieces." It was a speech in Pasquale's style, fervent and sincere, and Pietro listened without responding. As did Nadia, who, while her companion was speaking, lay on the sofa with a serious expression, staring at the ceiling. She almost never interrupted the two men's talk, nor did she say anything to me. But when I went to make coffee, she followed me into the kitchen. She noticed that Elsa was always attached to me, and she said gravely, "She really loves you. She's little. You're saying that when she grows up, she won't love you?" "No, I hope she'll love me when she's grown up too. My mother used to talk about you all the time. You were only her student, but it seemed as if you were her daughter more than me." "Really? I hated you for that, and because you had taken Nino. It wasn't for me that he left you. Who cares? I don't even remember what he looked like now. As a girl, I would have liked to be like you. Why? You think it's nice to be born with everything already made for you? Well, you don't have to work so hard. You're wrong. The truth is that it seems like everything's been done already, and you've got no good reason to do anything. All you feel is the guilt of what you are and that you don't deserve it. Better than that than to feel the guilt of failure. Is that what your friend Lena tells you? No, I prefer her to you. You're two pieces of shit, and nothing can change you. Two examples of underclass filth. But you act all friendly, and Lena doesn't." She left me in the kitchen, speechless. I heard her shout to Pasquale, "I'm taking a shower, and you could use one too." They shut themselves in the bathroom. We heard them laughing, she letting out little cries that, I saw, worried Day. When they came out, their hair was wet, they were half naked and gay. They went on joking and laughing with each other as if we weren't there. Pietro tried to intervene with questions like, "How long have you been together?" Nadia answered coldly, "We're not together. Maybe you two are." And in the finicky tone he displayed in situations where people appeared to him extremely superficial, "What does that mean?" "You can't understand," Nadia responded. My husband objected. When someone can't understand, you try to explain.
And at that point, Pasquale broke in laughing. "There's nothing to explain, Prof. You better believe you're dead, and you don't know it. Everything is dead. The way you live is dead, the way you speak, your conviction that you're very intelligent and democratic and on the left. How can you explain a thing to someone who's dead?" There were other tense moments. I said nothing. I couldn't get Nadia's insults out of my mind, the way she spoke, as if it were nothing, in my house. Finally, they left, almost without warning, as they had arrived. They picked up their things and disappeared. Pasquale said only, in the doorway, in a voice that was unexpectedly sorrowful, "Goodbye, Signora Irota. Signora Irota." Even my friend from the neighborhood was judging me in a negative way? Did it mean that for him I was no longer la new Elena Greco? For him and for how many others? Even for me? Did I myself not almost always use my husband's surname, now that mine had lost that small luster it had acquired? I tidied the house, especially the bathroom, which they had left a mess. Pietro said, "I never want those two in my house. Someone who talks like that about intellectual work is a fascist, even if he doesn't know it. As for her, she's a type I'm very familiar with. There's not a thought in her head." 80. As if to prove Pietro right, the disorder began to take concrete form, touching people who had been close to me. I learned from Maria Rosa that Franco had been attacked in Milan by the fascists. He was in bad shape and had lost an eye. I left immediately, with Dede and little Elsa. I took the train, playing with the girls and feeding them, but saddened by another, the poor, uneducated girlfriend of the wealthy and hyper-politicized student Franco Mari. How many me's were there by now, who had been lost somewhere and was now re-emerging? At the station, I met my sister-in-law, who was pale and worried. She took us to her house, which this time was deserted, yet even more untidy than when I had stayed there after the meeting at the university. While Dede played and Elsa slept, she told me more than she had on the telephone. The episode had happened 5 days earlier. Franco had spoken at a demonstration of Avanguardia Operaia in a packed theater. Afterward, he had gone off with Silvia, who now lived with an editor at Giorno in a beautiful apartment near the theater. He was to sleep there and leave the next day for Piacenza. They were almost at the door. Silvia had just taken the keys out of her purse when a white van pulled up and the fascists had jumped out. He had been severely beaten. Silvia had been beaten and raped. We drank a lot of wine. Maria Rosa took out the drug, that's what she called it. In other situations, she used the plural. This time, I decided to try it, but only because, in spite of the wine, I felt I hadn't a single solid thing to hold on to. My sister-in-law became furious, then stopped talking and burst into tears. I couldn't find a single word of comfort. I felt her tears. It seemed to me that they made a sound, sliding from her eyes down her cheeks. Suddenly, I couldn't see her. I couldn't even see the room. Everything turned black. I fainted. When I came to, I apologized, hugely embarrassed. I said it was tiredness. I didn't sleep much that night. My body weighed heavily because of an excess of discipline, and the lexicon of books and journals dripped anguish, as if suddenly the signs of the alphabet could no longer be combined. I held the two little girls close, as if they were the ones who had to comfort and protect me. The next day, I left Dede and Elsa with my sister-in-law and went to the hospital. I found Franco in a sickly green ward that had an intense odor of breath, urine, and medicine. He was as if shortened and distended. I can still see him in my mind's eye because of the white bandages, the violet color of part of his face and neck. He didn't seem glad to see me. He seemed ashamed of his condition. I talked. I told him about my children. After a few minutes, he said, "Go away. I don't want you here." When I insisted on staying, he was irritated and whispered, "I'm not myself. Go away." He was very ill. I learned from a small group of his companions that he might have another operation. When I came back from the hospital, Maria Rosa saw that I was upset. She helped with the children, and as soon as Dede fell asleep, she sent me to bed too. The next day, however, she wanted me to come with her to see Silvia. I tried to avoid it. I had found it unbearable to see Franco and feel not only that I couldn't help him, but that I made him feel more fragile. I said I preferred to remember her as I had seen her during the meeting at the university. "No," Maria Rosa insisted. "She wants us to see her as she is. It's important to her." We went. A very well-groomed woman, with blonde hair that fell in waves over her shoulders, opened the door. It was Silvia's mother, and she had Mirko with her. He too was blonde, a child of 5 or 6 by now, whom Dede, in her sulky yet bossy way, immediately insisted play a game with Tess, the old doll she carried everywhere. Silvia was sleeping, but had left word that she wanted to be awakened when we got there. We waited a while before she appeared.
She was heavily made up and had put on a pretty long green dress. I wasn't struck so much by the bruises, the cuts, the hesitant walk. Leela had seemed in even worse shape when she returned from her honeymoon, as by her expressionless gaze. Her eyes were blank and completely at odds with the frenetic talking, broken by little laughs, with which she began to recount to me, only to me, who still didn't know, what the fascists had done to her. She spoke as if she were reciting a horrendous nursery rhyme that was, for now, the way in which she deposited the horror, repeating it to anyone who came to see her. Her mother kept trying to make her stop, but each time she pushed her away with a gesture of irritation, raising her voice, uttering obscenities, and predicting a time soon, very soon, of violent revenge. When I burst into tears, she stopped abruptly. But other people arrived, mostly family friends and comrades. Then Sylvia began again, and I quickly retreated to a corner, hugging Elsa, kissing her lightly. I remembered details of what Stefano had done to Leela, details that I imagined while Sylvia was narrating, and it seemed to me that the words of both stories were animal cries of terror. At a certain point, I went to look for Dede. I found her in the hall with Mirko and her doll. They were pretending to be a mother and father with their baby, but it wasn't peaceful. They were pretending to have a fight. I stopped. Dede instructed Mirko, "You have to hit me, understand?" The new living flesh was replicating the old in a game. We were a chain of shadows who had always been on the stage with the same burden of love, hatred, desire, and violence. I observed Dede carefully. She seemed to resemble Pietro. Mirko, on the other hand, was just like Nino. 81. Not long afterward, the underground war that occasionally erupted into the newspapers and on television, plans for coups, police repression, armed bands, firefights, woundings, killings, bombs, and slaughter, was struck again in the cities, large and small. Carmen telephoned. She was extremely worried. She hadn't heard from Pasquale in weeks. "Did he by any chance visit you?" "Yes, but at least 2 months ago." "Ah. He asked for your phone number and address. He wanted to get your advice, did he?" "Advice about what?" "I don't know. He didn't ask me for advice." "What did he say?" "Nothing. He was fine. He was happy." Carmen had asked everywhere, even Leela, even Enzo, even the people in the collective on Via di Tribunali. Finally, she had called Nadia's house, but the mother had been rude, and Armando had told her only that Nadia had moved without leaving any address. They must have gone to live together.
Pasquale and that girl, without leaving an address or phone number? We talked about it for a long time. I said maybe Nadia had broken with her family because of Pasquale. Who knows? Maybe they had gone to live in Germany, in England, in France. But Carmen wasn't persuaded. Pasquale is a loving brother, she said. He would never disappear like that. She had instead a terrible presentiment. There were now daily clashes in the neighborhood. Anyone who was a comrade had to watch his back. The fascists had even threatened her and her husband. And they had accused Pasquale of setting fire to the fascist headquarters and to the Solaris supermarket. I hadn't known either of those things. I was astonished. This had happened in the neighborhood, and the fascists blamed Pasquale? Yes, he was at the top of the list. He was considered someone to get out of the way. Maybe, Carmen said, Gino had him killed. You went to the police? Yes. What did they say? They nearly arrested me. They're more fascists than the fascists. I called Professor Galliani. She said to me sarcastically, "What happened? I don't see you in the bookshops anymore, or even in the newspapers. Have you already retired?" I said that I had 2 children, that for now I was taking care of them, and then I asked her about Nadia. She became unfriendly. "Nadia is a grown-up. She's gone to live on her own." "Where?" I asked. "Her business," she answered, and, without saying goodbye, just as I was asking if she would give me her son's telephone number, she hung up. I spent a long time finding a number for Armando, and had an even harder time finding him at home. When he finally answered, he seemed happy to hear from me, and even too eager for confidences. He worked a lot in the hospital. His marriage was over, his wife had left, taking the child. He was alone and eccentric. He stumbled when he talked about his sister. He said quietly, "I don't have any contact with her. Political differences, differences about everything.
Ever since she's been with Pasquale, you can't talk to her." I asked, "Did they go to live together?" He broke off. "Let's say that." And, as if the subject seemed too frivolous, he avoided it, moved on, making harsh comments on the political situation, talking about the slaughter in Brescia, the bosses who bankrolled the parties, and, as soon as things looked bad, the fascists. I called Carmen again to reassure her. I told her that Nadia had broken with her family to be with Pasquale, and that Pasquale followed her like a puppy. "You think?" Carmen asked. "I'm sure. Love is like that." She was skeptical. I insisted. I told her in greater detail about the afternoon they had spent at my house, and I exaggerated a little about how much they loved each other. We said goodbye. But in mid-June, Carmen called again, desperate. Gino had been murdered in broad daylight in front of the pharmacy, shot in the face. I thought first that she was giving me that news because the son of the pharmacist was part of our early adolescence, and, fascist or not, certainly that event would upset me. But the reason was not to share with me the horror of that violent death. The carabinieri had come and searched the apartment from top to bottom, even the gas pump. They were looking for any information that might lead them to Pasquale, and she had felt much worse than when they had come to arrest her father for the murder of Don Achille. 82. Carmen was overwhelmed by anxiety. She wept because of what seemed to her the revival of persecution. I, on the other hand, couldn't get out of my mind the small, barren square the pharmacy faced, and the shop's interior, which I had always liked for its odor of candies and syrups, the dark wood shelves with their rows of colored jars, and, above all, Gino's parents, who were so kind, leaning out from behind the counter, as if from a balcony. Surely they had been there, had been startled by the sound of the shots. From there, perhaps, had watched, eyes wide, as their son fell in the doorway, had seen the blood. I wanted to talk to Leila, but she appeared completely indifferent. She dismissed the episode as one of many. She said only, "Of course, the carabinieri would go after Pasquale." Her voice knew how to grip me immediately, to persuade me. She emphasized that even if Pasquale had murdered Gino, which she ruled out, she would be on his side, because the carabinieri should have gone after the dead man for all the terrible things he had done, rather than our friend, a construction worker and communist. After which, in the tone of someone who was going on to more important things, she asked if she could leave Gennaro with me until school began. Gennaro? How would I manage? I already had Dede and Elsa who wore me out. I said, "Why? I have to work. I'm about to go to the beach with the girls." "Take him too. I'm going to Viareggio and staying till the end of August. He barely knows me. He'll want you. If you come too, that's fine, but alone, I don't know. You swore you'd take care of him." "Yes, but if you were ill." "And how do you know I'm not ill? Are you ill?" "No. So why can't you leave him with your mother or Stefano?" She was silent for a few seconds. She became rude. "Will you do me this favor or not?" I gave in immediately. "All right, bring him here. Enzo will bring him." Enzo arrived on a Saturday night in a bright white Fiat 500 that he had just bought. Merely seeing him from the window, hearing the dialect in which he said something to the boy who was still in the car, it was him, identical, the same composed gestures, the same physical compactness, gave solidity back to Naples, to the neighborhood. I opened the door with Dede hanging on my dress, and a single glance at Gennaro was enough to know that Melina 5 years earlier had seen correctly. The child, now that he was 10, showed plainly that he had in him not only nothing of Nino, but nothing of Leila. He was, rather, a perfect replica of Stefano. The observation provoked an ambiguous sentiment, a mixture of disappointment and satisfaction. I had thought that since the boy would be with me for so long, it would be nice to have in the house, along with my daughters, a child of Nino. And yet I noted with pleasure that Nino had left Leila nothing. 83. Enzo wanted to start off again right away, but Pietro welcomed him courteously and obliged him to stay for the night. I tried to get Gennaro to play with Dede, even if there was almost 6 years difference between them, But while she was clearly eager, he refused, shaking his head decisively. I was struck by the way Enzo cared for the son who wasn't his, indicating that he knew his habits, his tastes, his needs. Although Gennaro protested because he was sleepy, Enzo gently insisted that he pee and brush his teeth before going to bed, and when the child collapsed, he delicately undressed him and put his pajamas on. While I washed the dishes and cleaned up, Pietro entertained the guest. They were sitting at the kitchen table. They had nothing in common. They tried politics, but when my husband made a positive reference to the progressive rapprochement of the communists and the Christian Democrats, and Enzo said that if that strategy prevailed, Berlinguer would be giving a hand to the worst enemies of the working class, they ended the discussion in order to avoid a quarrel. Pietro then politely asked him about his job, and Enzo must have found his interest sincere, because he was less laconic than usual and started on a dry, perhaps slightly too technical account. IBM had just decided to send Leela and him to a bigger company, a factory near Nola that had 300 technical workers and 40 clerical employees. The financial offer had left them stunned. 350,000 lira a month for him, who was the department head, and 100,000 for her as his assistant. They had accepted naturally, but now they had to earn all that money, and the work to be done was really tremendous.
"We are responsible," he explained, and from then on he used "we" for a System 3 Model 10, and we have at our disposal 2 operators and 5 punch card operators who are also checkers. We have to collect and put into the System 3 a huge quantity of information which is necessary so that the machine can do things like, I don't know, the accounting, wages, invoicing, the warehousing, management of the salespeople, orders to suppliers, production, and shipping. For this purpose, we use little cards, that is, the punch cards. The holes are everything. The effort is concentrated there. I'll give you an example of the work it takes to program a simple operation like issuing invoices. You begin with the paper invoices, on which the warehouse man has marked both the products and the client they've been delivered to. The client has a code, his personal information has a code, and so do the products. The punch card operators sit at the machines, press a key to release the cards, then, by typing on the keys, reduce the bill number, the client code, the personal data code, the product quantity code to holes in the cards. To help you understand, 1,000 bills for 10 products make 10,000 punch cards with holes like the ones a needle would make. Is it clear? Do you follow? So the evening passed. Pietro every so often nodded to show that he was following, and even tried to ask some questions. The holes count, but do the unperforated parts also count? I confined myself to a half-smile while I washed and polished. Enzo appeared pleased to be able to explain to a university professor who listened to him like a disciplined student, and an old friend who had her degree and had written a book, and now was tidying up the kitchen, things that they knew nothing about. But in truth, I was quickly distracted. An operator took 10,000 cards and inserted them in a machine that was called a sorter. The machine put them in order according to the product code. Then there were 2 readers, not in the sense of people, but in the sense of machines programmed to read the holes and the non-holes in the cards. And then, there I got lost. I got lost amid codes and the enormous packets of cards, and the holes that compared holes, that sorted holes, that read holes, that did the 4 operations, that printed names, addresses, totals. I got lost following a word I'd never heard before, file, which Enzo kept using, pronouncing it file, this file, that file, continually. I got lost following Leela, who knew everything about those words, those machines, that work, and was doing that work now in a big company in Nola, even if with the salary her companion was earning, she could be more of a lady than me. I got lost following Enzo, who could say proudly, "Without her, I wouldn't be able to do it."
Thus he conveyed to us his love and devotion, and it was clear that he liked to remind himself and others of the extraordinary quality of his woman, whereas my husband never praised me, but rather reduced me to the mother of his children. Even though I had had an education, he did not want me to be capable of independent thought. He demeaned me by demeaning what I read, what interested me, what I said, and he appeared willing to love me only provided that I continually demonstrate my nothingness. Finally, I too sat down at the table, depressed because neither of the two had made a move to say, "Can we help you set the table, clear, wash the dishes, sweep the floor?" "An invoice," Enzo was saying, "is a simple document. What does it take to do by hand? Nothing, if I have to create 10 a day. But if I have to do 1,000? The readers read 200 cards a minute, so 2,000 in 10 minutes, and 10,000 in 50. The speed of the machine is an enormous advantage, especially if it's enabled to do complex operations, which require a lot of time. And that's what Leela's and my work is, to prepare the System 3 to do complex operations. The development phases of the programs are really wonderful. The operational phases, a little less. The cards often jam and break in the sorters. Very often, a container in which the cards have just been sorted falls and the cards scatter on the floor. But it's great. It's great even then. Just to feel that I was present, I interrupted, saying, "Can he make a mistake?" "He who?" "The computer." "There's no he, Lanu. He is me. If he makes a mistake, if he gets in trouble, I've made a mistake. I've gotten in trouble." "Oh," I said, and then, "I'm tired." Pietro nodded in agreement and seemed ready to end the evening. He turned to Enzo. "It's certainly exciting, but if it's as you say, these machines will take the place of men, and skills will disappear. At Fiat, robots already do the welding. A lot of jobs will be lost." Enzo at first agreed, then he seemed to have second thoughts, and finally he resorted to the only person whose authority he credited. "Lena says it's all a good thing. Humiliating and stultifying jobs should disappear. Lena, Lena, Lena." I asked teasingly, "If Lena is so good, why do they give you 350,000 lira and her 100,000? Why are you the boss and she's the assistant?" Enzo hesitated again. He seemed on the point of saying something pressing, which he then decided to abandon. He mumbled, "What do you want from me? Private ownership of the means of production should be abolished." In the kitchen, the hum of the refrigerator could be heard for a few seconds. Pietro stood up and said, "Let's go to bed." 84. Enzo wanted to leave by 6, but already at 4 in the morning, I heard him moving in his room, and I got up to make him some coffee. In private, in the silent house, the language of computers disappeared, along with the Italian suited to Pietro's position, and we moved to dialect. I asked about his relationship with Leela. He said it was good, even though she never sat still. Now she was chasing after work problems, now she was squabbling with her mother, her father, her brother, now she was helping Gennaro with his homework, and one way or another, she ended up helping Reno's children too. Leela didn't look after herself, and so she was overworked. She always seemed close to collapse, as she once had. She was tired. I quickly understood that their harmony as a couple, working side by side, blessed by good salaries, should be set within a more complicated sequence. I ventured, "Maybe the two of you have to impose some order. Lena shouldn't get overtired." I tell her that constantly. And then there's the separation, divorce. It makes no sense for her to stay married to Stefano. She doesn't give a damn about that. But Stefano, he doesn't even know that you can divorce now. And Ada? Ada has survival problems. The wheel turns. Those who were on top end up on the bottom. The Caraccis don't have even a lira left, only debts with the Solaras, and Ada is taking care to get what she can before it's too late. And you? You don't want to get married? It was clear that he would happily get married, but Leela was against it. Not only did she not want to waste time with divorce, who cares if I'm still married to him, I'm with you, I sleep with you, that's the essential. But the mere idea of another wedding made her laugh. She said, "You and I? You and I get married? Why, we're fine like this. And as soon as we get fed up with each other, we go our own way." The prospect of another marriage didn't interest Leela. She had other things to think about. What? Forget it. Tell me. She never talked to you about it? What? Mikhail Solara. He told me in brief, tense phrases that in all these years, Mikhail had never stopped asking Leela to work for him. He had proposed that she manage a new shop on the Vomero, or the accounting and the taxes, or be a secretary for a friend of his, an important Christian Democratic politician.
He had even gone so far as to offer her a salary of 200,000 lira a month just to invent things, crazy notions, anything that came into her head. Even though he lived on Pasalipo, he still kept the headquarters of all his businesses in the neighborhood, at his mother and father's house. So Leela found him around her constantly, on the street, in the market, in the shops. He stopped her, always very friendly. He joked with Kinaro, gave him little gifts. Then he became very serious, and even when she refused the jobs he offered, he wasn't impatient. He said goodbye, joking as usual. "I'm not giving up. I'll wait for you for eternity. Call me when you want, and I'll come running." Until he found out she was working for IBM. That had angered him, and he had gone so far as to get people he knew to remove Enzo from the market for consultants, and hence Leela too. He hadn't had any success. IBM urgently needed technicians, and there weren't many good technicians like Enzo and Leela. But the climate had changed. Enzo had found Gino's fascists outside the house, and he escaped because he managed to reach the front door in time and lock it behind him. But shortly afterward, an alarming thing had happened to Gennaro. Leela's mother had gone to pick him up at school as usual. All the students had come out, and the child was nowhere to be seen. The teacher, "He was here a minute ago." His classmates, "He was here and then he disappeared." Nunzia, terribly frightened, had called her daughter at work. Leela returned right away and went to look for Gennaro. She found him on a bench in the gardens. The child was sitting quietly, with his smock, his ribbon, his school bag, and he laughed at the questions. "Where did you go? What did you do?" with expressionless eyes. She wanted to go and kill Mikhail right away, both for the attempted beating of Enzo and the kidnapping of her son, but Enzo restrained her. The fascists now went after anyone on the left, and there was no proof that it was Mikhail who ordered the kidnapping. As for Gennaro, he himself had admitted that his brief absence was only an act of disobedience. In any case, once Leela calmed down, Enzo had decided on his own to go and talk to Mikhail. He had showed up at the bar Solara, and Mikhail had listened without batting an eye. Then he had said, more or less, "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Enzo. I'm fond of Gennaro. Anyone who touches him is dead. But among all the foolish things you've said, the only true thing is that Lena is smart, and it's a pity that she's wasting her intelligence. I've been asking her to work with me for years." Then he continued, "That irritates you? Who gives a damn? But you're wrong. If you love her, you should encourage her to use her capabilities. Come here, sit down, have a coffee and a pastry. Tell me what those computers of yours do." And it hadn't ended there. They had met 2 or 3 times, by chance, and Mikhail had demonstrated increasing interest in the System 3. One day he even said, amused, that he had asked someone at IBM who was smarter, him or Leela, and that person had said that Enzo was certainly smart, but the best in the business was Leela. After that, he had stopped her on the street again and made her a significant offer. He intended to rent the System 3 and use it in all his commercial activities. Result, he wanted her as the chief technician at 400,000 lira a month. "She didn't even tell you that?" Enzo asked me warily. "No. You see, she didn't want to bother you. You have your life.
But you understand that for her personally, it would be a significant step up, and for the two of us, it would be a fortune. We'd have 750,000 lira a month altogether. I don't know if that's clear. But Lena, she has to answer by September. And what will she do? I don't know. Have you ever been able to figure out what's in her mind ahead of time? No. But what do you think she should do? I think what she thinks. Even if you don't agree? Even then. I went out to the car with him. On the stairs, it occurred to me that maybe I should tell him what he surely didn't know, that Mikkel harbored for Leela a love like a spiderweb, a dangerous love that had nothing to do with physical possession or even with a loyal subservience. And I was about to do it. I was fond of him. I didn't want him to believe that he was merely dealing with a quasi-Camorrist who had been planning for a long time to buy the intelligence of this woman. When he was already behind the wheel, I asked him, "And if Mikkel wants to sleep with her?" He was impassive. "I'll kill him." But anyway, he doesn't want her. He already has a lover, and everybody knows it. Who's that? Marisa. He's got her pregnant again. For a moment, it seemed to me that I hadn't understood. Marisa Sarratore? Marisa, the wife of Alfonso. I recalled my conversation with my schoolmate. He had tried to tell me how complicated his life was, and I had retreated, struck more by the surface of his revelation than by the substance. And to me, his uneasiness seemed confused. To get things straight, I would have had to talk to him again, and maybe not even then would I have understood. And yet it pierced me unpleasantly, painfully. I asked, "And Alfonso?" "He doesn't give a damn. They say he's a fag." "Who says?" "Everyone. Everyone is very general, Enzo. What else does everyone say?" He looked at me with a flash of conspiratorial irony. "A lot of things. The neighborhood is always gossiping. Like, old stories have come back to the surface. They say it was the mother of the Solaras who murdered Donna Kill." He left, and I hoped he would take away his words too. But what I had learned stayed with me, worried me, made me angry. In an attempt to get rid of it, I went to the telephone and talked to Leela, mixing anxieties and reproaches. "Why didn't you say anything about Mikkel's job offers, especially the last one? Why did you tell Alfonso's secret? Why did you start that story about the mother of the Solaras? It was a game of ours. Why did you send me Gennaro? Are you worried about him? Tell me plainly. I have the right to know. Why, once and for all, don't you tell me what's really in your mind?" It was an outburst, but, sentence by sentence, deep inside myself, I hoped that we wouldn't stop there, that the old desire to confront our entire relationship and re-examine it, to elucidate and have full consciousness of it, would be realized. I hoped to provoke her and draw her in to other increasingly personal questions. But Leela was annoyed. She treated me coldly. She wasn't in a good mood. She answered that I had been gone for years, that I now have a life in which the Solaras, Stefano, Marisa, Alfonso, meant nothing, counted for less than zero. "Go on vacation," she said abruptly. "Right, act the intellectual. Here we've remained too crude for you. Stay away. And please make Gennaro get some sun, otherwise he'll come home stunted like his father." The sarcasm in her voice, the belittling, almost rude tone, removed any weight from Enzo's story and eliminated any possibility of drawing her into the books I was reading, the vocabulary I had learned from Mario Rosa and the Florentine women, the questions that I was trying to ask myself, and that, once I had provided her with the basic concepts, she would surely know how to take on better than all of us. But yes, I thought, I'll mind my own business, and you mind yours. If you like, don't grow up. Go on playing in the courtyard even now that you're about to turn 30. I've had enough. I'm going to the beach. And so I did. 85. Pietro took the 3 children and me in the car to an ugly house in Viareggio that we had rented. Then he returned to Florence to try to finish his book. Look, I said to myself, now I'm a vacationer, a well-off lady with 3 children and a pile of toys, a beach umbrella in the front row, soft towels, plenty to eat, 5 bikinis in different colors, mental cigarettes, the sun that darkens my skin and makes me even blonder.
I got her the next day. She asked me in alarm,
"What's the matter? Is Gennaro ill?" I reassured her, then told her about Bruno. She knew nothing about it. She let me speak. Finally, she said tonelessly, "This is really bad news you're giving me," and nothing else. I goaded her. "Telephone someone, find out, ask where I can send a telegram of condolence." She said she no longer had any contact with anyone at the factory. "What telegram?" she muttered. "Forget it." I forgot it. But the next day I found an Il Manifesto, an article signed by Giovanni Sarratore, that is, Nino, which had a lot of information about the small Campanian business, underlining the political tensions present in those backward places, and referring affectionately to Bruno and his tragic end. I followed the development of the news for days, but to no purpose. It soon disappeared from the papers. Besides, Leela refused to talk about it. At night, I called her with the children, and she cut me off, saying, "Give me Gennaro." She became especially irritated when I quoted Nino to her. "Typical of him," she grumbled. "He always has to interfere. What does politics have to do with it? There must be other matters. Here, people are murdered for 1,000 reasons: adultery, criminal activity, even just one too many looks." So the days passed, and of Bruno there remained an image, and that was all. It wasn't the image of the factory owner I had threatened on the phone using the authority of the Iratas, but that of the boy who had tried to kiss me and whom I had rudely rejected. 87. I began to have some ugly thoughts on the beach. Leela, I said to myself, deliberately pushes away emotions, feelings. The more I sought tools to try to explain myself to myself, the more she, on the contrary, hid. The more I tried to draw her into the open and involve her in my desire to clarify, the more she took refuge in the shadows. She was like the full moon when it crouches behind the forest and the branches scribble on its face. In early September, I returned to Florence, but the ugly thoughts, rather than dissolving, grew stronger. Useless to try to talk to Pietro. He was unhappy about the children's in my return. He was late with his book, and the idea that the academic year would soon begin made him short-tempered. One night when, at the table, Dede and Gennaro were quarreling about something or other, he jumped up suddenly and left the kitchen, slamming the door so violently that the frosted glass shattered. I called Leela. I told her straight off that she had to take her child back. He'd been living with me for a month and a half. "You can't keep him till the end of the month?" "No, it's bad here." "Here too." Enzo left in the middle of the night and arrived in the morning when Pietro was at work. I had already packed Gennaro's bag. I explained to him that the tensions between the children had become unbearable. I was sorry, but 3 was too many. I couldn't handle it anymore. He said he understood. He thanked me for all I had done. He said only, by way of apology, "You know what Lena is like." I didn't answer because Dede was yelling, desperate at Gennaro's departure, and because, if I had, I might have said, beginning precisely with what Leela was like, things I would later regret. I had in my head thoughts I didn't want to formulate even to myself. I was afraid that the facts would magically fit the words. But I couldn't cancel out the sentences. In my mind, I heard their syntax already, and I was frightened by it, fascinated, horrified, seduced. I had trained myself to find an order by establishing connections between distant elements, but here it had got out of hand. I had added Quino's violent death to Bruno Soccavo's. Filippo, the factory guard, had survived. And I had arrived at the idea that each of these events led to Pasquale, maybe also to Nadia. This hypothesis was extremely distressing. I had thought of telephoning Carmen to ask if she had news of her brother. Then I changed my mind, frightened by the possibility that her telephone was bugged. When Enzo came to get Gennaro, I said to myself, "Now I'll talk to him about it. Let's see how he responds." But then, too, I had said nothing, out of fear of saying too much, out of fear of uttering the name of the figure who was behind Pasquale and Nadia, Leela, that is. Leela as usual. Leela, who doesn't say things, she does them. Leela, who is steeped in the culture of the neighborhood and takes no account of police, the law, the state, but believes there are problems that can be resolved only with the shoemaker's knife. Leela, who knows the horror of inequality. Leela, who, at the time of the collective of Via de Tribunale, found in revolutionary theory and action a way of applying her hyperactive mind. Leela, who has transformed into political objectives her rages, old and new. Leela, who moves people like characters in a story. Leela, who has connected, is connecting, our personal knowledge of poverty and abuse to the armed struggle against the fascists, against the owners, against capital. I admit it here, openly, for the first time. In those September days, I suspected that not only Pasquale, driven by his history toward the necessity of taking arms, not only Nadia, but Leela herself had spilled that blood. For a long time, while I cooked, while I took care of my daughters, I saw her, with the other two, shoot Gino, shoot Filippo, shoot Bruno Soccavo. And if I had trouble imagining Pasquale and Nadia in every detail, I considered him a good boy, something of a braggart, capable of fierce fighting, but of murder, no. She seemed to me a respectable girl who could wound at most with verbal treachery. About Leela, I had never had doubts. She would know how to devise the most effective plan. She would reduce the risks to a minimum. She would keep fear under control. She would be able to give murderous intentions an abstract purity. She knew how to remove human substance from bodies and blood. She would have no scruples and no remorse. She would kill and feel that she was in the right. So there she was, clear and bright, along with the shadow of Pasquale, of Nadia, of who knows what others. They drove through the piazza in a car and, slowing down in front of the pharmacy, fired at Gino, at his thug's body in the white smock. Or they drove along the dusty road to the Soccavo factory, garbage of every type piled up on either side. Pasquale went through the gate, shot Filippo's legs. The blood spread through the guard booth, screams, terrified eyes. Leela, who knew the way well, crossed the courtyard, entered the factory, climbed the stairs, burst into Bruno's office, and, just as he said cheerfully, "Hi, what in the world are you doing around here?" fired 3 shots at his chest and 1 at his face. Ah yes, militant anti-fascism, new resistance, proletarian justice, and other formulas to which she, who instinctively knew how to avoid rehashing clichés, was surely able to give depth. I imagined that those actions were necessary to join, I don't know, the Red Brigades, Prima Linea, Nuclei Armati Proletarii. Leela would disappear from the neighborhood as Pasquale had. Maybe that's why she had tried to leave Gennaro with me, apparently for a month, in reality intending to give her to me forever. We would never see each other again. Or she would be arrested, like the leaders of the Red Brigades, Curcio and Francini. Or she would evade every policeman in prison, imaginative and bold as she was. And when the big thing was accomplished, she would reappear triumphant, admired for her achievements, in the guise of a revolutionary leader, to tell me, "You wanted to write novels. I created a novel with real people, with real blood, in reality." At night, every imagining seemed a thing that had happened or was still happening, and I was afraid for her. I saw her captured, wounded, like so many women and men in the chaos of the world, and I felt pity for her, but I also envied her.
The childish conviction that she had always been destined for extraordinary things was magnified, and I regretted that I had left Naples, detached myself from her. The need to be near her returned. But I was also angry that she had set out on that road without consulting me, as if she hadn't considered me up to it. And yet, I knew a lot about capital, exploitation, class struggle, the inevitability of the proletarian revolution. I could have been useful, participated. And I was unhappy. I lay in bed, discontent with my situation as a mother, a married woman, the whole future debased by the repetition of domestic rituals in the kitchen, in the marriage bed.
By day, I felt more lucid, and the horror prevailed. I imagined a capricious Lila who provoked hatred deliberately, and in the end found herself more deeply involved in violent acts. Certainly she had had the courage to push ahead, to take the lead, with the crystalline determination, the generous cruelty of one who is spurred by just reasons. But with what purpose? To start a civil war? Transform the neighborhood, Naples, Italy, into a battlefield, a Vietnam in the Mediterranean? Hurl us all into a pitiless, interminable conflict, squeezed between the Eastern Bloc and the Western? Encourage its fiery spread throughout Europe, throughout the entire planet? Until victory, always? What victory? Cities destroyed, fire, the dead in the streets, the shame of violent clashes not only with the class enemy, but also within the front itself, among the revolutionary groups of various regions and with various motivations, all in the name of the proletariat and its dictatorship? Maybe even nuclear war. I closed my eyes in terror. The children, the future. And I hung on to formulas. The unpredictable subject, the destructive logic of patriarchy, the feminine value of survival, compassion. I have to talk to Lila, I said to myself. She has to tell me everything she's doing, what she plans, so that I can decide whether to be her accomplice or not. But I never called, nor did she call me. I was convinced that the long voice thread that had been our only contact for years hadn't helped us. We had maintained the bond between our two stories, but by subtraction. We had become for each other abstract entities, so that now I could invent her for myself both as an expert in computers and as a determined and implacable urban guerrilla, while she, in all likelihood, could see me both as the stereotype of the successful intellectual and as a cultured and well-off woman, all children, books, and highbrow conversation with an academic husband. We both needed new depth, body, and yet we were distant and couldn't give it to each other. 88. Thus September passed, then October. I didn't talk to anyone, not even Adele, who had a lot of work, or even Maria Rosa, who had brought Franco to her house, an invalid Franco, in need of help, changed by depression, and who greeted me warmly, promised to say hello to him for me, but then broke off because she had too many things to do. Not to mention Pietro's muteness. The world outside books burdened him increasingly. He went reluctantly into the regulated chaos of the university, and often said he was ill. He said he did it in order to work, but he couldn't get to the end of his book. He rarely went into his study, and, as if to forgive himself and be forgiven, he took care of Elsa, cooked, swept, washed, ironed. I had to treat him rudely to get him to go back to teaching, but I immediately regretted it. Ever since the violence had struck people I knew, I was afraid for him. He had never given in, even though he got into dangerous situations, opposing publicly what, in a term that he preferred, he called the load of nonsense of his students and many of his colleagues. Although I was worried about him, in fact, maybe just because I was worried, I never admitted he was right. I hoped that if I criticized him, he would understand, would stop his reactionary reformism, I used that phrase, become more flexible. But, in his eyes, that drove me yet again to the side of the students who were attacking him, the professors who were plotting against him. It wasn't like that. The situation was more complicated. On the one hand, I vaguely wanted to protect him. On the other, I wanted to be on Lila's side, defend the choices I secretly attributed to her. To the point where every so often I thought of telephoning her and, starting with Pietro, with our conflicts, get her to tell me what she thought about it and, step by step, bring her out into the open. I didn't do it, naturally. It was absurd to expect sincerity on these subjects on the phone. But one night she called me, sounding really happy. I have some good news. What's happening? I'm the head of technology. In what sense? Head of the IBM data processing center that Mikkel rented. It seemed incredible to me. I asked her to repeat it, to explain carefully. She had accepted Solara's proposal. After so much resistance, she had gone back to working for him, as in the days of Piazza dei Martiri. She said yes, enthusiastically, and became more and more excited, more explicit. Mikel had entrusted to her the System 3 that he had rented and placed in a shoe warehouse in Acerra. She would employ operators and punch card workers. The salary was 425,000 lira a month. I was disappointed. Not only had the image of the gorilla vanished in an instant, but everything I thought I knew of Lila wavered. I said, "It's the last thing I would have expected of you." What was I supposed to do? Refuse? Why? We know what the Solaras are. And so what? It's already happened, and I'm better off working for Mikel than for that shit Sakavo. Do as you like. I heard her breathing. She said, "I don't like that tone, Lanu. I'm paid more than Enzo, who is a man. What's wrong with that?" Nothing. The revolution, the workers, the new world, and that other bullshit? Stop it. If you've unexpectedly decided to make a truthful speech, I'm listening. Otherwise, let's forget it. May I point out something? You always use true and truthfully when you speak and when you write. Or you say unexpectedly. But when do people ever speak truthfully? And when do things ever happen unexpectedly? You know better than I that it's all a fraud, and that one thing follows another and then another. I don't do anything truthfully anymore, Lanu, and I've learned to pay attention to things. Only idiots believe that they happen unexpectedly. Bravo! What do you want me to believe? That you have everything under control? That it's you who are using Mikel and not Mikel you? Let's forget it. Come on, bye. No, speak. Say what you have to say. I have nothing to say. Speak, otherwise I will. Then speak, let me listen. You criticize me, but you say nothing to your sister? I was astonished. What does my sister have to do with anything? You don't know anything about Eliza? What should I know? She laughed maliciously. Ask your mother, your father, and your brothers. 99. She wouldn't say anything else. She hung up, furious. I anxiously called my parents' house. My mother answered. Every so often you remember we exist, she said. Ma, what's happening to Eliza? What happens to girls these days? What? She's with someone. She's engaged? Let's put it like that. Who is she with? The answer went right through my heart. Marcello Solara. That's what Lila wanted me to know. Marcello, the handsome Marcello of our early adolescence, her stubborn, desperate admirer, the young man she had humiliated by marrying Stefano Carracci, had taken my sister Elisa, the youngest of the family, my good little sister, the woman whom I still thought of as a magical child. And Elisa had let herself be taken, and my parents and my brothers had not lifted a finger to stop him. And my whole family, and in some way I myself, would end up related to the Solaras. Since when? I asked. How do I know? A year?
And you two gave your consent? Did you ask our consent? You did as you liked, and she did the same thing. Pietro isn't Marcello Solara. You're right. Marcello would never let himself be treated by Elisa the way Pietro is treated by you. Silence. You could have told me. You could have consulted me. Why? You left. I'll take care of you. Don't worry. Hardly. You've only thought of your own affairs. You didn't give a damn about us. I decided to leave immediately for Naples with the children. I wanted to go by train, but Pietro volunteered to drive us, passing off as kindness the fact that he didn't want to work. As soon as we came down from the Doganella and were in the chaotic traffic of Naples, I felt gripped by the city, ruled by its unwritten laws. I hadn't set foot there since the day I left to get married. The noise seemed unbearable. I was irritated by the constant honking, by the insults the drivers shouted at Pietro when, not knowing the way, he hesitated, slowed down. A little before Piazza Carlo III, I made him pull over.
I got into the driver's seat and drove aggressively to Via Ferrante to the same hotel he had stayed in years before. We left our bags. I carefully dressed the two girls and myself, then we went to the neighborhood, to my parents' house. What did I think I could do? Impose on Elisa my authority as the older sister, a university graduate, well-married? Persuade her to break her engagement? Tell her, I've known Marcello since he grabbed my wrist and tried to pull me into the Fiat 1100, breaking Mama's silver bracelet, so trust me, he's a vulgar, violent man? Yes. I felt determined. My job was to pull Elisa out of that trap. My mother greeted Pietro affectionately, and, in turn, "This is for D-Day, from Grandma, this is for Elsa." She gave the two girls many small gifts that, in different ways, excited them. My father's voice was hoarse with emotion. He seemed thinner, even more subservient. I waited for my brothers to appear, but I discovered that they weren't home. "They're always at work," my father said without enthusiasm. "What do? "They work," my mother broke in. "Where?" "Marcello arranged jobs for them." I remembered how the Solaras had arranged a job for Antonio, what they had made him into. "Doing what?" I asked. My mother answered in irritation. "They bring money home, and that's enough. Elisa isn't like you, Lanu. Elisa thinks of all of us." I pretended not to hear. "Did you tell her I was coming today? Where is she?" My father lowered his gaze. My mother said curtly, "At her house." I became angry. "She doesn't live here anymore?" "No." "Since when?" "Almost 2 months." "She and Marcello have a nice apartment in the new neighborhood," my mother said coldly. 90. He was more than just a boyfriend then. I wanted to go to Elisa's house right away, even though my mother kept saying, "What are you doing? Your sister is preparing a surprise for you. Stay here, we'll all go together later." I paid no attention. I telephoned Elisa. She answered happily and yet embarrassed. I said, "Wait for me, I'm coming." I left Pietro and the girls with my parents and set off on foot. The neighborhood seemed to me more run down, the buildings dilapidated, the streets and sidewalks full of holes, littered with garbage. From black-edged posters that carpeted the walls, I had never seen so many. I learned that the old man Ugo Solara, Marcello and Michele's grandfather, had died. As the date attested, the event wasn't recent. It went back at least 2 months. And the high-flown phrases, the faces of grieving Madonnas, the very name of the dead man were faded. Yet the death notices persisted on the streets, as if the other dead, out of respect, had decided to disappear from the world without letting anyone know. I saw several, even at the entrance to Stefano's grocery. The shop was open, but it seemed to me a hole in the wall, dark, deserted. And Carracci appeared in the back, in his white smock, and disappeared like a ghost. I climbed up toward the railroad, passing what we used to call the new grocery. The lowered shutter, partly off its tracks, was rusty and defaced by obscene words and drawings. That whole part of the neighborhood appeared abandoned. The shiny white of long ago had turned gray. The plaster had flaked off in places, revealing the bricks. I walked by the building where Lila had lived. Few of the stunted trees had survived. Packing tape held together the crack in the glass of the front door. Elisa lived farther on, in a better-maintained area, more pretentious. The porter, a small, bald man with a thin mustache, appeared and stopped me, asking with hostility who I was looking for. I didn't know what to say. I muttered, "Solara." He became deferential and let me go. Only in the elevator did I realize that my entire self had, in a sense, slid backward. What would have seemed to me acceptable in Milan or Florence, a woman's freedom to dispose of her own body and her own desires, living with someone outside of marriage, there in the neighborhood, seemed inconceivable. At stake was my sister's future. I couldn't control myself. Elisa had set up house with a dangerous person like Marcello. And my mother was pleased? She who had been enraged because I was married in a civil and not a religious ceremony. She who considered Lila a whore because she lived with Enzo, and Ada a prostitute because she had become Stefano's lover. She allowed her young daughter to sleep with Marcello Solara, a bad person, outside of marriage? I had thoughts of that sort as I went up to Elisa's, and a rage that I felt was justified. But my mind, my disciplined mind, was confused. I didn't know what arguments I would resort to. Those my mother would have asserted until a few years before, if I had made such a choice? Would I therefore regress to a level that she had left behind? Or should I say, go and live with whoever you like, but not with Marcello Solara? Should I say that? But what girl today, in Florence, in Milan, would I ever force to leave a man, whoever he was, if she was in love with him? When Elisa opened the door, I hugged her so hard that she said, laughing, "You're hurting me." I felt her alarm as she invited me to sit down in the living room, a showy room full of flowered sofas and chairs with gilded backs, and began to speak quickly, but of other things. How well I looked, what pretty earrings I was wearing, what a nice necklace, how chic she was. She was so eager to meet Dide and Elsa. I described her nieces in detail. I took off my earrings, made her try them at the mirror, gave them to her. I saw her brighten. She laughed and said, "I was afraid you'd come to scold me, to say you were opposed to my relationship with Marcello." I stared at her for a long moment. I said, "Elisa, I am opposed to it. And I made this trip purposely to tell you, Mama, Papa, and our brothers." Her expression changed. Her eyes filled with tears. "Now you're upsetting me. Why are you against it? The Solaras are terrible people. Not Marcello." She began to tell me about him. She said it had started when I was pregnant with Elsa. Our mother had left to stay with me, and she had found all the weight of the family on her. Once, when she had gone to do the shopping at the Solara supermarket, Reno, Lila's brother, had said that if she left the list of what she needed, he would have it delivered. And while Reno was talking, she noticed that Marcello gave her a nod of greeting, as if to let her know that that order had been given by him. From then on, he had begun to hang around, doing kind things for her. Elisa had said to herself, "He's old, I don't like him." But he had become increasingly present in her life, always courteous. There hadn't been a word or a gesture that recalled the hateful side of the Solaras. Marcello was really a respectable person. With him, she felt safe. He had a strength, an authority that made him seem 10 meters tall. Not only that. From the moment it became clear that he was interested in her, Elisa's life had changed. Everyone, in the neighborhood and outside it, had begun to treat her like a queen. Everyone had begun to consider her important. It was a wonderful feeling. She wasn't yet used to it. Before, she said, "You're nobody." And right afterward, even the mice in the sewer grates know you. Of course, you've written a book. You're famous. You're used to it. But I'm not. I was astonished. It had been thrilling to discover that she didn't have to worry about anything. Marcello took care of it all. Every desire of hers was a command for him. So, as time passed, she fell in love. In the end, she had said yes. And now, if a day went by and she didn't see or hear from him, she was awake all night crying. Elisa was convinced that she had had an unimaginable stroke of luck, and I knew that I wouldn't have the strength to spoil all that happiness, especially since she didn't offer me any opportunity. Marcello was capable, Marcello was responsible, Marcello was handsome, Marcello was perfect. With every word she uttered, she was careful either to keep him separate from the Solara family or to speak with cautious liking for his mother or his father, who had a stomach disease and almost never left the house, or of the deceased grandfather. Sometimes even of Mikhail, who, if you spent time with him, also seemed different from the way people judged him. He was very affectionate. "So believe me," she said, "I've never been so happy since I was born. And even Mama, and you know what she's like, is on my side. Even Papa and Johnny and Pepe, who until a short time ago spent their days doing nothing, now Marcello employs them, paying them really well." "If that's really the way things are, get married," I said. "We will. But now isn't a good time. Marcello says he has to settle some complicated business affairs. And then there's the mourning for his grandfather. Poor man. He lost his mind. He couldn't remember how to walk or even how to speak. By taking him, God set him free. But as soon as things calm down, we'll get married. Don't worry. And then, before you get married, it's better to see if you get along, isn't it? She began to speak in words that weren't hers, the words of a modern girl picked up from the comic books she read. I compared them with the ones I would have uttered on those same subjects, and I realized that they weren't very different. Elisa's words only seemed a little coarser. How to respond? I didn't know at the start of that visit, and I don't know now. I could have said, "There's not much to say, Elisa. It's all clear. Marcello will consume you, he'll get used to your body, he'll leave you." But they were words that sounded old. Not even my mother had dared to say them. So I resigned myself. I had gone away, Elisa had stayed. What would I have been if I too had stayed? What choices would I have made? Hadn't I too liked the Solara boys when I was a girl? And besides, what had I gained by leaving? Not even the capacity to find words of wisdom to persuade my sister not to ruin herself. Elisa had a pretty face, with delicate features, an unremarkable body, a caressing voice. Marcello I remembered as tall, handsome, muscular. He had a square face with a healthy complexion and was capable of intense feelings of love. He had demonstrated that when he was in love with Leela. It didn't seem that he'd had other love since. What to say then? In the end, she went to get a box and showed me all the jewelry Marcello had given her, objects compared to which the earrings I had given her were what they were, small things. "Be careful," I said. "Don't lose yourself. And if you need to, call me." I was about to get up, but she stopped me, laughing. "Where are you going? Didn't Mama tell you? They're all coming here for dinner. I've made a huge amount of food." I showed my annoyance. All who? Everyone. It's a surprise. 91. The first to arrive were my father and mother with the two little girls and Pietro. D-Day and Elsa received more presents from Elisa, who fussed over them. "D-Day, sweetie, give me a big kiss here. Elsa, how nice and plump you are. Come to your aunt. You know we have the same name." My mother disappeared immediately into the kitchen, head down, without looking at me. Pietro tried to pull me aside to tell me I don't know what serious thing, but with the air of one who wants to declare his innocence. Instead, my father dragged him over to sit on a couch in front of the television and turned it on at high volume. Soon afterward, Gigiola appeared with her children, two fierce boys who immediately ganged up with D-Day, while Elsa, bewildered, took refuge with me. Gigiola was fresh from the hairdresser. Her extremely high heels clacked on the floor. She sparkled with gold, in her ears, around her neck, on her arms. A bright green dress with a very low décolletage barely contained her, and she wore heavy makeup that was already cracking. She turned to me and said without preamble, sarcastically, "Here we are. We've come to honor you professors. Everything good, Lanu? Is that the genius of the university? My goodness, what nice hair your husband has." Pietro freed himself from my father, who had an arm around his shoulders, jumped up with a timid smile, and couldn't restrain himself. His gaze instinctively rested on the large wave of Gigiola's breasts. She noted it with satisfaction. "Easy, easy," she said to him, "or I'll be embarrassed. Here no one ever gets up to greet a lady." My father pulled my husband back, worried that someone would take him away, and started talking to him again about something or other, in spite of the booming television. I asked Gigiola how she was, trying to convey to her with my gaze, my tone of voice, that I hadn't forgotten her confidences and was close to her. The idea must not have pleased her. She said, "Listen, sweetheart, I'm fine, you're fine, we're all fine. But if my husband hadn't ordered me to come here and bore my ass off, I'd be much better off at my house, just to be clear." I couldn't answer. Someone was ringing the doorbell. My sister moved lightly. She seemed to glide on a breath of wind. She hurried to open the door. I heard her exclaim, "How happy I am! Come, Mama, come in." And she reappeared, holding by the hand her future mother-in-law, Manuela Solara, who was dressed for a party, a fake flower in her dyed reddish hair, sorrowful eyes set in deep sockets, almost thinner than the last time I'd seen her, almost skin and bone. Behind her was Mikhail, well-dressed, carefully shaved, with a brusque power in his gaze and in his calm movements. And a moment afterward appeared a big man I had trouble recognizing. Everything about him was enormous. He was tall, with big feet, long, large, powerful legs, his stomach and chest and shoulders inflated by some heavy, compact material. He had a large head with a broad forehead. His long brown hair was combed back. His beard was coal black. It was Marcello. Elisa confirmed it by offering her lips as if to a god to whom one owes respect and gratitude. He bent over, brushing hers with his, while my father rose, pulling up Pietro too, with an embarrassed air, and my mother hurried limping from the kitchen. I realized that the presence of Signora Solara was considered exceptional, a thing to be proud of. Elisa whispered to me with emotion, "Today my mother-in-law is 60. "Ah," I said, and meanwhile I was surprised to see Marcello, as soon as he came in, turn directly to my husband, as if they already knew each other. He gave him a bright smile, shouting, "Everything's taken care of, Prof." What everything was taken care of? Pietro responded with an uncertain smile. Then he looked at me, shaking his head in distress, as if to say, I did everything I could. I would have liked him to explain, but already Marcello was introducing Manuela. "Come, Mama, this is the professor husband of Lenuccia. Sit down here next to him."
Pietro made a half bow, and I too felt compelled to greet Signora Solara, who said, "How pretty you are, Lenu. You're pretty like your sister." And then she asked me with some anxiety, "It's warm in here. Don't you feel it?" I didn't answer. Dede was whining, calling me. Gigliola, the only one who appeared to give no importance to the presence of Manuela, shouted something vulgar in dialect to her children who had hit mine. I realized that Mikhail was studying me silently, without even saying hello. I greeted him in a loud voice, then tried to soothe Dede and Elsa, who, seeing her sister distressed, was about to start crying in turn. Marcello said to me, "I'm so happy to have you as a guest in my house. It's a great honor for me, believe me." He turned to Elisa as if to speak directly to me were beyond his powers. "You tell her how pleased I am. Your sister intimidates me." I said something to put him at ease, but at that moment the doorbell rang again. Mikhail went to the door, and he returned shortly afterward with a look of amusement. He was followed by an old man who was carrying suitcases. My suitcases, the suitcases we had left in the hotel. Mikhail gestured toward me. The man placed them in front of me, as if he had performed a magic trick for my entertainment. "No!" I exclaimed. "Oh no! You're making me angry!" But Elisa embraced me, kissed me, said, "We have room. You can't stay in a hotel. We have so much space here, and 2 bathrooms." Anyway, Marcello said emphatically, "I asked your husband for permission. I wouldn't have dared take the initiative. Prof, please talk to your wife. Defend me." I gasped, furious but smiling. "Good Lord, what a mess! Thank you, Marche. You're very kind, but we really can't accept." And I tried to send the suitcases back to the hotel. But I also had to attend to Dede. I said to her, "Let me see what the boys did. It's nothing. A little kiss will make it go away. Go play. Take Elsa." And I called Pietro, already caught in the coils of Manuela Solara. "Pietro, come here, please. What did you say to Marcello? We can't sleep here." And I realized that my voice was taking on the tones of the dialect, out of nervousness, that words were coming to me in the Neapolitan of the neighborhood, that the neighborhood, from the courtyard to the stradone and the tunnel, was imposing its language on me, its mode of acting and reacting, its figures, those which in Florence seemed faded images, and here were flesh and blood. There was another ring at the door. Elisa went to open it. Who else was still to arrive? A few seconds passed, and Gennaro rushed into the room. He saw Dede. Dede saw him, incredulous.
She immediately stopped whining, and they stared at each other, overwhelmed by that unexpected reunion. Right afterward, Enzo appeared, the only blonde among so many dark-haired people and bright colors, and yet he was grim. Finally, Lila entered. 92. A long period of words without body, a voice alone that ran in waves over an electric sea, suddenly shattered. Lila wore a knee-length blue dress. She was thin, all sinews, which made her seem taller than usual in spite of her low heels. She had deep wrinkles at the sides of her mouth and her eyes. Otherwise, the pale skin of her face was stretched over the forehead, the cheekbones. Her hair, combed into a ponytail, showed threads of white over her ears, which were almost without lobes. As soon as she saw me, she smiled. She narrowed her eyes. I didn't smile, and was so surprised I said nothing, not even hello. Although we were both 30 years old, she seemed older, more worn than I imagined I was. Gigliola shouted, "Finally, the other little queen is here. The children are hungry. I can't control them anymore." We ate. I felt as if I were being squeezed in an uncomfortable device. I couldn't swallow. I thought angrily of the suitcases, which I had unpacked in the hotel, and which had been arbitrarily repacked by one or more strangers, people who had touched my things, Pietro's, the children's, making a mess. I couldn't accept the evidence that I would sleep in the house of Marcello Solara to please my sister, who shared his bed. I watched, with a hostility that grieved me, Elisa and my mother. The first, overwhelmed by an anxious happiness, talking on and on as she played the part of mistress of the house. The second, appearing content, so content that she even filled Lila's plate politely. I observed Enzo, who ate with his head down, annoyed by Gigliola, who pressed her enormous bosom against his arm and talked in loud, flirtatious tones. I looked with irritation at Pietro, who, although assailed by my father, by Marcello, by Signora Solara, paid attention only to Lila, who sat opposite him and was indifferent to everyone, even to me, maybe especially to me. And the children got on my nerves, the 5 new lives who had arranged themselves into 2 groups, Gennaro and Dede, well-behaved and devious, against Gigliola's children, who, drinking wine from their distracted mother's glass, were becoming intolerable, and now appealing to Elsa, who, they took no notice of her. Who had put on this show? Who had mixed together different reasons to celebrate? Elisa, obviously, but pushed by whom? Maybe by Marcello. But Marcello had surely been directed by Michele, who, at his ease, ate, drank, pretended to ignore the behavior of his wife and children, but stared ironically at my husband, who seemed fascinated by Lila. What did he want to prove? That this was the territory of the Solaras? That even if I had escaped, I belonged to that place, and therefore to them? That they could force on me anything by mobilizing affections, vocabulary, rituals, but also by destroying them, by making at their convenience the ugly beautiful and the beautiful ugly. He spoke to me for the first time since he had arrived. "Did you see Mama?" he said. "Imagine, she's 60, but who would ever say so? Look how pretty she is. She carries it well, no?" He raised his voice on purpose so that everyone could hear not so much his question as the answer that I was now obliged to give. I had to speak in praise of Mama. Here she was, sitting next to Pietro, an old woman who was a little vague, polite, apparently innocuous, with a long, bony face, a massive nose, that crazy flower in her thinning hair. And yet she was the loan shark who had founded the family fortunes, the caretaker and guardian of the Red Book, in which were the names of so many in the neighborhood, the city, and the province, the woman of the crime without punishment, a ruthless and dangerous woman, according to the telephonics fantasy I had indulged in, along with Lila, and according to the pages of my aborted novel. Mama, who had killed Don Achille to replace him and gain a monopoly on loan sharking, and who had brought up her 2 sons to seize everything, trampling on everyone. And now I had the obligation to say to Mikhail, "Yes, it's true. How pretty your mother looks, how well she carries her years. Congratulations." And I saw out of the corner of my eye that Lila had stopped talking to Pietro and expected nothing else. Already she was turning to look at me, her full lips parted, her eyes cracks, her brow furrowed. I read the sarcasm in her face. It occurred to me that maybe she had suggested to Mikhail that he put me in that cage. "Mama's just turned 60, Lenu. The mama of your brother-in-law, your sister's mother-in-law. Let's see what you say now. Let's see if you continue to play the schoolmistress." I responded, turning to Manuela, "Happy birthday. Nothing else." And immediately Marcello broke in, as if to help me. He exclaimed with emotion, thank you, Lenu." Then he turned to his mother. Her face was pained, sweaty, and red blotches had appeared on her skinny neck. "Lenuccia has congratulated you, Mama." And immediately Pietro said to the woman who was sitting next to him, "Happy birthday also, Signora."
And so everyone, except Gigliola and Lilla paid respects to Signora Salata, even the children, in chorus. "Many happy returns, Manuela! Many happy returns, Grandma!" And she shied away, saying, "I'm old," and, taking out of her purse a blue fan with the image of the Gulf and a smoking Vesuvio, she began to fan herself, slowly at first, then more energetically. Michele, although he had turned to me, seemed to give my husband's good wishes more importance. He spoke to him politely. "Too kind, Prof. You aren't from here, and you can't know the good qualities of our mother." He assumed a confidential tone. "We're good folk. My late grandfather, rest his soul, started out with the bar here at the corner, started from nothing, and my father expanded it. He made a pastry shop that's famous in all Naples, thanks also to the skill of Spagnuolo, my wife's father, an extraordinary artisan, right, Giglio? But," he added, "it's to my mother, to our mother, that we owe everything. In recent times, envious people who wish us harm, have spread odious rumors about her. But we are tolerant people. Life has taught us to stay in business and to be patient. So the truth always prevails. And the truth is that this woman is extremely intelligent. She has a strong character. There has never been a moment when it would even cross your mind that she has the desire to do nothing. She has always worked, always, and she has done it only for the family. She never enjoyed anything for herself. What we have today is what she built for us children. What we do today is only the continuation of what she did." Manuela fanned herself with a more deliberate gesture. She said aloud to Pietro, "Michele is a wonderful son. When he was a child, at Christmas, he would climb up on the table and recite poetry beautifully, but his flaw is that he likes to talk, and when he talks, he has to exaggerate." Marcello interrupted, "No, Mama, what exaggeration? It's all true." And Michele continued to sing Manuela's praises, how beautiful she was, how generous, he wouldn't stop. Until suddenly he turned to me. He said, seriously, in fact solemnly, "There's only one other woman who is almost like our mother." Another woman? A woman almost comparable to Manuela Salata? I looked at him in bewilderment. The phrase, in spite of that almost, was out of place, and for a few instants the noisy dinner became soundless. Gigliola stared at her husband with nervous eyes, the pupils dilated by wine and unhappiness. My mother, too, assumed an expression that was unsuitable, watchful. Maybe she hoped that that woman was Eliza, that Michele was about to assign to her daughter a sort of right of succession to the most elevated seat among the Saladas. And Manuela stopped fanning herself for a moment. She dried with her index finger the sweat on her lips. She waited for her son to upend those words in a mocking remark. But, with the audacity that had always distinguished him, not giving a damn about his wife or Enzo or even his mother, he stared at Lila while his face turned a greenish color and his gestures became more agitated and his words served as a rope, dragging her attention away from Pietro.
"Tonight," he said, "we're all here at my brother's house. First, to welcome as they deserve these two esteemed professors and their beautiful children. Second, to celebrate my mother, the most blessed woman. Third, to wish Eliza great happiness and, soon, a fine marriage. Fourth, if you will allow me, to toast an agreement that I was afraid would never be made. Lena, please, come here. Lena, Leela." I sought her gaze, and she looked back for a fraction of a second, a look that said, "Now do you understand the game? You remember how it works?" Then, to my great surprise, while Enzo stared at an indeterminate point on the tablecloth, she rose meekly and came over to Michele. He didn't touch her. He didn't touch a hand, an arm, nothing, as if between them hung a blade that could wound him. Instead, he placed his fingers for several seconds on my shoulder and turned to me again. "You mustn't be offended, Lenu. You're smart. You've gone so far. You've been in the newspapers. You're the pride of us all who have known you since you were a child. But, and I'm sure you agree, and you'll be pleased if I say it now, because you love her, Lena has something alive in her mind that no one else has, something strong that jumps here and there, and nothing can stop it. A thing that not even the doctors can see, and that I think not even she knows, even though it's been there since she was born. She doesn't know it and doesn't want to recognize it. Look what a mean face she's making right now. A thing that, if it doesn't like you, can cause you a lot of problems, but if it does, leaves everyone astonished. Well, for a long time, I've wanted to buy this distinctive aspect of her. Yes, buy. There's nothing wrong. Buy the way you buy pearls, diamonds. But until now, unfortunately, it was impossible. We've made just a small step forward, and it's this small step that I wish to celebrate tonight. I've hired Signora Cerullo to work in the data processing center that I've set up in Acerra, a very modern thing that if it interests you, Lenu, if it interests the professor, I'll take you to visit tomorrow, or anyway before you leave. What do you say, Lena? Leela made an expression of disgust. She shook her head unhappily and said, staring at Signora Salata, "Michele doesn't understand anything about computers, and I don't know what he thinks that I do. But it's nonsense. It just takes a correspondence course. I learned it even though I only went up to 5th grade in school." And she said nothing else. She didn't mock Michele, as I expected she would, because of that tremendous image she had invented, the living thing that flowed in her mind. She didn't mock him for the pearls, the diamonds. Above all, she didn't evade the compliments. In fact, she allowed us to toast her hiring as if she really had been assumed into heaven. She allowed Michele to continue to praise her, justifying with his praise the salary he was paying her. And all while Pietro, with that capacity of his for feeling at ease with people he considered inferior, was already saying, without consulting me, that he would very much like to visit the center in Acerra, and he wanted to hear about it from Leela, who had sat down again. I thought for a moment that if I gave her time, she would take away my husband as she had taken Nino from me. But I didn't feel jealous. If it happened, it would happen only out of a desire to dig a deeper furrow between us. I took it for granted that she couldn't like Pietro, and that Pietro would never be capable of betraying me out of desire for someone else. Another feeling, however, came over me, a more tangled one. I was in the place where I was born. I had always been considered the girl who had been most successful. I was convinced that it was, at least in that place, an indisputable fact. Instead, Michele, as if he had deliberately organized my demotion in the neighborhood, and in particular in the midst of the family I came from, had contrived to make Leela overshadow me. He had even wanted me to comply with my overshadowing by publicly recognizing the incomparable power of my friend. And she had willingly agreed to it. In fact, maybe she had even had a hand in the result, planning and organizing it. If a few years earlier, when I had had my little success as a writer, the thing wouldn't have wounded me, in fact, would have pleased me, now that that was over, I realized that I was suffering. I exchanged a look with my mother. She was frowning. She had the expression she assumed when she was struggling not to hit me. She wanted me not to pretend my usual meekness. She wanted me to react, to show how much I knew, all the high-quality stuff, not that nonsense of Acerra. She was saying it to me with her eyes, like a mute command. But I said nothing.
Suddenly, Manuela Solara, darting glances of impatience, exclaimed, "I feel hot, don't you all too?" 93, Elisa, like my mother, could not tolerate my loss of prestige. But while my mother remained silent, she turned to me, radiant, affectionate, to let me know that I remained her extraordinary older sister, whom she would always be proud of. "I have something to give you," she said, and added, jumping lightheartedly, as was her way, from one subject to another, "Have you ever been in an airplane?" I said no. Possible? Possible. It turned out that of those present, only Pietro had flown, several times, but he spoke of it as if it were nothing much. Instead, for Elisa, it had been a wonderful experience, and also for Marcello. They had gone to Germany, a long flight, for reasons of work and pleasure. Elisa had been afraid at first because of the jolting and shaking, and a jet of cold air struck her right in the head as if it were going to drill a hole. Then through the window she had seen white clouds below and blue sky above. So she had discovered that above the clouds there was always fine weather, and from high up the earth was all green and blue and violet and shining with snow when they flew over the mountains. She asked me, "Guess who we met in Dusseldorf?" I said, unhappy with everything, "I don't know, Elisa, tell me." "Antonio." "Ah. He was very eager for me to send his greetings." "Is he well?" "Very well. He gave me a gift for you." So that was the thing she had for me, a gift from Antonio. She got up and went to get it. Marcello looked at me with a smile. Pietro asked, "Who is Antonio?" "An employee of ours," said Marcello. "A boyfriend of your wife," said Michele, laughing. "Times have changed, Professor. Today women have a lot of boyfriends, and they boast about it much more than men. How many girlfriends have you had?" Pietro said seriously, "None. I've loved only my wife." "Liar!" Michele exclaimed in great amusement. "Can I whisper to you how many girlfriends I've had?" He got up and, followed by Gigiola's look of disgust, stood behind my husband, whispered to him. "Incredible!" Pietro exclaimed, cautiously ironic. They laughed together. Meanwhile, Elisa returned. She handed me a package wrapped in packing paper. "Open it." "Do you know what's in it?" I asked, puzzled. "We both know," said Marcello, "but we hope you don't." I unwrapped the package. I realized, as I did, that they were all watching me. Leila looked at me sideways, intent, as if she expected a snake to dart out. When they saw that Antonio, the son of crazy Melina, the illiterate and violent servant of the Solaras, my boyfriend in adolescence, had sent me as a gift nothing wonderful, nothing moving, nothing that alluded to times past, but only a book, they seemed disappointed. Then they noticed that I had changed color, that I was looking at the cover with a joy I couldn't control. It wasn't just any book. It was my book. It was the German translation of my novel, 6 years after its publication in Italy. For the first time, I was present at the spectacle, yes, a spectacle, of my words dancing before my eyes in a foreign language. "You didn't know about it?" Elisa asked, happy. "No." "And you're pleased?" "Very pleased." My sister announced to everyone proudly, "It's the novel Lenuccia wrote, but with German words." And my mother, reddening in return, said, "You see how famous she is?" Gigiola took the book, paged through it, said admiringly, "The only thing I can understand is Elena Greco." Leila then reached out her hand in an imperative way, indicating that she wanted it. I saw in her eyes curiosity, the desire to touch and look at and read the unknown language that contained me and had transported me far away. I saw in her the urgency for that object, an urgency that I recognized. She had had it as a child, and it softened me. But Gigiola started angrily. She pulled the book away so that Leila couldn't take it and said, "Wait, I have it now." "What is it? You know German?"
And Leela withdrew her hand, shook her head no, and Gigiola exclaimed, "Then don't be a pain in the ass. Let me look. I want to see what Lenuccia was able to do." In the general silence, she turned the book over and over in her hands with satisfaction. She leafed through the pages one after another, slowly, as if she were reading a few lines here, a few there. Finally, her voice thickened by the wine, she said, handing it to me, "Bravo, Lenu. Compliments for everything. The book, the husband, the children. You might think that we're the only ones who know you, and instead, even the Germans do. What you have, you deserve. You got it with hard work, without hurting anyone, without bullshitting with other people's husbands. Thank you. Now I really have to go. Good night." She struggled to get up, sighing. She had become even heavier because of the wine. She yelled at the children, "Hurry up!" and they protested. The older said something vulgar in dialect. She slapped him and dragged him toward the door. Michele shook his head with a smile on his face. He muttered, "I've had a rough time with that bitch. She always has to ruin my day." Then he said calmly, "Wait, Gigi, what's your hurry? First we have to eat your father's dessert, then we'll go." And the children, in a flash, fortified by their father's words, slipped away and returned to the table. Gigiola instead continued with her heavy tread toward the door, saying in irritation, "I'll go by myself. I don't feel well." But at that point, Michele shouted at her in a loud voice, charged with violence, "Sit down right now!" And she stopped as if the words had paralyzed her legs. Elisa jumped up and said softly, "Come, help me get the cake." She took her by the arm, pulled her toward the kitchen. I reassured Dede with a look. She was frightened by Michele's shouting. Then I held out the book to Leela, saying, "Do you want to see?" She shook her head with an expression of indifference. 94. "Where have we ended up?" Pietro asked, half outraged and half amused, when, once the children had been put to bed, we closed the door of the room that Elisa had given us. He wanted to joke about the more incredible moments of the evening, but I attacked him. We quarreled in low voices. I was angry with him, with everyone, with myself. From the chaotic feeling I had inside, the desire that Leela would get sick and die was re-emerging. Not out of hatred. I loved her more and more. I wouldn't have been capable of hating her. But I couldn't bear the emptiness of her evasion. "How could you possibly," I asked Pietro, "agree to let them take our bags, bring them here, give them the authority to move us to this house?" And I didn't know what sort of people they were. "No," I hissed, "it's that you've never listened to me. I've always told you where I come from." We talked for a long time. He tried to soothe me. I berated him. I said he had been too timid, that he had been put upon, that he knows how to insist only with the well-brought-up people of his world, that I no longer trust him, that I didn't even trust his mother. How could it be that my book had come out in Germany 2 years ago and the publisher had said nothing about it? What other countries had it been published without my knowing? I wanted to get to the bottom of it, etc., etc. To make me feel better, he agreed, and urged me to telephone his mother and the publisher the next morning. Then he declared a great liking for what he called the working-class environment I had been born and brought up in. He whispered that my mother was a generous and very intelligent person. He had kind words for my father, for Elisa, for Gigiola, for Enzo. But his tone changed abruptly when he came to the Solaras. He called them crooks, vicious scoundrels, smooth-talking criminals. And finally he came to Leela. He said softly, "It's she who disturbed me most." "I noticed," I snapped. "You talked to her the whole evening." Pietro shook his head energetically. He explained, surprisingly, that Leela had seemed to him the worst person.
He said that she wasn't at all my friend, that she hated me, that she was extraordinarily intelligent, that she was very fascinating. But her intelligence had been put to bad use. It was the evil intelligence that sows discord and hates life. And her fascination was the more intolerable, the fascination that enslaves and drives a person to ruin, just like that.
At first, I pretended to disagree, but in fact, I was pleased. I had been wrong then. Leela hadn't affected him. Pietro was a man practiced in perceiving the subtext of every text and had easily picked up her unpleasant aspects. But soon it seemed to me that he was overdoing it. He said, "I don't understand how your relationship could have lasted so long. Obviously, you've carefully hidden from each other anything that could rupture it." And he added, "Either I haven't understood anything about her, and it's likely I don't know her, or I haven't understood anything about you, and that is more upsetting." Finally, he said the ugliest words. "She and that Mikhail are made for each other. If they aren't already lovers, they will be." Then I revolted. I hissed that I couldn't bear his pedantic, overeducated bourgeois tone, that he must never again speak of my friend in that way, that he hadn't understood anything. And as I was speaking, I seemed to perceive something that at that moment not even he knew. Leela had affected him, seriously. Pietro had grasped her exceptionality so well that he was frightened by it, and now felt the need to vilify her. He was afraid not for himself, I think, but for me and for our relationship. He was afraid that, even at a distance, she would tear me away from him, destroy us. And to protect me, he overdid it. He slandered her, in a confused way. He wanted me to be disgusted by her and expel her from my life. I whispered goodnight and turned the other way. 95. The next day, I got up very early and packed the suitcases. I wanted to return to Florence right away, but I couldn't. Marcello said he had promised his brother to take us to Acerra, and since Pietro, although I let him know in every possible way that I wanted to leave, was willing, we left the children with Elisa and agreed to let that big man drive us to a long, low, yellow building, a large shoe warehouse. The whole way I was silent, while Pietro asked questions about the Solaris business in Germany, and Marcello equivocated with disjointed phrases like, "Italy, Germany, the world, Professor. I'm more communist than the communists, more revolutionary than the revolutionaries. For me, if you could flatten everything and build it all again from the beginning, I'd be in the first row. Anyway," he added, looking at me in the rearview mirror in search of agreement, "love for me comes before everything." When we got there, he led us into a low-ceilinged room illuminated by neon lights. There was a strong odor of ink, of dust, of overheated insulators, mixed with that of uppers and shoe polish. "Look," Marcello said, "here's the contraption Mikhail rented." I looked around. There was no one at the machine. The System 3 was completely unremarkable, an uninteresting piece of furniture backed up to a wall. Metal panels, control knobs, a red switch, a wooden shelf, keyboards. "I don't understand anything about it," said Marcello. "This is stuff that Lena knows, but she doesn't have a schedule. She's always in and out." Pietro carefully examined the panels, the control knobs, everything, but it was clear that modernity was disappointing him, all the more since Marcello answered every question with, "This is my brother's business. I have other problems on my mind." Leela showed up when we were about to leave. She was with two young women who were carrying metal containers. She seemed irritated and ordered them around. As soon as she noticed us, she changed her tone. She became polite, but in a forced way, as if a part of her brain had broken free and were reaching toward urgent things to do with the job. She ignored Marcello and addressed Pietro, but as if she were also speaking to me. "What do you care about this stuff?" she said, teasing. "If you're really interested in it, let's make a deal. You work here, and I'll take up your things, novels, paintings, antiquities." Again, I had the impression that she had aged before me, Not only in her appearance, but in her movements, her voice, her choice of a dull, vaguely bored manner in which to explain to us not only how the System 3 and the various machines worked, but also the magnetic cards, the tapes, the 5-inch discs, and other innovations that were on the way, like desktop computers that one could have at home for one's personal use. She was no longer the Leela who on the telephone talked about the new job in childish tones, and she seemed far removed from Enzo's enthusiasm. She acted like a super competent employee on whom the boss has dumped one of the many headaches, the tourist visit. She wasn't friendly toward me. She never joked with Pietro. Finally, she ordered the girls to show my husband how the punch card machine worked. Then she pushed me into the hall and said, "So, did you congratulate Elisa? Does one sleep well in Marcello's house? Are you glad the old witch is 60? I replied nervously, "If my sister wants it, what can I do? Beat her over the head?" You see, in the fairy tales one does as one wants, and in reality one does what one can. That's not true. Who forced you to be used by Mikhail? I'm using him, not him me. You're deceiving yourself. Wait, and you'll see. What do you want me to see, Leela? Forget it. I repeat, I don't like it when you act like that. You don't know anything about us anymore, so it's better if you say nothing. You mean I can criticize you only if I live in Naples? Naples, Florence. You aren't doing anything anywhere, Lanu. Who says so? The facts. I know my facts, not you. I was tense. She realized it. She gave me a conciliatory look. You make me mad, and I say things I don't think. You did well to leave Naples. You did very well. But you know who's back. Who? Nino. The news burned my chest. How do you know? Marisa told me. He got a professorship at the university. He didn't like Milan. Leela narrowed her eyes. He married someone from Via Tasso who is related to half the Banco di Napoli. They have a child a year old. I don't know if I suffered. Certainly I had trouble believing it. He's really married? Yes. I looked at her to see what she had in mind. Do you intend to see him? No. But if I happen to run into him, I want to tell him that Gennaro isn't his. 96. She said to me this and some other fragmented things. Congratulations, you have an intelligent and handsome husband. He speaks as if he were religious, even if he's not a believer. He knows ancient and modern facts. In particular, he knows a lot of things about Naples. I'm ashamed. I'm Neapolitan, but I don't know anything. Gennaro is growing up. My mother takes care of him more than I do. He's smart in school. With Enzo, things are good. We work a lot. We rarely see each other. Stefano has ruined himself with his own hands. The Carabinieri found stolen goods in the back of the shop. I don't know what. He was arrested. Now he's out, but he has to be careful. He has nothing anymore. I give him money, not the other way around. You see how things change? If I had remained Signora Carracci, I would be ruined. I would have ended up with my ass on the ground like all the Carraccis. Instead, I'm Raffaella Cerullo, and I'm the technical director for Mikhail Solara at 420,000 lira a month. The result is that my mother treats me like a queen. My father has forgiven me for everything. My brother sucks money out of me. Pinuccia says she loves me so much. Their children call me auntie. But it's a boring job, completely the opposite of what it seemed at first. Still too slow. You waste a lot of time. Let's hope that the new machines get here soon. They're a lot faster. Or no. Speed consumes everything, as when photographs come out blurry.
Alfonso used that expression. He used it in fun. He said that he came out blurry, without clear outlines. Lately, he's been talking to me constantly about friendship. He wants to be my friend. He would like to copy me on copying paper. He swears that he would like to be a girl like me. What sort of girl? I said to him. You're a male, Alfo. You don't know anything about what I'm like. And even if we're friends and you study me and spy on me and copy me, you'll never know anything. So he was having a good time. What do? I suffer being the way I am.
And he confessed to me that he has always loved Michele Solara, and he wishes Michele would like him the way he thinks Michele likes me. You understand, Lenu, what happens to people? We have too much stuff inside, and it swells us, breaks us. All right, I said, we're friends, but get out of your mind that you can be a woman like me. All you'd succeed in being is what a woman is according to you men. You can copy me, make a portrait as precise as an artist, but my shit will always remain mine, and yours will be yours. Ah, Lenu, what happens to us all? We're like pipes when the water freezes. What a terrible thing a dissatisfied mind is. You remember what we did with my wedding picture? I want to continue on that path. The day will come when I reduce myself to diagrams. I'll become a perforated tape, and you won't find me anymore. Nonsense, that's all. That talk in the hall confirmed to me that our relationship no longer had any intimacy. It had been reduced to succinct information, scant details, mean remarks, hot air, no revelation of facts and thoughts for me alone. Leela's life was now hers, and that was all. It seemed that she didn't want to share it with anyone. Pointless to persist with questions like, what do you know about Pasquale? Where did he end up? What do you have to do with Soccavo's death? The kneecapping of Filippo? What led you to accept Michele's offer? What do you make of his dependence on you? Leela had retreated into the unconfessable. Any questions of mine could not become conversation. She would say, what are you thinking? You're crazy. Michele? Dependence? Soccavo? What are you talking about? Even now, as I write, I realize that I don't have enough information to move on to Leela went, Leela did, Leela met, Leela planned. And yet, as I was returning in the car to Florence, I had the impression that there in the neighborhood, between backwardness and modernity, she had more history than I did. How much I had lost by leaving, believing I was destined for who knows what life. Leela, who had remained, had a very new job. She earned a lot of money. She acted in absolute freedom and according to schemes that were indecipherable. She was very attached to her son. She had been extremely devoted to him in the first years of his life, and she still kept an eye on him. But she seemed capable of being free of him as and when she wanted. He didn't cause her the anxieties my daughters caused me. She had broken with her family, and yet she took on their burden and the responsibility for them whenever she could. She took care of Stefano, who was in trouble, but without getting close to him. She hated the Solaras, and yet she submitted to them. She was ironic about Alfonso and was his friend. She said she didn't want to see Nino again, but I knew it wasn't so, that she would see him. Hers was a life in motion. Mine was stopped. While Pietro drove in silence and the children quarreled, I thought a lot about her and Nino, about what might happen. Leela will take him back, I fantasized. She'll manage to see him again. She'll influence him the way she knows how. She'll get him away from his wife and son. She'll use him in her war I no longer know against whom. She'll induce him to get divorced. And meanwhile, she'll escape from Michele after taking a lot of money from him, and she'll leave Enzo, and finally, she'll make up her mind to divorce Stefano. Maybe not, but certainly they'll put their intelligences together, and who can say what they will become? Become. It was a verb that had always obsessed me, but I realized it for the first time only in that situation. I wanted to become, even though I had never known what. And I had become, that was certain, but without an object, without a real passion, without a determined ambition. I had wanted to become something. Here was the point. Only because I was afraid that Leela would become someone, and I would stay behind. My becoming was a becoming in her wake. I had to start again to become, but for myself, as an adult, outside of her. 97. I telephoned Adele as soon as I got home to find out about the German translation that Antonio had sent me. It had come out of the blue. She didn't know anything about it either. She called the publisher. She called me back after a while to tell me that the book had been published not only in Germany, but in France and Spain. So, I asked, what should I do? Adele answered in bewilderment, "Nothing, be satisfied." "Of course," I said, "I'm very pleased. But from the practical point of view, I don't know. Should I go promote it abroad?" She said affectionately, "You don't have to do anything, Elena. The book, unfortunately, didn't sell anywhere." My mood got worse. I nagged the publisher, I asked for precise information about the translations, I was angry because no one cared to keep me informed. I ended up saying to an indifferent secretary, "I found out about the German edition not from you, but from a semi-literate friend. Can you do your job or not?" Then I apologized. I felt stupid. One after the other, the French copy and the Spanish arrived. A copy in German without the crumpled look of the one sent by Antonio. They were ugly books. On the cover were women in black dresses, men with drooping mustaches, and a cloth cap on their head. Laundry hung out to dry. I leafed through them, I showed them to Pietro, I placed them on a bookshelf among other novels. Mute paper, useless paper. A time of weird discontent began. I called Elisa every day to find out if Marcello was still kind, if they had decided to get married. She responded to my apprehensions with carefree laughter and stories of a happy life, of trips by car or plane, of prosperity for our brothers, of well-being for our father and mother. Now, at times, I envied her. I was tired, irritable. Elsa was constantly getting sick. Day-Day required attention. Pietro lingered over his book without finishing it. I lost my temper for no reason. I scolded the children, I quarreled with my husband. The result was that all three were afraid of me. The girls, if I merely passed by their room, stopped playing and looked at me in alarm. And Pietro increasingly preferred the university library to our house. He went out early in the morning and came home at night. When he returned, he seemed to have on him signs of the conflicts that I, now left out of all public activity, read about only in the newspapers. The fascists who knifed and killed, the comrades who did no less, the police who had by law a broad mandate to shoot and did so even here in Florence. Until what I had long been expecting happened. Pietro found himself at the center of a nasty episode that got a lot of attention in the papers. He failed a youth with an important surname who was very active in the struggles. The young man insulted him in front of everyone and aimed a gun at him. Pietro, according to the story that an acquaintance told me, not him, nor was it a first-hand version, she wasn't present, calmly recorded the failure, handed the exam book to the boy, and said, more or less, "Either be serious and shoot, or you'd best get rid of that weapon immediately, because in a moment I'm going to go and report you." The boy aimed the gun at his face for long minutes. Then he put it in his pocket, took the exam book, and fled. Pietro went to the Carabinieri, and the student was arrested. But it didn't end there.
The young man's family went not to Pietro, but to his father to persuade him to withdraw the charges. Professor Guido Irota tried to convince his son, and there were long phone calls, in the course of which, with some amazement, I heard the old man lose his temper, raise his voice. But Pietro wouldn't give in. In great agitation, I confronted him. I asked, "Do you realize how you're behaving? What should I do? Reduce the tension. I don't understand you. You don't want to understand me. You're just like our professors in Pisa, the most intolerable." "I don't think so." "But you are. Have you forgotten how we struggled in vain to keep up with stupid courses and pass exams that were even more stupid? My course isn't stupid. You might ask your students. One asks for an opinion from those who are competent to give it. Would you ask me if I were your student? I have very good relations with the ones who study. So you like the ones who suck up to you? You like the ones who brag, like your friend in Naples? Yes. And is that why you were always the most dutiful?" I was confused, because I was poor, and it seemed a miracle to have gone so far. "Well, that boy has nothing in common with you. You don't have anything in common with me either." "What do you mean?"
I didn't answer. I avoided it out of prudence. But then my rage increased again. I went back to criticizing his intransigence. I said to him, "You'd already failed him. What was the point of pressing charges?" He said he committed a crime. He was playing at frightening you. He's a boy. He answered coldly, "That gun is a weapon, not a toy. And it was stolen with other weapons 7 years ago from a carabinieri barracks in Rovezzano." I said, "The boy didn't shoot." He muttered, "The weapon was loaded. What if he had?" "He didn't," I cried. He, too, raised his voice. "I should have waited for him to shoot me and then report him?" I yelled, "Don't shout. Your nerves are shattered." He answered, "Think of your own nerves." And it was pointless to explain to him, anxiously, that even if my words and tone were argumentative, the situation actually seemed very dangerous, and I was worried. "I'm afraid for you," I said, "for the children, for me." But he didn't console me. He went to his study and tried to work on his book. Only weeks later, he told me that 2 plainclothes policemen had come to see him and asked for information about certain students, had showed him some photographs. The first time he had greeted them politely and politely sent them away without giving them any information. The second time he had asked, "Have these youths committed crimes?" "No, for now no." "Then what do you want from me?" He had seen them to the door with all the contemptuous courtesy he was capable of. 98. For months, Leela never called. She must have been very busy. Nor did I seek her out, although I felt the need. To diminish the feeling of emptiness, I tried to strengthen my connection with Maria Rosa, but there were many obstacles. Franco now lived permanently at my sister-in-law's house, and Pietro didn't like me getting too close to his sister or seeing my former boyfriend. If I stayed in Milan for more than a day, his mood darkened, imaginary illnesses multiplied, tension increased. Also, Franco himself, who in general never went out except for the medical treatments he constantly needed, didn't welcome my presence. He was impatient with the children's voices, which he found too loud, and at times he disappeared, alarming both Maria Rosa and me. My sister-in-law, besides, had endless engagements and was permanently surrounded by women. Her apartment was a sort of gathering place. She welcomed everyone, intellectuals, middle-class women, working-class women fleeing abusive companions, runaway girls, so that she had little time for me. And anyway, she was too much a friend to all for me to feel sure of our bond. And yet, in her house, the desire to study was rekindled, and even to write. Or rather, it seemed to me that I would be capable of it. We discussed ourselves a lot. But although we were all women, Franco, if he hadn't fled, stayed shut in his room, we struggled to understand what a woman was. Our every move or thought or conversation or dream, once analyzed in depth, seemed not to belong to us. And this excavation seemed to exacerbate those who were weaker, who couldn't tolerate such an excess of self-reflection and believed that to embark on the road of freedom, it was enough simply to cut off men. These were unstable times, arcing in waves. Many of us feared a return to the flat calm and stayed on the crest, holding on to extreme formulations and looking down with fear and rage. When we learned that the security force of Lotta Continua had attacked a separatist women's demonstration, we grew bitter to the point where, if one of the more rigid participants discovered that Maria Russa had a man in the house, which she didn't declare but didn't hide either, the discussion became fierce, the ruptures dramatic. I hated those moments. I was looking for inspiration, not conflict, subjects for research, not dogmas. Or at least, so I said to myself, and sometimes also to Maria Rosa, who listened to me in silence. On one of those occasions, I told her about my relationship with Franco in the days of the Normale and what he had meant to me. "I'm grateful to him," I said. "I learned so much from him, and I'm sorry that he now treats me and the children coldly." I thought about it for a moment and continued, "Maybe there's something mistaken in this desire men have to instruct us. I was young at the time, and I didn't realize that in his wish to transform me was the proof that he didn't like me as I was. He wanted me to be different, or rather, he didn't want just a woman. He wanted the woman he imagined he himself would be if he were a woman. For Franco, I said, I was an opportunity for him to expand into the feminine, to take possession of it. I constituted the proof of his omnipotence, the demonstration that he knew how to be not only a man in the right way, but also a woman. And today, when he no longer senses me as part of himself, he feels betrayed. I expressed myself exactly like that. And Maria Rosa listened with genuine interest, not the slightly feigned curiosity she displayed with the women in general. Write something on that subject, she urged me. She was moved. She said that she had been too late to know the Franco I was talking about. Then she added, maybe it was a good thing. I would never have been in love with him. I hate men who are too intelligent and tell me how I should be. I prefer this suffering and reflective man I've taken in and am caring for. Then she insisted, put it in writing, what you've said. I nodded somewhat nervously, pleased with the praise but also embarrassed. I said something about my relationship with Pietro, about how he tried to impose his views on me. This time, Maria Rosa burst out laughing, and the almost solemn tone of our conversation changed. Franco associated with Pietro? You're joking, she said. Pietro has trouble keeping together his own virility. Imagine if he has the energy to impose on you his feeling for what a woman is. You want to know something? I would have sworn that you wouldn't marry him. I would have sworn that if you had, you would leave him in a year. I would have sworn that you would be careful not to have children. The fact that you're still together seems to me a miracle. You're really a good girl, poor you. 99. We were therefore at this point. My husband's sister considered my marriage a mistake and said it to me frankly. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed to me the ultimate and unbiased confirmation of my conjugal unease. Besides, what could I do about it? I said to myself that maturity consisted in accepting the turn that existence had taken without getting too upset, following a path between daily practices and theoretical achievements, learning to see oneself, know oneself, in expectation of great changes. Day by day, I grew calmer.
My daughter D-Day went to first grade early, already knowing how to read and write. My daughter Elsa was happy to stay alone with me all morning in the still house. My husband, although he was the dullest of academics, seemed finally close to finishing a second book that promised to be even more important than the first. And I was Signora Irota, Elena Irota, a woman depressed by submissiveness, who nevertheless, urged by her sister-in-law, but also in order to fight discouragement, had begun to study almost in secret the invention of woman by men, mixing the ancient and modern worlds. I didn't have an objective, only to be able to say to Maria Rosa, to my mother-in-law, to this or that acquaintance, I'm working. And so I pushed on, in my speculations, from the first and second biblical creations to Defoe Flanders, Flaubert, Bovary, Tolstoy, Karenina, La Dernière Mode, Rose Salavi, and beyond, and still further, in a frenzy of revelation. Slowly, I began to feel some satisfaction. I discovered everywhere female automatons created by men. There was nothing of ourselves, and the little there was that rose up in protest immediately became material for their manufacturing. When Pietro was at work and D-Day was at school and Elsa was playing next to my desk, and I, at last, felt alive, digging into words and among words, I sometimes imagined what my life and Lilith's would have been if we had both taken the test for admission to middle school and then high school, if together we had studied to get our degree, elbow to elbow, allied, a perfect couple, the sum of intellectual energies, of the pleasures of understanding and the imagination. We would have written together. We would have been authors together. We would have drawn power from each other. We would have fought shoulder to shoulder, because what was ours was inimitably ours. The solitude of women's minds is regrettable, I said to myself,
It's a waste to be separated from each other, without procedures, without tradition. Then I felt as if my thoughts were cut off in the middle, absorbing and yet defective, with an urgent need for verification, for development, yet without conviction, without faith in themselves. Then the wish to telephone her returned, to tell her, "Listen to what I'm thinking about. Please, let's talk about it together. You remember what you said about Alfonso." But the opportunity was gone, lost decades ago. I had to learn to be satisfied with myself. Then, one day, just as I was preoccupied with that need, I heard the key turn in the lock. It was Pietro, coming home for lunch after picking up D-Day at school. I closed books and notebooks as the child burst into the room, greeted enthusiastically by Elsa. She was starving. I knew she would cry. "Mama, what is there to eat?" Instead, even before throwing down her book bag, she exclaimed, "A friend of Papa's is coming to lunch with us." I remember the date precisely, March 9, 1976. I pulled myself out of my bad mood. D-Day grabbed me by the hand and drew me into the hallway. Meanwhile, Elsa, because of the announced presence of a stranger, was keeping prudent hold of my skirt. Pietro said gaily, "Look who I brought you." 100. Nino no longer had the thick beard I had seen years earlier in the bookstore, but his hair was long and disheveled. Otherwise, he had remained the boy of years ago, tall, skinny, his eyes bright, his appearance unkempt. He embraced me. He knelt to greet the two girls. He stood up, apologizing for the intrusion. I murmured some cool words. "Come in, sit down. What on earth are you doing in Florence?" I felt as if I had hot wine in my brain. I couldn't give concreteness to what was happening. Nino himself, in my house. And it seemed to me that something was no longer functioning in the organization of internal and external. What was I imagining and what was happening? Who was the shadow and who the living body? Meanwhile, Pietro explained, "We met at the university. I invited him to lunch." And I smiled. I said, "Yes, it's all ready. Where's enough for 4, there's enough for 5. Keep me company while I set the table." I seemed tranquil, but I was extremely agitated. My face hurt with the effort of smiling. "How is it that Nino is here? And what is? "I surprised you," Pietro said, with some apprehension, as when he was afraid of having been wrong about something. And Nino, laughing, "I told him 100 times to call you, I swear, but he didn't want to." Then he explained that it was my father-in-law who had told him to introduce himself. He had met Professor Irota in Rome at the Socialist Party Congress, and there, one thing leading to another, he had said that he had work to do in Florence, and the professor had mentioned Pietro, the new book his son was writing, a volume that he had just obtained for him and that he needed urgently. Nino had offered to take it in person, and now here we were at lunch, the girls fighting for his attention, he who was charming to both of them, obliging to Pietro, and had a few serious words for me. "Think," he said to me, "I've come so often to this city for work, but I didn't know you were living here, that you had 2 lovely young ladies. Luckily, there was this opportunity." "Are you still teaching in Milan?" I asked, knowing perfectly well that he no longer lived in Milan. "No, I'm teaching now in Naples." "What subject?" He made a grimace of displeasure. "Geography." "Meaning?" "Urban geography." "How in the world did you decide to go back?" "My mother's not well." "I'm sorry. What's wrong?" "Her heart." "And your brothers and sisters?" "Fine." "Your father?" "The usual." But time passes, one grows up, and recently we've reconciled. Like everyone, he has his flaws and his virtues. He turned to Pietro. "How much trouble we've made for fathers and for the family. Now that it's our turn, how are we doing?" "I'm doing well," my husband said, with a touch of irony. "I have no doubt. You married an extraordinary woman, and these 2 little princesses are perfect, very well brought up, very stylish. What a pretty dress, D-Day. It looks very nice on you. And Elsa, who gave you the barrette with the stars?" "Mama," said Elsa. Slowly, I calmed down. The seconds regained their orderly rhythm. I took note of what was happening to me. Nino was sitting at the table next to me. He ate the pasta I had prepared, carefully cut Elsa's meat into small pieces, ate his with a good appetite, mentioned with disgust the bribes that Lockheed had paid to Tanasi and to Gui, praised my cooking, discussed with Pietro the socialist option, peeled an apple in a single coil that sent D-Day into ecstasies. Meanwhile, a fluid benevolence spread through the apartment that I hadn't felt in a long time. How nice it was that the two men agreed with one another, liked one another. I began to clear the table in silence. Nino jumped up and offered to do the dishes, provided the girls helped him. "Sit down," he said, and I sat, while he got D-Day and Elsa busy, eager. Every so often he asked where he should put something or other, and continued to chat with Pietro. It was really him, after so long, and he was there. I looked without wanting to at the ring he wore on his ring finger. He never mentioned his marriage, I thought. He spoke of his mother, his father, but not of his wife and child. Maybe it wasn't a marriage of love. Maybe he had married for convenience. Maybe he was forced to get married. Then the flutter of hypotheses ceased. Nino, out of the blue, began to tell the girls about his son, Albertino, and he did it as if the child were a character in a fable, in tones that were comical and tender by turns. Finally, he dried his hands, took out of his wallet a picture, showed it to Elsa, then D-Day, then Pietro, who handed it to me. Albertino was very cute. He was 2, and sat in his mother's arms with a sulky expression. I looked at the child for a few seconds, and immediately went on to examine her.
She seemed magnificent, with big eyes and long black hair. She could hardly be more than 20. She was smiling. Her teeth were sparkling even. Her gaze seemed to me that of someone in love. I gave him back the photograph. I said, "I'll make coffee." I stayed alone in the kitchen. The 4 of them went into the living room. Nino had an appointment for work, and with profuse apologies, left immediately after coffee and a cigarette. "I'm leaving tomorrow," he said, "but I'll be back soon, next week." Pietro urged him repeatedly to let him know. He promised he would. He said goodbye to the girls affectionately, shook hands with Pietro, nodded to me, and disappeared. As soon as the door closed behind him, I was overwhelmed by the dreariness of the apartment. I waited for Pietro, although he had been so at ease with Nino, to find something hateful about his guest. He almost always did. Instead, he said contentedly, "Finally, a person it's worth spending time with." That remark, I don't know why, hurt me. I turned on the television and watched it with the girls for the rest of the afternoon. 101. I hoped that Nino would call right away, the next day. I started every time the phone rang. Instead, an entire week slipped by without news from him. I felt as if I had a terrible cold. I became idle, I stopped my reading and my notes. I got angry at myself for that senseless expectation. Then, one afternoon, Pietro returned home in an especially good mood. He said that Nino had come by the department, that they had spent some time together, that there was no way to persuade him to come to dinner. He invited us to go out tomorrow evening, he said, the children too. He doesn't want you to go to the trouble of cooking. The blood began to flow more quickly. I felt an anxious tenderness for Pietro. As soon as the girls went to their room, I embraced him, I kissed him, I whispered words of love. I hardly slept that night, or rather, I slept with the impression of being awake. The next day, as soon as Dede came home from school, I put her in the bathtub with Elsa and washed them thoroughly. Then I moved on to myself. I took a long, pleasant bath, I shaved my legs, I washed my hair and dried it carefully. I tried on every dress I owned, but I was getting more and more nervous. Nothing looked right, and I didn't like the way my hair had turned out. Dede and Elsa were right there, pretending to be me. They posed in front of the mirror, they expressed dissatisfaction with clothes and hairdos, they shuffled around in my shoes. I resigned myself to being what I was. After I scolded Elsa too harshly for getting her dress dirty at the last minute, we got in the car and drove to pick up Pietro and Nino, who were at the university.
I drove apprehensively, constantly reprimanding the girls who were singing nursery rhymes of their own invention based on shit and pee. The closer I got to the place we were to meet, the more I hoped that some last-minute engagement would keep Nino from coming. Instead, I saw the two men right away, talking. Nino had enveloping gestures, as if he were inviting his interlocutor to enter into a space designed just for him. Pietro seemed as usual clumsy, the skin of his face flushed. He alone was laughing, and in a deferential way. Neither of the two showed particular interest in my arrival. My husband sat in the back seat with the two girls. Nino sat beside me to direct me to a place where the food was good, and, he said, turning to Dede and Elsa, they made delicious frittelle. He described them in detail, getting the girls excited. A long time ago, I thought, observing him out of the corner of my eye, we held hands as we walked, and twice he kissed me. What nice fingers! To me, he said only, "Here, go right, then right again, then left at the intersection." Not an admiring look, not a compliment. At the trattoria, we were greeted in a friendly but respectful way. Nino knew the owner, the waiters. I ended up at the head of the table between the girls. The two men sat opposite each other, and my husband began talking about the difficulties of life in the university. I said almost nothing, attending to Dede and Elsa, who usually at the table were very well behaved, but that night kept causing trouble, laughing, to attract Nino's attention. I thought uneasily, Pietro talks too much. He's boring him. He doesn't leave him space. I thought, we've lived in this city for 7 years, and we have no place of our own where we could take him in return. A restaurant where the food is good, as it is here, where we're recognized as soon as we enter. I liked the owner's courtesy. He came to our table often, and even went so far to say to Nino, "Tonight, I won't give you that. It's not fit for you and your guests." And he advised something else. When the famous frittelle arrived, the girls were elated, and so was Pietro. They fought over them. Only then Nino turned to me. "Why haven't you had anything else published?" he asked, without the frivolity of dinner conversation and an interest that seemed genuine. I blushed. I said, indicating the children, "I did something else." "That book was really good. Thank you." "It's not a compliment. You've always known how to write. You remember the article about the religion teacher? Your friends didn't publish it. There was a misunderstanding. I lost faith. I'm sorry. Are you writing now?" "In my spare time." "A novel?" "I don't know what it is." "But the subject? Men who fabricate women. Nice. We'll see. Get busy. I'd like to read you soon." And, to my surprise, he turned out to be very familiar with the works by women I was concerned with. I had been sure that men didn't read them. Not only that, he cited a book by Starobinsky that he had recently read and said there was something that might be useful to me. He knew so much. He had been like that since he was a boy, curious about everything. Now he was quoting Rousseau and Bernard Shaw. I broke in. He listened attentively. And when the children, nerve-wrackingly, began tugging at me to order more frittelle, he signaled to the owner to make us some more. Then, turning to Pietro, he said, "You should leave your wife more time. She has all day available. I'm not kidding. If you don't, you're guilty not only on a human level, but also on a political one. What's the crime? The waste of intelligence. A community that finds it natural to suffocate with the care of home and children so many women's intellectual energies is its own enemy." I waited in silence for Pietro to respond. My husband reacted with sarcasm. "Elena can cultivate her intelligence when and how she likes. The essential thing is that she not take time from me." "If she doesn't take it from you, then who can she take it from?" Pietro frowned. "When the task we give ourselves has the urgency of passion, there's nothing that can keep us from completing it." I felt wounded. I whispered with a false smile, "My husband is saying that I have no true interest." Silence. Nino asked, "And is that true?" I answered in a rush that I didn't know. I didn't know anything. But while I was speaking, with embarrassment, with rage, I realized that my eyes were filled with tears. I lowered my gaze. "That's enough for Tele," I said to the children in a scarcely controlled voice, and Nino came to my aid. He exclaimed, "I'll eat just one more, Mama also, Papa too, and you can have two, but then that's it." He called over the owner and said solemnly, "I'll be back here with these two young ladies in exactly 30 days, and you'll make us a mountain of these exquisite Fratelli, all right?" Elsa asked, "When is a month? When is 30 days?" And I, having managed to repress my tears, stared at Nino and said, "Yes, when is a month? When is 30 days?" We laughed, Dede more than us adults, at Elsa's vague idea of time. Then Pietro tried to pay, but he discovered that Nino had already done it. He protested. He drove. I sat in the back between the two girls, who were half asleep.
We took Nino to the hotel, and all the way I listened to their slightly tipsy conversation. Once we were there, Pietro, euphoric, said, "It doesn't make sense to throw away money. We have a guest room. Next time you can come and stay with us. Don't stand on ceremony." Nino smiled. "Less than an hour ago we said that Elena needs time, and now you want to burden her with my presence?" I interrupted wearily. "It would be a pleasure for me, and also for Dede and Elsa." But as soon as we were alone, I said to my husband, "Before making certain invitations, you might at least consult me." He started the car, looked at me in the rearview mirror, stammered, "I thought it would please you." 102. Oh, of course it pleased me. It pleased me greatly. But I also felt as if my body had the consistency of eggshell, and a slight pressure on my arm, on my forehead, on my stomach would be enough to break it and dig out all my secrets, in particular those which were secrets even to me. I avoided counting the days. I concentrated on the texts I was studying, but I did it as if Nino had commissioned that work, and on his return would expect first-rate results. I wanted to tell him, "I followed your advice. I kept going. Here's a draft. Tell me what you think." It was a good expedient. The 30 days of waiting went by too quickly. I forgot about Elisa. I never thought of Lila. I didn't telephone Maria Rosa. And I didn't read the newspapers or watch television. I neglected the children and the house. Of arrests and clashes and assassinations and wars, in the permanent agony of Italy and the planet, only an echo reached me. I was scarcely aware of the heavy tensions of the electoral campaign. All I did was write, with great absorption. I racked my brains over a pile of old questions, until I had the impression that I had found, at least in writing, a definitive order. At times I was tempted to turn to Pietro. He was much smarter than me. He would surely save me from writing hasty or crude or stupid things. But I didn't do it. I hated the moments when he intimidated me with his encyclopedic knowledge. I worked hard, I remember, especially on the first and second biblical creations. I put them in order, taking the first as a sort of synthesis of the divine creative act, the second as a sort of more expansive account. I made up a lively story without ever feeling imprudent. God, I wrote, more or less, creates man, Ish, in his image. He creates a masculine and a feminine version. How? First, with the dust of the earth, he forms Ish, and blows into his nostrils the breath of life. Then he makes Isha, the woman, from the already formed male material, material no longer raw, but living, which he takes from Ish's side and immediately closes up the flesh. The result is that Ish can say, "This thing is not, like the army of all that has been created, other than me, but is flesh of my flesh, bone of my bones. God produced it from me. He made me fertile with the breath of life and extracted it from my body. I am Ish, and she is Isha. In the word above all, in the word that names her, she derives from me. I am in the image of the divine spirit. I carry within me his word. She is therefore a pure suffix applied to my verbal root. She can express herself only within my word." And I went on like that and lived for days and days in a state of pleasurable intellectual overexcitement. My only pressure was to have a readable text in time.
Every so often, I was surprised at myself. I had the impression that striving for Nino's approval made the writing easier, freed me. But the month passed and he didn't appear. At first, it helped me. I had more time and managed to complete my work. Then I was alarmed. I asked Pietro. I discovered that they often talked in the office, but that he hadn't heard from him for several days. "You often talk?" I said, annoyed. "Yes. Why didn't you tell me?" "What? That you often talk?" "They were calls about work." "Well, since you've become so friendly, call and see if he'll deign to tell us when he's coming." "Is that necessary?" "Not for you, but the effort is mine. I'm the one who has to take care of everything, and I'd like to be warned in time." He didn't call him. I responded by saying to myself, "All right, let's wait. Nino promised the girls he'd be back. I don't think he'll disappoint them." And it was true. He called a week late, in the evening. I answered. He seemed embarrassed. He uttered a few generalities, then he asked, "Is Pietro not there?" I was embarrassed in turn. I gave the phone to Pietro. They talked for a long time. I felt with increasing uneasiness that my husband was using unfamiliar tones, exclamations, laughter, his voice too loud. I understood only then that the relationship with Nino reassured him, made him feel less isolated. He forgot his troubles and worked more eagerly. I went into my study, where Day was reading and Elsa playing, both waiting for dinner. But even there his voice reached me. He seemed drunk. Then he was silent. I heard his steps in the house. He peeked in and said gaily to his daughters, "Girls, tomorrow night we're going to eat frittelle with Uncle Nino." Day and Elsa shouted with excitement. I asked, "What's he doing? Is he coming to stay here?" "No," he answered. "He's with his wife and son. They're at the hotel." 103. It took me a long time to absorb the meaning of those words. I burst out, "He could have warned us. They decided at the last minute. He's a bore. Elena, what is the problem?" So Nino had come with his wife. I was terrified by the comparison. I knew what I was like. I knew the crude physicality of my body. But for a good part of my life, I had given it little importance. I had grown up with one pair of shoes at a time, ugly dresses sewed by my mother, makeup only on rare occasions. In recent years, I had begun to be interested in fashion, to educate my taste under Adele's guidance, and now I enjoyed dressing up. But sometimes, especially when I had dressed not only to make a good impression in general, but for a man, preparing myself, this was the word, seemed to me to have something ridiculous about it. All that struggle, all that time spent camouflaging myself when I could be doing something else. The colors that suited me, the ones that didn't, the styles that made me look thinner, those that made me fatter, the cut that flattered me, the one that didn't. A lengthy, costly preparation. Reducing myself to a table set for the sexual appetite of the male, to a well-cooked dish to make his mouth water. And then the anguish of not succeeding, of not seeming pretty, of not managing to conceal with skill the vulgarity of the flesh with its moods and odors and imperfections. But I had done it. I had done it also for Nino recently. I had wanted to show him that I was different, that I had achieved a refinement of my own, that I was no longer the girl at Lila's wedding, the student at the party of Professor Galliani's children, and not even the inexperienced author of a single book, as I must have appeared in Milan. But now enough. He had brought his wife, and I was angry. It seemed to me a mean thing. I hated competing in looks with another woman, especially under the gaze of a man. And I suffered at the thought of finding myself in the same place with the beautiful girl I had seen in the photograph. It made me sick to my stomach. She would size me up, study every detail, with the pride of a woman of Via Tasso, taught since birth to attend to her body. Then, at the end of the evening, alone with her husband, she would criticize me with cruel lucidity. I hesitated for hours and finally decided that I would invent an excuse. My husband would go alone with the children. But the next day I couldn't resist. I dressed, I undressed, I combed my hair, I uncombed it, I nagged Pietro. I went to his room constantly, now with one dress, now another, now with one hairdo, now another, and I asked him tensely, how do I look? He gave me a distracted glance. He said, "You look nice."
I answered, "And if I put on the blue dress?" He agreed. But I put on the blue dress, and I didn't like it. It was tight across the hips. I went back to him. I said, "It's too tight." Pietro replied patiently, "Yes, the green one with the flowers looks better." But I didn't want the green one with the flowers to simply look better. I wanted it to look great, and my earrings to look great, and my hair to look great, and my shoes to look great. In other words, I couldn't rely on Pietro. He looked at me without seeing me. And I felt more and more ungainly. Too much bosom, too much ass, wide hips, and that dirty blonde hair, that big nose. I had the body of my mother, a graceless body. All I needed was for the sciatica to return and start limping. Nino's wife, instead, was very young, beautiful, rich, and surely knew how to be in the world, as I would never manage to learn. So I returned 1,000 times to my first decision. I won't go. I'll send Pietro with the children. I'll have him say I don't feel well. I did go. I put on a white shirt over a cheerful flowered skirt. The only jewel I wore was my mother's old bracelet. In my purse, I put the text I had written. I said, who gives a damn about her, him, all of them? 104. Because of all my hesitations, we arrived late at the restaurant. The Sarratore family was already at the table. Nino introduced his wife, Eleonora, and my mood changed. Oh yes, she had a pretty face and beautiful black hair, just as in the photograph. But she was shorter than I, and I wasn't very tall. She had no bosom, though she was plump, and she wore a bright red dress that didn't suit her at all. And she was wearing too much jewelry. And from the first words she spoke, she revealed a shrill voice with the accent of a Neapolitan brought up by canasta players in a house with a picture window on the Gulf. But mainly, in the course of the evening, she proved to be uneducated, even though she was studying law, and inclined to speak ill of everything and everyone with the air of one who feels she is swimming against the tide and is proud of it. Wealthy, in other words, capricious, vulgar. Even her pleasing features were constantly spoiled by an expression of irritation followed by a nervous laugh, which broke up her conversation, even the individual sentences. She was irritated by Florence. What does it have that Naples doesn't? By the restaurant, terrible. By the owner, rude. By whatever Pietro said, what nonsense. By the girls, my goodness, you talk so much. Let's have a little quiet, please. And naturally, me. You studied in Pisa, but why? Literature in Naples is much better. I've never heard of that novel of yours. When did it come out? 8 years ago? I was 14. She was sweet only with her son and with Nino. Albertino was sweet, round, with a happy expression, and Eleonora did nothing but praise him. The same happened with her husband. No one was better than he. She agreed with everything he said, and she touched him, hugged him, kissed him. What did that girl have in common with Lila, even with Sylvia? Nothing. Why then had Nino married her? I observed her all evening. He was nice to her, he let himself be hugged and kissed, he smiled at her affectionately when she said rude and foolish things, he played distractedly with the child. But he didn't change his attitude toward my daughters, giving them a lot of attention. He continued to talk pleasantly to Pietro, and even spoke a few words to me. His wife, I wish to think, did not absorb him. Eleonora was one of the many pieces of his busy life, but had no influence on him. Nino went forward on his own path, without attaching any importance to her. And so I felt increasingly at ease, especially when he held my wrist for a few seconds and almost caressed it, showing that he recognized my bracelet.
especially when, right afterward, he asked if I had made progress with my work. "I finished a first draft," I said. Nino turned to Pietro seriously. "Have you read it? Elena never lets me read anything." "It's you who don't want to," I replied, but without bitterness, as if it were a game between us. Eleonora at that point interrupted. She didn't want to be left out. "What sort of thing is it?" she asked. But just as I was about to answer, her flighty mind carried her away, and she asked me blithely, "Tomorrow will you take me to see the shops while Nino works?" I smiled with false cordiality, and she began with a detailed list of things that she meant to buy. Only when we left the restaurant, I managed to approach Nino and whisper, "Do you feel like looking at what I've written?" He looked at me with genuine amazement. "Would you really let me read it?" "If it wouldn't bore you, yes." I handed him my pages furtively, my heart pounding, as if I didn't want Pietro, Eleonora, or the children to notice. 105. I didn't close my eyes. In the morning, I resigned myself to the date with Eleonora. We were to meet at 10 at the hotel. Don't do the stupid thing, I ordered myself, of asking her if her husband began to read it. Nino is busy. It'll take time. You mustn't think about it. At least a week will go by. But at precisely 9, when I was about to leave, the phone rang and it was him. "I'm sorry," he said, "but I'm on my way to the library and I can't telephone until tonight." "Sure, I'm not bothering you?" "Absolutely not. I read it." "Already?" "Yes, and it's really excellent. You have a great capacity for research, and admirable rigor, and astonishing imagination. But what I envy most is your ability as a narrator. You've written something hard to define. I don't know if it's an essay or a story, but it's extraordinary. Is that a flaw? What? That it's not classifiable? Of course not. That's one of its merits. You think I should publish it as it is? Absolutely yes. Thank you. Thank you. Now I have to go. Be patient with Eleonora. She seems aggressive, but it's only timidity. Tomorrow morning we return to Naples, but I'll be back after the elections, and if you want, we can talk. It would be a pleasure. Will you come and stay with us? You're sure I won't bother you? Not at all. All right. He didn't hang up. I heard him breathing. Elena? Yes. Lena, when we were children, dazzled us both. I felt an intense uneasiness. In what sense? You ended up attributing to her capacities that are only yours. And you? I did worse. What I had seen in you, I then stupidly seemed to find in her. I was silent for several seconds. Why had he felt the need to bring up Lila like that on the telephone? And what was he saying to me? Was it merely compliments? Or was he trying to communicate to me that as a boy he would have loved me, but that on Ischia he had attributed to one what belonged to the other? Come back soon, I said. 106. I went out with Eleonora and the 3 children in a state of such well-being that even if she had stuck a knife in me, I would not have felt bad. Nino's wife, besides, in the face of my euphoria and the many kindnesses I showed her, stopped being hostile, praised Dede and Elsa's good behavior, confessed that she admired me. Her husband had told her everything about me, my studies, my success as a writer. "But I'm a little jealous," she admitted, "and not because you're clever, but because you've known him forever and I haven't." She too would like to have met him as a girl and know what he was like at 10, at 14, his voice before it changed, his laughter as a boy. "Luckily, I have Albertino," she said. "He's just like his father." I observed the child, but it didn't seem to me that I saw signs of Nino. Maybe they would appear later. "I look like Papa," Dede exclaimed, proudly, and Elsa added, "I'm more like my mama." I thought of Sylvia's son, Mirko, who had seemed identical to Nino. What pleasure I had felt holding him in my arms, soothing his cries in Maria Rosa's house.
What had I been looking for at that time, in that child, when I was still far from the experience of motherhood? What had I sought in Gennaro before I knew that his father was Stefano? What was I looking for in Albertino, now that I was the mother of Dede and Elsa,
and why did I examine him so closely? I dismissed the idea that Nino remembered Mirko from time to time, nor did I think he had ever demonstrated any interest in Gennaro. Men, dazed by pleasure, absent-mindedly sow their seed. Overcome by their orgasm, they fertilize us. They show up inside us and withdraw, leaving, concealed in our flesh, their ghost, like a lost object. Was Albertino the child of will, of attention? Or did he, too, exist in the arms of this woman-mother without Nino's feeling that he had had anything to do with it? I roused myself. I said to Eleonora that her son was the image of his father and was content with that lie. Then I told her in detail, with affection, with tenderness, about Nino at the time of elementary school, at the time of the contests organized by Maestra Oliviero and the principal to see who was smartest, Nino at the time of high school, about Professor Galliani and the vacation we had had on Ischia with other friends. I stopped there, even though she kept childishly asking, "And then?" The more we talked, the more she liked me. She became attached to me. If we went into a shop and I liked something, tried it on, but then decided against it, I discovered on leaving that Eleonora had bought it as a present for me. She also wanted to buy clothes for Dede and Elsa. At the restaurant, she paid. And she paid for the taxi in which she took me home with the children and then had herself driven to the hotel, loaded with packages. We said goodbye, the children and I waved until the car turned the corner. She's another piece of my city, I thought, outside my field of experience. She used money as if it had no value. I ruled out that it was Nino's money. Her father was a lawyer, also her grandfather. Her mother was from a banking family. I wondered what difference there was between their bourgeois wealth and that of the Solaris. I thought of how many hidden turns money takes before becoming high salaries and lavish fees. I remembered the boys from the neighborhood who were paid by the day unloading smuggled goods, cutting trees in the parks, working at the construction sites. I thought of Antonio, Pasquale, Enzo. Ever since they were boys, they have been scrambling for a few lira here, a few there to survive. Engineers, architects, lawyers, banks were another thing, but their money came, if through 1,000 filters, from the same shady business, the same destruction. A few crumbs had even mutated into tips for my father and had contributed to allowing me an education. What, therefore, was the threshold beyond which bad money became good, and vice versa? How clean was the money that Eleonora had heedlessly spent in the heat of a Florentine day? And the checks with which the gifts that I was taking home had been bought, how different were they from those with which Mikel paid Lila for her work? All afternoon, the girls and I paraded in front of the mirror in the clothes we had been given as presents. They were nice things, pretty and cheerful. There was a pale red 40s-style dress that looked especially good on me. I would have liked Nino to see me in it. But the Sartori family returned to Naples without our having a chance to see them again. Unpredictably, time didn't collapse. Rather, it began to flow lightly. Nino would return, that was certain, and he would talk about my writing. To avoid unnecessary friction, I put a copy of my work on Pietro's desk. Then I called Maria Rosa with the pleasant certainty that I had worked well, and told her I had managed to put in order that tangle I had talked to her about. She wanted me to send it immediately. A few days later, she called me excitedly, asked if she could translate it herself into French, and send it to a friend of hers in Nanterre who had a small publishing house. I agreed enthusiastically, but it didn't end there. A few hours later, my mother-in-law called, pretending to be offended. "How is it that now you give what you write to Maria Rosa and not to me?" "I'm afraid it wouldn't interest you. It's just 70 pages. It's not a novel. I don't even know what it is." When you don't know what you've written, it means you've worked well. And anyway, let me decide if it interests me or not. I sent her a copy. I did it almost casually. The same morning, Nino, around midday, called me by surprise from the station. He had just arrived in Florence. I'll be at your house in half an hour. I'll leave my bag and go to the library." "You won't eat something?" I asked with naturalness. It seemed to me normal that he, arriving after a long journey, should come to sleep at my house, that I should prepare something for him to eat while he took a shower in my bathroom, that we should have lunch together, he and I and the children, while Pietro was giving exams at the university. 107. Nino stayed for 10 days. Nothing of what happened in that time had anything to do with the yearning for seduction I had experienced years earlier. I didn't joke with him, I didn't act flirtatious, I didn't assail him with all sorts of favors, I didn't play the part of the liberated woman modeling myself on my sister-in-law, I didn't tenderly seek his gaze, I didn't contrive to sit next to him at the table or on the couch, in front of the television. I didn't go around the house half-dressed, I didn't try to be alone with him. I didn't graze his elbow with mine, his arm with my arm, or breast with my leg. I was timid, restrained, spoke concisely, making sure only that he ate well, that the girls didn't bother him, that he felt comfortable. And it wasn't a choice. I couldn't have behaved differently. He joked a lot with Pietro, with Dede, with Elsa, but as soon as he spoke to me, he became serious. He seemed to measure his words as if there were not an old friendship between us. And it seemed right to me to do the same. I was very happy to have him in the house, and yet I felt no need for confidential tones and gestures. In fact, I liked staying on the edge and avoiding contact between us. I felt like a drop of rain in a spider web, and I was careful not to slide down. We had a single long exchange, focused entirely on my writing. He spoke about it immediately, upon arriving, with precision and acuteness. He had been struck by the story of Ish and Isha. He questioned me. He asked, "For you, the woman, in the biblical story, is no different from the man? Is the man himself?" "Yes," I said. Eve can't, doesn't know how, doesn't have the material to be Eve outside of Adam. Her evil and her good are evil and good according to Adam. Eve is Adam as a woman. And the divine work was so successful that she herself, in herself, doesn't know what she is. She has pliable features. She doesn't possess her own language. She doesn't have a spirit or a logic of her own. She loses her shape easily. "A terrible condition," Nino commented. And I nervously looked at him out of the corner of my eye to see if he was making fun of me. No, he wasn't. Rather, he praised me without the slightest sarcasm. He cited some books I didn't know on relevant subjects. He repeated that he considered the work ready to be published. I listened without showing any satisfaction. I said only, at the end, Maria Rosa also liked it. Then he asked about my sister-in-law. He spoke well of her both as a scholar and for her devotion to Franco, and went off to the library. Otherwise, he left every morning with Pietro and returned at night after him. On very rare occasions, we all went out together. Once, for example, he wanted to take us to the movies to see a comedy chosen just for the girls. Nino sat next to Pietro, I between my daughters. When I realized that I was laughing hard as soon as he laughed, I stopped laughing completely.
I scolded him mildly because during the intermission he wanted to buy ice cream for Dede, Elsa, and naturally for the adults too. For me, no, I said, thank you. He joked a little, said that the ice cream was good and I didn't know what I was missing. He offered me a taste. I tasted. Small things, in other words. One afternoon, we took a long walk, Dede, Elsa, he and I. We didn't say much. Nino let the children talk. But the walk made a deep impression. I could point out every street, the places where we stopped, every corner. It was hot. The city was crowded. He constantly greeted people. Some called to him by his last name. I was introduced to this person and that with exaggerated praise. I was struck by his notoriety. One man, a well-known historian, complimented him on the children, as if they were our children. Nothing else happened, apart from a sudden, inexplicable change in the relations between him and Pietro. 108. It all began one evening at dinner.
Pietro spoke to him with admiration of a professor from Naples, at the time quite respected, and Nino said, "I would have bet that you liked that asshole." My husband was disoriented. He gave an uncertain smile, but Nino piled it on, making fun of him for how easily he had let himself be deceived by appearances. The next morning after breakfast, there was another incident. I don't remember in relation to what. Nino referred to my old clash with the religion professor about the Holy Spirit. Pietro, who didn't know about that episode, wanted to know. And Nino, addressing not him but the girls, immediately began to tell the story as if it were some grandiose undertaking of their mother as a child. My husband praised me. He said, "You were very courageous." But then he explained to Day, in the tone he took when stupid things were being said on television, and he felt it his duty to explain to his daughter how matters really stood, what had happened to the 12 apostles on the morning of Pentecost. A noise as of wind, flames like fire, the gift of being understood by anyone, in any language. Then he turned to me and Nino, speaking with passion of the virtus that had pervaded the disciples. And he quoted the prophet Joel, "I will spread my spirit over every flesh," adding that the Holy Spirit was an indispensable symbol for reflecting on how the multitudes find a way of confronting each other and organizing into a community. Nino let him speak, but with an increasingly ironic expression. At the end, he exclaimed, "I bet there's a priest hiding in you." And to me, in amusement, "Are you a wife or a priest's housekeeper?" Pietro turned red. He was confused. He had always loved those subjects. I felt that he was upset. He stammered, "I'm sorry, I'm wasting your time. Let's go to work." Such moments increased, and for no obvious reason. While relations between Nino and me remained the same, attentive to form, courteous and distant, between him and Pietro the dikes broke. At both breakfast and dinner, the guest began to speak to the host in a crescendo of mocking remarks, just bordering on the offensive, humiliating but expressed in a friendly way, offered with a smile, so that you couldn't object without seeming petulant. I recognized that tone. In the neighborhood, the swifter party often used it to dominate the slower one and push him wordlessly into the middle of the joke. Mainly, Pietro appeared disoriented. He liked Nino, he appreciated him, and so he didn't react. He shook his head, pretending to be amused, while at times he seemed to wonder where he had gone wrong, and waited for him to return to the old affectionate tone. But Nino continued, implacable. He turned to me, to the children. He exaggerated in order to receive our approval. And the girls approved, laughing, and I too, a little. Yet I thought, why is he acting like this? If Pietro gets mad, their relations will be ruined. But Pietro didn't get mad. He simply didn't understand. And as the days passed, his old nervousness returned. His face was tired. The strain of those years reappeared in his worried eyes and his lined forehead. I have to do something, I thought, and as soon as possible. But I did nothing. Rather, I struggled to expel not the admiration, but the excitement. Maybe, yes, it was excitement that gripped me in seeing, in hearing, how an aeromota, an extremely well-educated aeromota, lost ground, was confused, responded feebly to the swift, brilliant, even cruel aggressions of Nino Sarratore, my schoolmate, my friend, born in the neighborhood, like me. 109. A few days before he returned to Naples, there were two especially unpleasant episodes. One afternoon, Adele telephoned. She too was very pleased with my work. She told me to send the manuscript right away to the publisher. They could make a small volume to publish simultaneously with the publication in France, or, if it couldn't be done in time, right afterward. I spoke of it at dinner in a tone of detachment, and Nino was full of compliments. He said to the girls, "You have an exceptional mama." Then he turned to Pietro. "Have you read it?" "I haven't had time." "Better for you not to read it." "Why?" "It's not stuff for you." "That is?" "It's too intelligent." "What do you mean?" "That you're less intelligent than Elena." And he laughed. Pietro said nothing. Nino pressed him. "Are you offended?" He wanted him to react in order to humiliate him again. But Pietro got up from the table. He said, "Excuse me, I have work to do." I murmured, "Finish eating." He didn't answer. We were eating in the living room. It was a big room. For a few seconds, it seemed that he wished to cross it and go to his study. Instead, he made a half-turn, sat down on the couch, and turned on the television, raising the volume. The atmosphere was intolerable. In the space of a few days, it had all become complicated. I felt very unhappy. "Lower it a bit?" I asked him. He answered simply, "No." Nino gave a little laugh, finished eating, helped me clear. In the kitchen, I said to him, "Excuse him, Pietro works a lot and doesn't sleep much." He answered with a burst of rage, "How can you stand him?" I looked at the door in alarm. Luckily, the volume of the television was still loud. "I love him," I answered. And since he insisted on helping me wash the dishes, I added, "Go, please, otherwise you're in the way." The other episode was even uglier, but decisive. I no longer knew what I truly wanted. Now I hoped that this period would be over quickly. I wished to return to familiar habits, watch over my little book. Yet I liked going into Nino's room in the morning, tidying up the mess he left, making the bed, thinking as I cooked that he would have dinner with us that evening. And it distressed me that it was all about to end. At certain hours of the afternoon, I felt mad. I had the impression that the house was empty in spite of the girls. I myself was emptied. I felt no interest in what I had written. I perceived its superficiality. I lost faith in the enthusiasm of Maria Rosa, of Adele, of the French publisher, the Italian. I thought, as soon as he goes, nothing will make sense. I was in that state. Life was slipping away with an unbearable sensation of loss, when Pietro returned from the university with a grim look. We were waiting for him for dinner. Nino had been back for half an hour, but had immediately been kidnapped by the children. I asked him kindly, "Did something happen?" He muttered, "Don't ever again bring to this house people from your home." I froze. I thought he was referring to Nino. And Nino, too, who had come in trailed by Dede and Elsa, must have thought the same thing, because he looked at him with a provocative smile, as if he expected a scene. But Pietro had something else in mind. He said in his contemptuous tone, the tone he used well when he was convinced that basic principles were at stake and he was called to defend them, "Today, the police returned, and they named some names. They showed me some photographs." I breathed a sigh of relief.
I knew that after he refused to withdraw the charges against the student who had pointed a gun at him, the visits of the police, even more than the scorn of many militant youths and not a few professors, weighed on him, as they treated him as an informer. I was sure that was why he was angry, and I interrupted him bitterly. "Your fault. You shouldn't have acted like that. I told you. Now you'll never get rid of them." Nino intervened. He asked Pietro, mockingly, "Who did you report?" Pietro didn't even turn to look at him. He was angry with me. It was with me he wanted to quarrel. He said, "I did what was necessary then, and I should have done what was necessary today. But I was silent because you were in the middle of it." At that point, I realized that the problem was not the police, but what he had learned from them. I said, "What do I have to do with it?" His voice changed. "Aren't Pasquale and Nadia your friends?" I repeated obtusely, "Pasquale and Nadia?" "The police showed me photographs of terrorists, and they were among them." I didn't react. Words failed. What I had imagined was true then. Pietro, in fact, was confirming it. For a few seconds the images returned, of Pasquale firing the gun at Gino, kneecapping Filippo, while Nadia, not Lila, went up the stairs, knocked on Bruno's door, went in and shot him in the face. Terrible. And yet, at that moment, Pietro's tone seemed out of place, as if he were using the information to make trouble for me in Nino's eyes, to start a discussion that I had no wish to have. In fact, Nino immediately interrupted again, continuing to make fun of him.
So, are you an informer for the police? What are you doing? Informing on comrades? Does your father know? Your mother? Your sister? I said, let's go and eat. But right afterward, I said to Nino, politely making light of it, and to get him to stop goading Pietro by bringing up his family, "Stop it. What do you mean, informer?" Then I alluded vaguely to the fact that some time ago, Pasquale Peluso, maybe he remembered him, from the neighborhood, a good kid who had ended up getting together with Nadia. He remembered her, naturally, Professor Galliani's daughter. And there I stopped, because Nino was already laughing. He exclaimed, "Nadia! Oh, good Lord, Nadia!" And he turned again to Pietro, even more mockingly. "Only you and a couple of idiot police could think that Nadia Galliani is part of the armed struggle. It's madness. Nadia, the best and nicest person I've ever known. What have we come to in Italy? Let's go and eat. Come on, the defense of the established order can do without you for now." And he went to the table, calling Dede and Elsa, as I began to serve, sure that Pietro was about to join us. But he didn't. I thought he had gone to wash his hands, that he was delaying in order to calm down, and I sat in my place. I was agitated. I would have liked a nice, calm evening, a quiet ending to that shared life. But he didn't come. The children were already eating. Now even Nino seemed bewildered. "Start," I said. "It's getting cold." "Only if you eat too." I hesitated. Maybe I should go and see how my husband was, what he was doing, if he had calmed down. But I didn't want to. I was annoyed by his behavior. Why hadn't he kept to himself that visit from the police? Usually he did with everything of his. He never told me anything. Why had he spoken like that in Nino's presence? "Don't ever again bring to this house people from your home." What urgency was there to make that subject public? He could wait. He could have an outburst later, once we were in the bedroom. He was angry with me. That was the point. He wanted to ruin the evening for me. He didn't care what I did or what I wanted. I began to eat. The four of us ate, first course, second, and even the dessert I had made. Pietro didn't appear. At that point, I became furious. Pietro didn't want to eat? All right, he didn't have to eat. Evidently, he wasn't hungry. He wanted to mind his own business. Very well. The house was big. Without him, there would be no tension. Anyway, now it was clear that the problem was not simply that two people who had once showed up at our house were suspected of being part of an armed gang. The problem was that he didn't have a sufficiently quick intelligence, that he didn't know how to sustain the skirmishes of men, that he suffered from it and was angry with me. But what do I care about you and your pettiness? "I'll clean up later," I said aloud, as if I were issuing an order to myself, to my confusion. Then I turned on the television and sat on the sofa with Nino and the girls. A long time passed, filled with tension. I felt that Nino was uneasy and yet amused. "I'm going to call Papa," said Dede, who, with her stomach full, was now worried about Pietro. "Go," I said. She came back almost on tiptoe. She whispered in my ear, "He went to bed. He's sleeping." Nino heard her anyway. He said, "I'm leaving tomorrow." "Did you finish your work?" "No." "Stay a little longer." "I can't." "Pietro is a good person." "You defend him?" "Defend him from what? From whom?" I didn't understand. I was on the point of getting mad at him, too. 1:10. The children fell asleep in front of the television. I put them to bed. When I came back, Nino wasn't there. He had gone to his room. Depressed, I cleaned up, washed the dishes. How foolish to ask him to stay longer. It would be better if he left. On the other hand, how to endure the dreariness of life without him? I would have liked him at least to leave with the promise that sooner or later he would return. I wished that he would sleep again in my house, have breakfast with me in the morning, and eat at the same table in the evening, that he would talk about this and that in his playful tone, that he would listen to me when I wanted to shape an idea, that he would be respectful of my every sentence, that with me he would never resort to irony, to sarcasm. Yet I had to admit that if the situation had so quickly deteriorated, making our living together impossible, it was his fault. Pietro was attached to him. It gave him pleasure to see him around. The friendship that had arisen was important to him. Why had Nino felt the need to hurt him, to humiliate him, to take away his authority? I took off my makeup. I washed. I put on my nightgown. I locked the house door. I turned off the gas. I lowered all the blinds. I checked on the children. I hoped that Pietro wasn't pretending to sleep, that he wasn't waiting for me in order to quarrel. I looked at his night table. He had taken a sleeping pill. He had collapsed. It made me feel tender toward him. I kissed him on the cheek. What an unpredictable person. Extremely intelligent and stupid, sensitive and dull, courageous and cowardly, highly educated and ignorant, well brought up and rude. A failed iota, he had stumbled on the path. Could Nino, so sure of himself, so determined, have gotten him going again, helped him improve? Again I asked myself why that nascent friendship had changed to hostility in one direction, and this time it seemed to me that I understood. Nino wanted to help me see my husband for what he really was. He was convinced that I had an idealized image that I had submitted to on both the emotional and the intellectual level. He had wanted to reveal to me the lack of substance behind this very young professor, the author of a thesis that had become a highly regarded book, the scholar who had been working for a long time on a new publication that was to secure his reputation. It was as if in these last days he had done nothing but scold me. You live with a dull man. You've had 2 children with a nobody. His project was to liberate me by disparaging him, restore me to myself by demolishing him. But in doing so, did he realize that he had proposed himself, like it or not, as an alternative model of virility? That question made me angry. Nino had been reckless. He had thrown confusion into a situation that for me constituted the only possible equilibrium.
Why so disorder without even consulting me? Who had asked him to open my eyes, to save me? From what had he deduced that I needed it? Did he think he could do what he wanted with my life as a couple, with my responsibility as a mother? To what end? What did he think he was driving at? It's he, I said to myself, who ought to clarify his ideas. Doesn't our friendship interest him? The holidays are close. I'll go to Viareggio. He said he's going to Capri, to his in-laws' house. Must we wait until the end of the vacations to see each other again? And why? Now, during the summer, it would be possible to consolidate the relation between our families. I could telephone Eleonora, invite her, her husband, the child, to spend a few days with us in Viareggio. And I would like to be invited, in turn, to Capri, where I've never been, with Dede, Elsa, and Pietro. But if that doesn't happen, why not write each other, exchange ideas, titles of books, talk about our work? I couldn't quiet myself. Nino was wrong. If he really was attached to me, he had to take everything back to the starting point. He had to regain the liking and friendship of Pietro. My husband asked nothing else. Did he really think he was doing me good by causing those tensions? No, no, I had to talk to him, tell him it was foolish to treat Pietro that way. I got out of bed cautiously. I left the room. I went down the hall barefoot, knocked on Nino's door. I waited a moment. I went in. The room was dark. "You've decided?" I heard him say. I was startled. I didn't ask decided what. I knew only that he was right. I had decided. I quickly took off my nightgown. I lay down beside him, in spite of the heat. 111. I returned to my bed around 4 in the morning. My husband started. He murmured in his sleep, "What's happening?" I said in a peremptory way, "Sleep," and he became quiet. I was stunned. I was happy about what had happened, but no matter how great an effort I made, I couldn't comprehend it inside of my situation, inside of what I was in that house, in Florence.
It seemed to me that everything between Nino and me had been sealed in the neighborhood when his parents were moving and Melina was throwing things out the window and yelling, racked by suffering. Or on Ischia when we went for a walk and held hands. Or the night in Milan after the meeting in the bookstore when he had defended me against the fierce critic. That for a while gave me a sense of irresponsibility, maybe even of innocence. As if the friend of Lila, the wife of Pietro, the mother of Dede and Elsa, had nothing to do with the child-girl woman who loved Nino and finally had made love with him. I felt the trace of his hands and his kisses in every part of my body. The craving for pleasure wouldn't be soothed. The thoughts were, the day is far off. What am I doing here? I'll go back to him, again. Then I fell asleep. I opened my eyes suddenly. The room was light. What had I done? Here in my own house. How foolish. Now Pietro would wake up. Now the children would wake up. I had to make breakfast. Nino would say goodbye. He would return to Naples to his wife and child. I would become myself again. I got up, took a long shower, dried my hair, carefully put on my makeup, chose a nice dress, as if I were going out. Oh, of course, Nino and I had sworn in the middle of the night that we would never lose each other, that we would find a way to continue to love each other. But how and when? Why should he have to look for me again? Everything that could happen between us had happened. The rest was only complications. Enough. I set the table carefully for breakfast. I wanted to leave him with a beautiful image of that permanence, the house, the customary objects, me. Pietro appeared disheveled, in his pajamas. Where are you going? Nowhere. He looked at me in bewilderment. I never dressed that carefully as soon as I got up. You look nice. No thanks to you. He went to the window, looked out, then muttered, I was very tired last night, also very rude. I'll apologize to him. You should apologize to me. I'm sorry. He's leaving today. Dede appeared, barefoot. I went to get her slippers and woke Elsa, who, as usual, her eyes still closed, covered me with kisses. What a good smell she had. How soft she was. Yes, I said to myself, it happened. Fortunately, it could never happen. But now I had to discipline myself. Telephone Maria Rosa to find out about France. Talk to Adele. Go in person to the publishers to find out what they intend to do with my book, if they are thinking about it seriously or just want to please my mother-in-law. Then I heard noises in the hall. It was Nino. I was overwhelmed by the signs of his presence. He was here for a short time still. I disentangled myself from the child's hug. I said, Sorry, Elsa, Mama will be right back, and I hurried out. Nino was coming sleepily out of his room. I pushed him into the bathroom. I closed the door. We kissed each other. Again, I lost awareness of place and time. I was amazed at how much I wanted him. I was good at hiding things from myself. We embraced with a fury that I had never known, as if our bodies were crashing against each other with the intention of breaking. So pleasure was this, breaking, mixing, no longer knowing what was mine and what was his. Even if Pietro had appeared, if the children had looked in, they would have been unable to recognize us. I whispered in his mouth, Stay longer. I can't. Then come back. Swear you'll come back. Yes. And call me. Yes. Tell me you won't forget me. Tell me you won't leave me. Tell me you love me. I love you. Say it again. I love you. Swear that it's not a lie. I swear. 112. He left an hour later, even though Pietro sullenly insisted that he stay, even though Dede burst into tears. My husband went to wash, and reappeared soon afterward, ready to go out. Looking down, he said, I didn't tell the police that Pasquale and Nadia were in our house, and I did it not to protect you, but because I think dissent now is being confused with crime. I didn't understand right away what he was talking about. Pasquale and Nadia had completely vanished from my mind, and they had a hard time re-entering. Pietro waited for a few seconds in silence. Maybe he wanted me to show that I agreed with his observation, and wished to face this day of heat and exams knowing that we were close again, that for once at least we thought in the same way. But I merely gave him a distracted nod. What did I care anymore about his political opinions, about Pasquale and Nadia, about the death of Ulrike Meinhof, the birth of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, the electoral advances of the Communist Party? The world had retreated. I felt sunk inside myself, inside my flesh, which seemed to me not only the sole dwelling possible, but also the only material for which it was worth struggling. It was a relief when he, the witness to order and disorder, closed the door behind him. I couldn't bear to be under his gaze. I feared that lips raw from kissing, the night's weariness, the body hypersensitive, as if burned, all would suddenly become visible. As soon as I was alone, the certainty returned that I would never again see or hear from Nino, and along with it was another certainty. I could no longer live with Pietro. It seemed intolerable that we should continue to sleep in the same bed. What to do? I'll leave him, I thought. I'll go away with the children. But what procedure should I follow? Do I simply leave? I knew nothing about separations and divorces. What was the practical part? How much time did it take to be free again? And I knew no couple who had taken that path. What happened to the children? How did one agree about their maintenance? Could I take the children to another city, for example, Naples? And then, why Naples? Why not Milan? If I leave Pietro, I said to myself, I'll sooner or later need a job. Times are hard, the economy is bad, and Milan is the right place. There's the publisher.
But Dide and Elsa? Their relations with their father? Must I stay in Florence then? Never. Ever. Better Milan. Pietro could come and see his daughters whenever he could and wanted to. Yes. And yet my head led me to Naples. Not to the neighborhood. I would not return there. I imagined going to live in the dazzling Naples where I had never lived, near Nino's house on Via Tasso. See him from the window when he was going to and from the university, meet him on the street, speak to him every day, without disturbing him, without causing trouble to his family, rather intensifying my friendship with Eleonora. That nearness would be enough. In Naples, then, not Milan. Besides, Milan, if I were separated from Pietro, would no longer be so hospitable. My relations with Maria Rosa would cool, and also with Adele. Not cut off, no. They were civilized people, but still they were Pietro's mother and sister, even if they didn't have much respect for him. Not to mention Guido, the father. No, certainly, I would no longer be able to count on the Irotas in the same way, maybe not even on the publishing house. Help could come only from Nino. He had strong friendships everywhere. Certainly he would find a way to support me. Unless my being close made his wife nervous, made him nervous. For him, I was a married woman who lived in Florence with her family. Far from Naples, therefore, and not free. To break up my marriage in a rush, run after him, go and live right near him? Really? He would think me mad. I would look like a silly woman, out of her mind. The type of woman dependent on a man who horrified Maria Rosa's friends. And, above all, not suitable for him. He had loved many women. He went from one bed to the next. He sewed children carelessly. He considered marriage a necessary convention, but one that couldn't keep desires in a cage. I would make myself ridiculous. I had done without so many things in my life. I could do without Nino as well. I would go my own way with my daughters. But the telephone rang, and I hurried to answer. It was him. In the background, I could hear a loudspeaker, noise, confusion. It was hard to hear the voice. He had just arrived in Naples. He was calling from the station. Only a hello, he said. I wanted to know how you are. Fine, I said. What are you doing? I'm about to eat with the children. Is Pietro there? No. Did you like making love with me? Yes. A lot? Really a lot. I don't have any more phone tokens. Go, goodbye, thanks for calling. We'll talk again, whenever you like. I was pleased with my self-control. I kept him at a proper distance, I said to myself. To a polite phone call, I responded politely. But 3 hours later he called again from a public telephone.
He was nervous. "Why are you so cold?" "I'm not cold. This morning you insisted that I say I loved you, and I said it, even if on principle I don't say it to anyone, not even to my wife. I'm glad. And do you love me?" "Yes." "Tonight you'll sleep with him?" "Who should I sleep with?" "I can't bear it." "Don't you sleep with your wife?" "It's not the same thing." "Why?" "I don't care about Eleonora." "Then come back here." "How can I?" "Leave her." "And then?" He began to call obsessively. I loved those phone calls, especially when we said goodbye and I had no idea when we would talk again. But then he called back half an hour later, sometimes even 10 minutes later, and began to rave. He asked if I had made love with Pietro since we had been together. I said no. He made me swear. I swore. I asked if he had made love to his wife. He shouted no. I insisted that he swear. And oath followed oath, and so many promises. Above all, the solemn promise to stay home, to be findable. He wanted me to wait for his phone calls, so that if by chance I went out, I had to do the shopping. He let the telephone ring and ring in the emptiness. He let it ring until I returned and dropped the children, dropped the bags, didn't even close the door to the stairs, ran to answer. I found him desperate at the other end. I thought you would never answer me again. Then he added, relieved, but I would have telephoned forever. In your absence, I would have loved the sound of the telephone. That sound in the void. It seemed the only thing that remained to me. And he recalled our night in detail. Do you remember this? Do you remember that? He recalled it constantly. He listed everything he wanted to do with me. Not only sex. A walk, a journey, go to the movies, a restaurant. Talk to me about the work he was doing. Listen to how it was going with my book. Then I lost control. I whispered, yes, 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 everything, everything you want. And I cried to him, I'm about to go on vacation. In a week I'll be at the sea with the children and Pietro, as if it were a deportation. And he, Eleonora is going to Capri in 3 days. As soon as she leaves, I'll come to Florence, even just for an hour. Meanwhile, Elsa looked at me. She asked, Mama, who are you talking to all the time? Come and play. One day Dide said, leave her alone. She's talking to her boyfriend. 1:13. Nino traveled at night. He reached Florence around 9 in the morning. He called. Pietro answered. He hung up. He called again. I went to answer. He had parked downstairs. Come down. I can't. Come down immediately, or I'll come up. We were leaving in a few days for Viareggio. Pietro by now was on vacation. I left the children with him. I said I had some urgent shopping to do for the beach. I rushed to Nino. Seeing each other was a terrible idea. We discovered that, instead of waning, desire had flared up and made 1,000 demands with brazen urgency. If, at a distance on the telephone, words allowed us to fantasize, constructing glorious prospects, but also imposing on us in order, containing us, frightening us, finding ourselves together in the tiny space of the car, careless of the terrible heat, gave concreteness to our delirium, gave it the cloak of inevitability, made it a tile in the great subversive season underway, made it consistent with the forms of realism of that era, those which asked for the impossible. Don't go home. And the children, Pietro, and us. Before he left again for Naples, he said he didn't know if he could tolerate not seeing me for all of August. We were desperate as we said goodbye. I didn't have a telephone in the house we had rented in Viareggio. He gave me the number of the house in Capri. He made me promise to call every day. If your wife answers, hang up. If you're at the beach, I have to work. I'll almost never go to the beach. In our fantasy, telephoning was to serve also to set a date, sometime in August, and find a way of seeing each other at least once. He urged me to invent an excuse and return to Florence. He would do the same with Eleonora and would join me. We would see each other at my house, we would have dinner together, we would sleep together. More madness. I kissed him, I caressed him, I bit him, and I tore myself from him in a state of unhappy happiness. I went to buy, at random, towels, a couple of bathing suits for Pietro, a shovel and pail for Elsa, a blue bathing suit for D-Day. At the time, blue was her favorite color. 1:14. We went on vacation. I paid little attention to the children. I left them with their father most of the time. I was constantly running around to find a telephone, if only to tell Nino that I loved him. Eleonora answered a couple of times, and I hung up. But her voice was enough to irritate me. I found it unjust that she should be beside him day and night. What did she have to do with him, with us? That annoyance helped me overcome my fear. The plan of seeing each other in Florence seemed increasingly feasible. I said to Pietro, and it was true, that while the Italian publisher, with all the will in the world, couldn't bring out my book before January, it would come out in France at the end of October. I therefore had to clarify some urgent questions. A couple of books would be helpful. I needed to go home.
"I'll go get them for you," he offered. "Stay with the girls. You're never with them. I like to drive. You don't. Leave me alone. Can't I have a day off? Maids get one. Why not me?" I left early in the morning in the car. The sky was streaked with white, and through the window came a cool breeze that carried the odors of summer. I went into the empty house with my heart pounding. I undressed. I washed. I looked at myself in the mirror, dismayed by the white stain of stomach and breast. I got dressed. I undressed. I dressed again until I felt pretty. Nino arrived around 3 in the afternoon. I don't know what nonsense he had told his wife. We made love until evening. For the first time, he had the luxury of dedicating himself to my body with a devotion, an idolatry that I wasn't prepared for. I tried to be his equal. I wanted at all costs to seem good to him. But when I saw him exhausted and happy, something suddenly went bad in my mind. For me, that was a unique experience. For him, a repetition. He loved women. He adored their bodies as if they were fetishes. I didn't think so much of the other women of his I knew about, Nadia, Sylvia, Maria Rosa, or his wife, Eleonora. I thought instead of what I knew well, the crazy things he had done for Leela, the frenzy that had brought him close to destroying himself. I recalled how she had believed in that passion and had clung to him, to the complicated books he read, his thoughts, his ambitions, to affirm herself and give herself the chance for change. I remembered how she had collapsed when Nino abandoned her. Did he know how to love and induce one to love only in that excessive way? Did he not know others? Was this mad love of ours the repeat of other mad loves? Was he exploiting a prototype? Wanting me in this way, without caring about anything? Was it the same way he had wanted Leela? Didn't even his coming to my and Pietro's house resemble Leela's taking him to the house where she and Stefano lived? Were we not doing but redoing? I pulled back. He asked, "What's wrong?" Nothing. I didn't know what to say. They weren't thoughts that could be spoken. I pressed against him, I kissed him, and I tried to get out of my heart the feeling of his love for Leela. But Nino insisted, and finally I couldn't escape. I seized a relatively recent echo, "Here, maybe this I can say to you," and asked him in a tone of feigned amusement, "Do I have something wrong when it comes to sex, like Lena?" His expression changed. In his eyes, in his face, a different person appeared, a stranger who frightened me. Even before he answered, I quickly whispered, "I was joking. If you don't want to answer, forget it." "I don't understand what you said. I was only quoting your words." "I've never said anything like that." "Liar. You did in Milan, when we were going to the restaurant." "It's not true. And anyway, I don't want to talk about Lena." "Why?" He didn't answer. I felt bitter. I turned away. When he touched my back with his fingers, I whispered coldly, "Leave me alone." We were motionless for a while, without speaking. Then he began to caress me again. He kissed me lightly on the shoulder. I gave in. Yes, I admitted to myself,
He's right. I should never ask him about Leela. In the evening, the telephone rang. It must be Pietro with the girls. I nodded to Nino not to breathe. I left the bed and went to answer. I prepared in my throat an affectionate, reassuring tone, but without realizing it, I kept my voice too low, an unnatural murmur. I didn't want Nino to hear and later make fun of me or even get angry. "Why are you whispering like that?" Pietro asked. "Everything all right?" I raised my voice immediately, and now it was excessively loud. I sought loving words. I made much of Elsa. I urged Dede not to make her father's life difficult and to brush her teeth before going to bed. Nino said when I came back to bed, "What a good wife, what a good mama." I answered, "You are no less." I waited for the tension to diminish, for the echo of the voices of my husband and children to fade. We took a shower together. It was a new, enjoyable experience, a pleasure to wash him and be washed. Afterward, I got ready to go out. Again, I was trying to look nice for him, but this time I was doing it in front of him, and suddenly without anxiety. He watched, fascinated, as I tried on dresses in search of the right one, as I put on my makeup, and, from time to time, even though I said, joking, "Don't you dare, you're tickling me, you'll ruin the makeup, and I'll have to start over. Careful of the dress, it'll tear, leave me alone." He came up behind me, kissed me on the neck, put his hands down the front and under the dress. I made him go out alone. I told him to wait for me in the car. Although people were on vacation and the building was half deserted, I was afraid that someone would see us together. We went to dinner. We ate a lot, talked a lot, drank a lot. When we got back, we went to bed but didn't sleep. He said, "In October, I'll be in Montpellier for 5 days. I have a conference. Have fun." "You'll go with your wife?" "I want to go with you." "Impossible." "Why?" "Dede is 6, Elsa 3. I have to think of them." We began to discuss our situation. For the first time, we uttered words like married, children. We went from despair to sex, from sex to despair. Finally, I whispered, "We shouldn't see each other anymore. If for you it's possible, fine. For me, it's not." "Nonsense. You've known me for decades, and yet you've had a full life without me. You'll forget about me before you know it. Promise that you'll keep calling me every day." "No, I won't call you anymore. If you don't, I'll go mad. I'll go mad if I go on thinking of you." We explored with a sort of masochistic pleasure the dead end we felt ourselves in, and, exasperated by the obstacles we ourselves were piling up, we ended up quarreling. He left, anxiously, at 6 in the morning. I cleaned up the house, had a cry, drove all the way to Viareggio, hoping never to arrive. Halfway there, I realized that I hadn't taken a single book capable of justifying that trip. I thought, better this way. 1:15. When I returned, I was warmly welcomed by Elsa, who said sulkily, "Papa isn't good at playing." Dede defended Pietro. She exclaimed that her sister was small and stupid and ruined every game. Pietro examined me, in a bad mood. "You didn't sleep?" "I slept badly." "Did you find the books?" "Yes." "Where are they?" "Where do you think they are?" "At home." "I checked what I had to check, and that was it." "Why are you angry?" "Because you make me angry." "We called you again last night. Elsa wanted to say good night, but you weren't there." "It was hot. I took a walk." "Alone? With whom?" "Dede says you have a boyfriend." "Dede has a strong bond with you, and she's dying to replace me. Or she sees and hears things that I don't see or hear." "What do you mean?" "What I said." "Pietro, let's try to be clear. To your many maladies, do you want to add jealousy too?" "I'm not jealous." "Let's hope not. Because if it weren't so, I'm telling you right away. Jealousy is too much. I can't bear it." In the following days, clashes like that became more frequent. I kept him at bay. I reproached him. And at the same time, I despised myself. But I was also enraged. What did he want from me? What should I do? I loved Nino. I had always loved him. How could I tear him out of my breast, my head, my belly, now that he wanted me too? Ever since I was a child, I had constructed for myself a perfect self-repressive mechanism. Not one of my true desires had ever prevailed. I had always found a way of channeling every yearning. Now enough, I said to myself, let it all explode, me first of all. But I wavered. For several days I didn't call Nino, as I had sagely declared in Florence. Then suddenly I started calling 3 or 4 times a day, heedless. I didn't even care about Dede standing a few steps from the phone booth.
I talked to him in the unbearable heat of that sun-struck cage, and occasionally, soaked with sweat, exasperated by my daughter's spying look, I opened the glass door and shouted, "What are you doing standing there like that? I told you to look after your sister." At the center of my thoughts now was the conference in Montpellier. Nino harassed me. He made it into a sort of definitive proof of the genuineness of my feelings, so that we went from violent quarrels to declarations of how indispensable we were to each other, from long, costly complaints to the urgent spilling of our desire into a river of incandescent words. One afternoon, exhausted, as Dede and Elsa outside the phone booth were chanting, "Mama, hurry up, we're getting bored," I said to him, "There's only one way I could go with you to Montpellier." "What?" "Tell Pietro everything." There was a long silence. "You're really ready to do that?" "Yes, but on one condition. You tell Eleonora everything." Another long silence. Nino murmured, "You want me to hurt Eleonora and the child?" "Yes." "Won't I be hurting Pietro and my daughters?" To decide means to do harm. Albertino is very small, so is Elsa, and for Dede it will be intolerable. Let's do it after Montpellier. Nino, don't play with me. I'm not playing. Then if you're not playing, behave accordingly. You speak to your wife, and I'll speak to my husband. Now, tonight. Give me some time, it's not easy. For me it is? He hesitated, tried to explain. He said that Eleonora was a very fragile woman. He said that she had organized her life around him and the child. He said that as a girl she had twice tried to kill herself. But he didn't stop there. I felt that he was forcing himself to the most absolute honesty. Step by step, with the lucidity that was customary with him, he reached the point of admitting that breaking up his marriage meant not only hurting his wife and child, but also saying goodbye to many comforts. Only living comfortably makes life in Naples acceptable, and to a network of relationships that guaranteed he could do what he wanted at the university. Then, overwhelmed by his own decision to be silent about nothing, he concluded, "Remember that your father-in-law has great respect for me, and that to make our relationship public would cause both for me and for you an irremediable breach with the Irotis." It was this last point of his, I don't know why, that hurt me. "All right," I said, "let's end it here." "Wait, I've already waited too long. I should have made up my mind earlier." "What do you want?" "Understand that my marriage no longer makes sense and go my way." "You're sure?" "Yes." "And you'll come to Montpellier?" "I said my way, not yours. Between you and me, it's over." 1:16. I hung up in tears and left the phone booth. Elsa asked, "Did you hurt yourself, Mama?" I answered, "I'm fine. It's Grandma who doesn't feel well." I went on sobbing under the worried gaze of Dede and Elsa. During the final part of the vacation, I did nothing but weep. I said I was tired, it was too hot, I had a headache, and I sent Pietro and the children to the beach. I stayed in bed, soaking the pillow with tears. I hated that excessive fragility. I hadn't been like that even as a child. Both Leela and I had trained ourselves never to cry, and if we did, it was in exceptional moments, and for a short time. The shame was tremendous, we stifled our sobs. Now, instead, as in Ariosto's Orlando, in my head a fountain had opened, and it flowed from my eyes without ever drying up. It seemed to me that even when Pietro, Dede, Elsa were about to return, and with an effort I repressed the tears and hurried to wash my face under the tap,
The fountain continued to drip, waiting for the right moment to return to the egress of my eyes. Nino didn't really want me. Nino pretended a lot and loved little. He had wanted to fuck me, yes, fuck me, as he had done with who knows how many others. But to have me forever, by breaking the ties with his wife, well, that was not in his plans. Probably he was still in love with Leela. Probably in the course of his life he would love only her, like so many who had known her. And as a result, he would remain with Eleonora forever. Love for Leela was the guarantee that no woman, no matter how much he wanted her in his passionate way, would ever put that fragile marriage in trouble. I least of all. That was how things stood. Sometimes I got up in the middle of lunch or dinner and went to cry in the bathroom. Pietro treated me cautiously, sensing that I might explode at any moment. At first, a few hours after the break with Nino, I had thought of telling him everything, as if he were not only a husband to whom I had to explain myself, but also a confessor. I felt the need of it, and especially when he approached me in bed and I put him off, whispering, "No, the children will wake up." I was on the point of pouring out to him every detail. But I always managed to stop myself in time. It wasn't necessary to tell him about Nino. Now that I no longer called the person I loved, now that I felt truly lost, it seemed to me useless to be cruel to Pietro. It was better to close the subject with a few clear words. I can't live with you anymore. And yet I was unable to do even that. Just when, in the shadowy light of the bedroom, I felt ready to take that step, I pitied him, I feared for the future of the children, I caressed his shoulder, his cheek, I whispered, "Sleep." On the last day of the vacation, things changed. It was almost midnight. Day and Elsa were sleeping. For at least 10 days I hadn't called Nino. I had packed the bags, I was worn out by sadness, by effort, by the heat, and I was sitting with Pietro on the balcony, each in our own lounge chair, in silence. There, humidity was debilitating, soaking our hair and clothes, and our smell of the sea and of resin. Pietro suddenly said, "How's your mother?" "My mother? Fine. Dede told me she's ill. She recovered. I called her this afternoon. Your mother has always been in good health." I said nothing. How inopportune that man was. Here already the tears were returning. Oh, good God, I was fed up. I heard him say calmly, "You think I'm blind and deaf? You think I didn't realize it when you flirted with those imbeciles who came to the house before Elsa was born? I don't know what you're talking about. You know perfectly well." "No, I don't know. Who are you talking about? People who came to dinner a few times years ago? And I flirted with them? Are you crazy?" Pietro shook his head, smiling to himself. He waited a few seconds, then he asked me, staring at the railing, "You didn't even flirt with the one who played the drums?" I was alarmed. He wasn't retreating. He wasn't giving in. I snorted, "Mario? See, you remember." "Of course I remember. Why shouldn't I? He's one of the few interesting people you brought home in 7 years of marriage. Did you find him interesting?" "Yes, and so what? What's got into you tonight? I want to know. Can't I know? What do you want to know?" "All that I know you do too. It must be at least 4 years since we saw that man, and you come out now with this foolishness?" He stopped staring at the railing. He turned to look at me, serious. "Then let's talk about more recent events. What is there between you and Nino?" 1:17. It was a blow as violent as it was unexpected. He wanted to know what there was between Nino and me. That question, that name, were enough to make the fountain flow again in my head. I was blinded by tears. I shouted at him, beside myself, forgetting we were outside, that people tired out by a day of sun and sea were sleeping. "Why did you ask that question? You should have kept it to yourself. Now you've spoiled everything, and there's nothing to do. It would have been enough for you to keep silent. Instead, you couldn't. And now I have to go. Now I have no choice." I don't know what happened to him. Maybe he was convinced he had made a mistake, that now, for obscure reasons, risked ruining our relationship forever.
Or he saw me suddenly as a crude organism that cracked the fragile surface of discourse and appeared in a pre-logical way, a woman in her most alarming manifestation. Certainly I must have seemed to him an intolerable spectacle. He jumped up and went inside. But I ran after him and continued shouting all manner of things. My love for Nino since I was a child, the new possibilities of life that he revealed to me, the unused energy I felt inside me, and the dreariness in which he, Pietro, had plunged me for years, his responsibility for having kept me from living fully. When I had exhausted my strength and collapsed in a corner, I found him in front of me with hollow cheeks, his eyes sunk into violet stains, his tan a crust of mud. I understood only then that I had shocked him. The questions he had asked didn't admit even hypothetical affirmative answers like, yes, I flirted with the drummer, and even more. Yes, Nino and I have been lovers. Pietro had formulated them only to be denied, to silence the doubts that had come to him, to go to bed more serene. Instead, I had imprisoned him in a nightmare from which now he no longer knew how to escape. He asked, almost whispering, in search of safety, "Have you made love?" Again, I felt pity for him. If I had answered affirmatively, I would have started shouting again. I would have said, yes, once while you were sleeping, a second time in his car, a third in our bed in Florence. And I would have uttered those sentences with the pleasure that that list provoked in me. Instead, I shook my head no. 1:18. We returned to Florence. We reduced the communication between us to what was indispensable and to friendly tones in the presence of the children. Pietro went to sleep in his study, as he had in the time when Dede never closed her eyes, I in the bedroom. I thought and thought about what to do. The way Lila and Stefano's marriage had ended didn't constitute a model. It was something from other times, managed without the law. I counted on a civil procedure, according to the law, suited to the times and to our situation. But in fact, I continued not to know what to do, and so I did nothing. Especially since I had just returned, and already Maria Rosa was telephoning me to tell me that the French volume was progressing. She would send me the proofs, while the serious, punctilious editor at the Italian publishing house was raising various questions about the text. For a while, I was pleased. I tried to become interested again in my work. But I couldn't. It seemed to me that I had problems much more serious than a passage interpreted incorrectly or some awkward sentences. Then, one morning, the telephone rang. Pietro answered. He said, "Hello." He repeated, "Hello." He hung up. My heart began to beat madly. I got ready to rush to the phone ahead of my husband. It didn't ring again. Hours passed. I tried to distract myself by rereading my book. It was a terrible idea. It seemed to me utter nonsense and made me so weary that I fell asleep with my head on the desk. But then the phone rang again. My husband answered again. He shouted, frightening Dede, "Hello," and slammed down the receiver as if he wanted to break it. It was Nino. I knew it. Pietro knew it. The date of the conference was approaching. Surely he wanted to insist again that I come with him. He would aim at pulling me inside the materiality of desires. He would show me that our only chance was a secret relationship lived to exhaustion amid evil actions and pleasures. The way was to betray, invent lies, leave together. I would fly in a plane for the first time. I would be next to him as it took off, as in films. And why not? After Montpellier, we would go to Nanterre. We would see Maria Rosa's friend. I would talk to her about my book. I would agree on initiatives. I would introduce them to Nino. Ah, yes, to be accompanied by a man I loved, who had a power, a force that no one failed to notice. The hostile feeling softened. I was tempted. The next day, Pietro went to the university. I waited for Nino to telephone. He didn't. And so, in an unreasonable outburst, I called him.
I waited many seconds. I was very agitated. In my mind, there was nothing but the urgent need to hear his voice. Afterward, I didn't know. Maybe I would attack him. I would start crying again. Or I would shout, "All right, I'll come with you. I will be your lover. I will, until you're tired of me." At that moment, however, I only needed him to answer. Eleonora answered. I snatched back my voice in time before it addressed the ghost of Nino, running breathlessly down the telephone line with who knows what compromising words. I subdued it to a cheerful tone. "Hello, it's Elena Greco. Are you well? How was the vacation? And Albertino?" She let me speak in silence. Then she screamed. "You're Elena Greco, eh? The whore, the hypocritical whore. Leave my husband alone, and don't dare telephone ever again, because I know where you live, and as God is my witness, I'll come there and smash your face." After which she hung up. 1:19. I don't know how long I stayed beside the phone. I was filled with hatred. My head was spinning with phrases like, "Yes, come right now, bitch. It's just what I'd expect. Where the fuck are you from? Via Tasso? Via Filangieri? Via Crispy? The Santarella? And you're angry with me? You piece of garbage? You stinking non-entity? You don't know who you're dealing with. You are nothing." Another me wanted to rise up from the depths where she had been buried under a crust of meekness. She struggled in my breast, mixing Italian and words from childhood. I was a turmoil. If Eleonora dared to show up at my door, I would spit in her face, throw her down the stairs, drag her out to the street by the hair, shatter that head full of shit on the sidewalk. I had evil in my heart. My temples were pounding. Some work was being done outside our building, and from the window came the heat and the jangle of drilling and the dust and the irritating noise of some machine or other. Day was quarreling with Elsa in the other room. "You mustn't do everything I do. You're a monkey. Only monkeys act like that." Slowly, I understood. Nino had decided to speak to his wife, and that's why she had attacked me. I went from rage to an uncontainable joy. Nino wanted me so much that he had told his wife about us. He had ruined his marriage. He had given it up in full awareness of the advantages that came from it. He had upset his whole life, choosing to make Eleonora and Albertino suffer rather than me. So it was true. He loved me. I sighed with contentment. The telephone rang again. I answered right away. Now it was Nino. His voice. He seemed calm. He said that his marriage was over. He was free. He asked me, "Did you talk to Pietro?" I started to. "You haven't told him yet?" "Yes and no." "You want to back out?" "No." "Then hurry up. We have to go." He had already assumed that I would go with him. We would meet in Rome. It was all arranged. Hotel, tickets. "I have the problem of the children," I said, but softly, without conviction. "Send them to your mother." "Don't even say that." "Then take them with you." "Are you serious?" "Yes." "You would take me with you anyway, even with my daughters?" "Of course." "You really love me?" I whispered. "Yes." 1:20. I discovered that I was suddenly invulnerable and invincible, as in a past stage of my life, when it had seemed to me that I could do anything. I had been born lucky. Even when fate seemed adverse, it was working for me. Of course, I had some good qualities. I was orderly. I had a good memory. I worked stubbornly. I had learned to use the tools perfected by man. I knew how to give logical consistency to any jumble of fragments. I knew how to please. But luck counted more than anything, and I was proud of feeling it next to me like a trusted friend. To have it again on my side reassured me. I had married a respectable man, not a person like Stefano Carracci, or worse, Michele Solara.
I would fight with him, he would suffer, but in the end we would come to an agreement. Certainly, breaking up the marriage, the family, would be traumatic. And since for different reasons we had no wish to tell our relatives and would in fact keep it hidden as long as possible, we couldn't even count at first on Pietro's family, which in every situation knew what to do and whom to turn to in handling complex situations. But I felt at peace finally. We were two reasonable adults. We would confront each other, we would discuss, we would explain ourselves. In the chaos of those hours, one single thing now appeared irrevocable. I would go to Montpellier. I talked to my husband that evening. I confessed to him that Nino was my lover. He did everything possible not to believe it. When I convinced him that it was the truth, he wept, he entreated, he got angry, he lifted up the glass top of the coffee table and hurled it against the wall under the terrified gaze of the children, who had been awakened by the shouts and stood in disbelief in the living room doorway. I put Dede and Elsa back to bed. I soothed them. I waited for them to go to sleep. Then I returned to confront my husband. Every minute became a wound. Meanwhile, Eleonora began to batter us with phone calls, day and night, insulting me, insulting Pietro because he didn't know how to act like a man, telling me that her relatives would find a way of leaving us and our daughters with nothing, not even eyes to cry with. But I didn't get discouraged. I was in a state of such exaltation that I couldn't feel that I was wrong. In fact, it seemed to me that even the pain I caused, the humiliation and attacks I endured, were working in my favor. That unbearable experience not only would help me to become something I would be satisfied with, but, in the end, by inscrutable means, would also be useful to those who now were suffering. Eleonora would understand that with love there is nothing to be done, that it's senseless to say to a person who wants to go away, "No, you must stay." And Pietro, who surely in theory already knew that precept, would only need time to assimilate it and change it to wisdom, to the practice of tolerance. Only with the children did I feel that everything was difficult. My husband insisted that we tell them the reason we were quarreling. I was against it. "They're small," I said. "What can they understand?" But at a certain point he reproached me. "If you have decided to go, you have to give your daughters an explanation, and if you don't have the courage, then stay. It means you yourself don't believe in what you want to do." I said, "Let's talk to a lawyer." He answered, "There's time for lawyers." And treacherously he summoned Dede and Elsa, who, as soon as they heard us shouting, would shut themselves in their room, in a close alliance. "Your mother has something to tell you," Pietro began. "Sit down and listen." The two girls sat quietly on the sofa and waited. I started. "Your father and I love each other, but we no longer get along and we have decided to separate." "That's not true," Pietro interrupted. "It's your mother who has decided to leave. And it's not true either that we love each other. She doesn't love me anymore." I became agitated. "Girls, it's not so simple. People can continue to love one another even though they no longer live together." He interrupted again. "That's also not true. Either we love each other and then we live together and are a family, or we don't love each other, and so we leave each other and are no longer a family. If you tell lies, what can they understand? Please explain truthfully, clearly, why we are leaving each other." I said, "I am not leaving you. You are the most important thing I have. I couldn't live without you." "What?" he pressed me. "Explain what those problems are." I sighed. I said softly, "I love someone else, and I wish to live with him." Elsa glanced at Dede to understand how she should react to that news, and since Dede remained impassive, she too remained impassive. But my husband lost his composure. He shouted, "The name! Say what this other person is called. You don't want to? Are you ashamed? I'll say it. You know that other person. It's Nino. You remember him? Your mother wants to go and live with him." Then he began to cry desperately, while Elsa, alarmed, whispered, "Will you take me with you, Mama?" But she didn't wait for my response. When her sister got up and almost ran out of the room, she immediately followed her.
That night, Dede cried out in her sleep. I woke with a jolt, hurried to her. She was sleeping, but she had wet her bed. I had to wake her, change the sheets. When I put her back to bed, she whispered that she wanted to come to mine. I agreed. I held her next to me. Every so often, she started in her sleep and made certain I was there. 121. Now the date of the departure was approaching, but things with Pietro didn't improve. Any agreement, even just for that trip to Montpellier, seemed impossible. If you go, he said, I'll never let you see the children again. Or, if you take the children, I'll kill myself. Or, I'll report you for abandonment of the conjugal home. Or, let's the four of us go on a trip. Let's go to Vienna. Or, children, your mother prefers Signor Nino Saratoro to you. I began to weaken. I recalled the resistance that Antonio had put up when I left him. But Antonio was a boy. He had inherited Melina's unstable mind, and he had not had an upbringing like Pietro's. He hadn't been trained since childhood to distinguish rules in chaos. Maybe, I thought, I've given too much weight to the cultivated use of reason, to good reading, to well-controlled language, to political affiliation. Maybe, in the face of abandonment, we are all the same. Maybe not even a very orderly mind can endure the discovery of not being loved. My husband, there was nothing to be done, was convinced that he had to protect me at all costs from the poisonous bite of my desires, and so, to remain his husband, he was ready to resort to any means, even the most abject. He who had wanted a civil marriage, he who had always been in favor of divorce, demanded, because of an uncontrolled internal movement, that our bond should endure eternally, as if we had been married before God. And since I insisted on wanting to put an end to our relationship, first he tried all the paths of persuasion, then he broke things, he slapped himself, suddenly he began to sing. When he overdid it like that, he made me angry. I insulted him, and he, as usual, changed suddenly, like a frightened beast, sat beside me, apologized, said he wasn't upset with me, it was his mind that wasn't functioning. Adele, he revealed one night amid tears, had always betrayed his father. It was a discovery he had made as a child. At 6, he had seen her kiss an enormous man, dressed in blue, in the big living room in Genoa that looked out on the sea. He remembered all the details. The man had a large mustache that was like a dark blade. His pants showed a bright stain that seemed like a 100-lira coin. His mother, against that man, seemed a bow so tensed that it was in danger of breaking. I listened in silence. I tried to console him. Be calm. Those are false memories. You know it. I don't have to tell you. But he insisted. Adele wore a pink sundress. One strap had slid off her tan shoulder. Her long nails seemed like glass. She had a black braid that hung down her back like a snake. He said, finally, moving from suffering to anger, "Do you understand what you've done to me? Do you understand the horror you've plunged me into?" And I thought, Dede too will remember. Dede too will cry out something similar as an adult. But then I pulled away. I convinced myself that Pietro was telling me about his mother only now, after so many years, deliberately to lead me to that thought, and wound me and hold me back. I kept going, exhausted, day and night. I no longer slept.
If my husband tormented me, Nino, in his way, did no less. When he heard me worn out by tension and worries, instead of consoling me, he became irritable. He said, "You think it's easier for me, but it's an inferno here, just as much as for you. I'm afraid for Eleonora. I'm afraid for what she could do. So don't think that I'm not in as much trouble as you, maybe even worse." And he exclaimed, "But you and I together are stronger than anyone else. Our union is an inevitable necessity. Is that clear? Tell me. I want to hear it. Is it clear?" It was clear to me, but those words weren't much help. I drew all my strength, rather, from imagining the moment when I would finally see him again and we would fly to France. I had to hold out until then, I said to myself. Afterward, we'll see.
For now I aspired only to a suspension of the torture. I couldn't stand it anymore. I said to Pietro, at the end of a violent quarrel in front of Dede and Elsa, "That's enough. I'm leaving for 5 days. Just 5 days. Then I'll return and we'll see what to do. All right?" He turned to the children. "Your mother says she will be absent for 5 days, but do you believe it?" Dede shook her head no, and so did Elsa. "They don't believe you either," Pietro said then. "We all know that you will leave us and never return." And meanwhile, as if by an agreed-on signal, both Dede and Elsa hurled themselves at me, throwing their arms around my legs, begging me not to leave, to stay with them. I couldn't bear it. I knelt down. I held them around the waist. I said, "All right, I won't go. You are my children. I'll stay with you." Those words calmed them. Slowly, Pietro, too, calmed down. I went to my room. Oh God, how out of order everything was. They, I, the world around us. A truce was possible only by telling lies. It was only a couple of days until the departure. I wrote first a long letter to Pietro, then a short one to Dede with instructions to read it to Elsa. I packed a suitcase. I put it in the guest room, under the bed. I bought all sorts of things. I loaded the refrigerator. I prepared for lunch and dinner the dishes that Pietro loved, and he ate gratefully. The children, relieved, began again to fight about everything. 122. Nino, meanwhile, now that the day of departure was approaching, had stopped calling. I tried to call him, hoping that Eleonora wouldn't answer. The maid answered, and at the moment I felt relieved, I asked for Professor Sarratore. The answer was sharp and hostile. "I'll give you the signora." I hung up. I waited. I hoped that the telephone call would become an occasion for a fight between husband and wife, and Nino would find out that I was looking for him. Minutes later, the phone rang. I rushed to answer. I was sure it was him. Instead, it was Lila. We hadn't talked for a long time, and I didn't feel like talking to her. Her voice annoyed me. In that phase, even just her name, as soon as it passed through my mind, serpent-like, confused me, sapped my strength. And then it wasn't a good moment to talk. If Nino had telephoned, he would find the line busy, and communication was already very difficult. "Can I call you back?" I asked. "Are you busy?" "A little." She ignored my request. As usual, it seemed to her that she could enter and leave my life without any worries, as if we were still a single thing, and there was no need to ask, "How are you? How are things? Am I disturbing you?" She said in a weary tone that she had just heard some terrible news. The mother of the Solaris had been murdered. She spoke slowly, attentive to every word, and I listened without interrupting. And the words drew behind them, as if in a procession, the loan shark all dressed up, sitting at the newlyweds' table at Lila and Stefano's wedding, the haunted woman who had opened the door when I was looking for Mikhail, the shadow woman of our childhood who had stabbed Donna Chile, the old woman who had a fake flower in her hair and fanned herself with a blue fan as she said, bewildered, "I'm hot, aren't you too?" But I felt no emotion, even when Lila mentioned the rumors that had reached her, and she listed them in her efficient way. They had killed Manuela by slitting her throat with a knife, or she had been shot 5 times with a pistol, 4 in the chest and once in the neck, or they had beaten and kicked her, dragging her through the apartment, or the killers, she called them, hadn't even entered the house. They had shot her as soon as she opened the door. Manuela had fallen face down on the landing, and her husband, who was watching television, hadn't even realized it. "What is certain," Lila said, "is that the Solaris have gone crazy. They are competing with the police to find the killer. They've called people from Naples and outside. All their activities have stopped. I myself today am not working, and it's frightening here. You can't even breathe." How intensely she was able to give importance and depth to what was happening to her and around her. The murdered loan shark, the children undone, their henchmen ready to spill more blood, and her, watchful person amid the surging tide of events. Finally, she came to the real reason for her phone call. "Tomorrow I'm sending you Gennaro. I know I'm taking advantage. You have your daughters, your things, but here, now, I can't and don't want to keep him. He'll miss a little school. Too bad. He's attached to you. He's fine with you. You're the only person I trust." I thought for a few seconds about that last phrase. You're the only person I trust. I felt like smiling. She still didn't know that I had become untrustworthy. So that, faced with her request, which took for granted the immobility of my existence amid the most serene reasonableness, which seemed to assign to me the life of a red berry on the leafy branch of butcher's broom, I had no hesitation. I said to her, "I'm about to go. I'm leaving my husband." "I don't understand." "My marriage is over, Lila. I saw Nino again, and we discovered that we have always loved each other, ever since we were young, without realizing it. So I'm leaving. I'm starting a new life." There was a long silence. Then she asked me, "Are you kidding?" No. It must have seemed impossible to her that I was inserting disorder into my house, my well-organized mind, and now she was pressing me by mechanically grasping at my husband. "Pietro," she said, "is an extraordinary man. Good, extremely intelligent. You're crazy to leave him. Think of the harm you're doing to your children." She talked, making no mention of Nino, as if that name had stopped in her eardrum without reaching her brain. It must have been I who uttered it again, saying, "No, Lila, I can't live with Pietro anymore, because I can't do without Nino. Whatever happens, I'll go with him." And other phrases like that, displayed as if they were badges of honor. Then she began to shout, "You're throwing away everything you are for Nino. You're ruining your family for him. You know what will happen to you? He'll use you. He'll suck your blood. He'll take away your will to live and abandon you. Why did you study so much? What fucking use has it been for me to imagine that you would enjoy a wonderful life for me too? I was wrong. You're a fool." 123. I put down the receiver as if it were burning hot. "She's jealous," I said to myself. "She's envious. She hates me." Yes, that was the truth. A long procession of seconds passed. The mother of the Solaris didn't return to my mind. Her body marked by death vanished. Instead, I wondered anxiously, why doesn't Nino call? Is it possible that now that I've told everything to Lila, he'll retreat and make me ridiculous? For an instant, I saw myself exposed to her in all my possible pettiness, as a person who had ruined herself for nothing. Then, the telephone rang again. When I grabbed the receiver, I had words on my tongue ready for Lila. "Don't ever concern yourself with me again. You have no right to Nino. Let me make my own mistakes." But it wasn't her. It was Nino, and I overwhelmed him with broken phrases, happy to hear him.
I told him how things had been arranged with Pietro and the children. I told him that it was impossible to reach an agreement with calm and reason. I told him that I had packed my suitcase and couldn't wait to hold him. He told me of furious quarrels with his wife. The last hours had been intolerable. He whispered, "Even though I'm very frightened, I can't think of my life without you." The next day, while Pietro was at the university, I asked the neighbor if she would keep Dide and Elsa for a few hours. I put on the kitchen table the letters I had written, and I left. I thought, something great is happening that will dissolve the old way of living entirely, and I'm part of that dissolution. I joined Nino in Rome. We met in a hotel near the station. Holding him tight, I said to myself, I'll never get used to that nervous body. It's a constant surprise. Long bones, skin with an exciting smell. A mass, a force, a mobility completely different from what Pietro is, the habits we had. The next morning, for the first time in my life, I boarded an airplane. I didn't know how to fasten my seatbelt. Nino helped me. How thrilling it was to squeeze his hand while the sound of the engines grew louder, louder, and louder, and the plane began its takeoff. How exciting it was to lift off from the ground with a jerk and see the houses that became parallelepipeds, and the streets that changed into strips, and the countryside that was reduced to a green patch, and the sea that inclined like a compact paving stone.
and the clouds that fell below in a landslide of soft rocks, and the anguish, the pain, the very happiness that became part of a unique, luminous motion. It seemed to me that flying subjected everything to a process of simplification, and I sighed. I tried to lose myself. Every so often I asked Nino, "Are you happy?" And he nodded yes, kissed me. At times I had the impression that the floor under my feet, the only surface I could count on, was trembling. About the author. Elena Ferrante was born in Naples. She is the author of The Days of Abandonment, Troubling Love, and The Lost Daughter. Her Neapolitan novels include My Brilliant Friend, The Story of a New Name, Those Who Leave and Those Who Stay, and the as-yet untitled fourth volume in the series to be published in September 2015. Praise for Elena Ferrante's Neapolitan novels. From the United States. Don't merely offer a teeming vision of working-class Naples, with its cobblers and professors, communists and mobbed-up businessmen, womanizing poets, and downtrodden wives. They present one of modern fiction's richest portraits of a friendship. John Powers, Fresh Air, NPR. Ferrante's writing is so unencumbered, so natural, and yet so lovely, brazen, and flush. The constancy of detail and the pacing that zips and skips, then slows to a real-time crawl, have an almost psychic effect, bringing you deeply into synchronicity with the discomforts and urgency of the characters' emotions. Ferrante is unlike other writers, not because she's innovative, but rather because she's unself-conscious and brutally, diligently honest. Book Forum. Ferrante can do a woman's interior dialogue like no one else, with a ferocity that is shockingly honest, unnervingly blight. Booklist. Elena Ferrante's gutsy and compulsively readable new novel, the first of a quartet, is a terrific entry point for Americans unfamiliar with the famously reclusive writer, whose go-for-broke tales of women's shadow selves, those ambivalent mothers and seething divorcees, too complex or unseemly for polite society, and most literary fiction for that matter, shimmer with Balzacian human detail and subtle psychological suspense. The Neapolitan novels offer one of the more nuanced portraits of feminine friendship in recent memory, from the make-up and break-up quarrels of young girls to the way in which we carefully define ourselves against each other as teens. Ferrante wisely balances her memoir-like emotional authenticity with a wry sociological understanding of a society on the verge of dramatic change. Megan O'Grady, Vogue. Elena Ferrante will blow you away. Alice Sebold, writer. The Neapolitan novel cycle is an unconditional masterpiece. I read all the books in a state of immersion. I was totally enthralled. There was nothing else I wanted to do except follow the lives of Leela and Lenu to the end. Jhumpa Lahiri, Pulitzer Prize-winning author of The Lowland. My Brilliant Friend is a sweeping, family-centered epic that encompasses issues of loyalty, love, and a transforming Europe. This gorgeous novel should bring a host of new readers to one of Italy's most acclaimed authors. The Barnes & Noble Review. Don't merely offer a teeming vision of working-class Naples, with its cobblers and professors, communists and mobbed-up businessmen, womanizing poets, and downtrodden wives. They present one of modern fiction's richest portraits of a friendship. John Powers, Fresh Air, NPR. The feverish speculation about the identity of Elena Ferrante betrays an understandable failure of imagination. It seems impossible that right now, somewhere, someone sits in a room and draws up these books. Palatial and heartbreaking beyond measure, the Neapolitan novels seem less written than they do revealed. One simply surrenders. When the final volume appears, may that day never come. They're bound to be acknowledged as one of the most powerful works of art in any medium of our age. Gideon Lewis Krauss, author of A Sense of Direction. Ferrante tackles girlhood and friendship with amazing force. Gwyneth Paltrow, actor. Ferrante draws an indelible picture of the city's mean streets and the poverty, violence, and sameness of lives lived in the same place forever. She is a fierce writer. Self-awareness. Ferrante transforms the love, separation, and reunion of two poor urban girls into the general tragedy of their city. The New York Times. Elena Ferrante, the best angry woman writer ever. John Waters, director. Beautifully translated by Anne Goldstein, Ferrante writes with a ferocious, intimate urgency that is a celebration of anger. Ferrante is terribly good with anger, a very specific sort of wrath harbored by women, who are so often not allowed to give voice to it. We are angry a lot of the time at the position we're in, whether it's as wife, daughter, mother, friend. And I can think of no other woman writing who is so swift and gorgeous in this rage, so brazenly fearless in mining fury. Susanna Sonnenberg, The San Francisco Chronicle. Elena Ferrante's The Story of a New Name, Book 2 in her Naples trilogy. 2 words. Read it. Anne Hood, writer. The through line in all of Ferrante's investigations, for me, is nothing less than one long, mind and heart shredding howl for the history of women, not only Neapolitan women, and its implicit jacques. Ferrante's effect, critics agree, is unarguable. Intensely, violently personal and brutal directness, familial torment is how James Wood ventures to categorize her. Descriptions that seem mild after you've encountered the work. Joan Frank, The San Francisco Chronicle. Leela, mercurial, unsparing, and at the end of this first episode in a planned trilogy from Ferrante, seemingly capable of starting a full-scale neighborhood war, is a memorable character. Publishers Weekly. Ferrante's own writing has no limits, is willing to take every thought forward to its most radical conclusion, and